Yo, what's up, everybody? Welcome to the beginning of a stream. How you doing? We back. It is Wednesday, a little after 3 p.m. here in fabulous Las Vegas. Welcome one and all to part 2 of doing the Roads to Power DLC in Crusader Kings, which came out recently. Like a month ago, about a month ago or so. Started our campaign yesterday, and today's part 2. Hello, Dr. Wong. Thank you for the 60-month sub. People Arrive. That's a 5-year People Arrive. Thanks for 5 years, dude. For sticking around so long. Shiny Coney with Alien Please. Thanks for 10 months. Hello, Shiny Coney. Appreciate the sub as well, getting down in chat. And Sudden Laser, what's up, for 37 months. Well over 3 years. Appreciate all the subs, dudes. What's up, Flammable Cow? Piplup? Flying Lima Beans? Hello, Swineherd, Orangutan Fellow. Tanoif. Feng Shui's here. Hello, Bucky, Gina Prime, Sub Farming Purrs, and everybody in between. There we are. Howdy. The journey continues. This is probably, might be a little shorter stream than yesterday because we spent the first few hours setting things up and getting the game rules going. But then we started playing. We got probably like four plus hours, 4 or 5 hours of gameplay. But the gameplay in this mode is a significant amount of reading events out loud. So over time, it turns into, and this is not necessarily a bad thing. It's not a bad thing implicitly. It's just physically tiresome to read an audiobook for 7 to 8 hours to you. So I was very tired last night from just reading and enunciating back to back events. Because normally in Crusader Kings, the typical default gameplay style, there is a number of events, but there's also a lot of sort of stopping to analyze, who do I want to arrange a marriage with? Who do I want to make an alliance with? Who do I want on my council? You're making, a lot more sort of big picture decisions that kind of break that up. So we still have some good decisions to make because there's a lot of stuff to do with the campsite, which is fun. And deciding who's going to be in what role in our wandering. I'm not going to say we're not a gang. We're not a company. We don't have soldiers yet, but a band, I guess. A roving band, a troop, a crew, a duchy, if you will. Sure. Yeah, they keep calling me a duchy for some reason in the game text. I don't really know why. So that's fun. I'll suck it up on my nose 3 times. You know how it is. As soon as I start talking, it just loosens everything up. All right, give me 1 sec, and then we're gonna get rolling. I saw some people asking for an explanation as for what this is and what the DLC is and what you do. And to answer your questions, Jaredine and Nabisco Trisket, you should have watched yesterday's stream. Now I'll give you the beginning of stream recap that only 4% of chatters will see, and then we'll start, and then other people will come in and be equally confused. All right, 1 sec. Okay. All right. And there he is. Our wonderful main character. Say hello once again to Eric Feng. This is our create a character that we made yesterday. Actually got to use the Crusader Kings character creator for the first time. And we decided to go on a crazy journey where we started in Iceland with a man of Han culture who practices a rogue, unreformed Tibetan faith and is trying to get back to the East. And so we were creating a little headcanon backstory for how this originally... He started as a 19-year-old when we made him. I know he looks a little older. He's only like 21. But we decided to try and craft ourselves a character who could have an interesting adventure across the lands and has already recruited a few Norse companions for the ride and learned how to speak their language. The mosquito swarm aged him a bit. That's true, there was a giant mosquito swarm. So now we're, well, I'll just show you. But here he is, Eric Feng of Iceland. My beautiful creative character. What? Wait, different version? We just played yesterday. Was there an update? Like today? There was an update today. Okay. A 400 gigabyte patch. All right, well, now I gotta read patch notes. All right. Let me see. All Crusader Kings events 14 hours ago. Wait, 14 hours ago? That was like right after we stopped streaming, wasn't it? Like literally right after. I watched Cabin in the Woods today. It was good and I loved it. It's a good movie. It is a really fun movie. He found a way through the Northwest Passage and arrived in Iceland. I think the headcanon for how he got to Iceland was his parents were Silk Road traders. And they had an encounter on the road that led to... we kind of were a little bit split on whether or not he and his family were captured by Vikings near the edge of the Silk Road. And it would still be strange for them to be all the way that close to like Constantinople or something like that. But either the whole family was captured and taken back because the thing that is the governing rule is he did not know how to speak fully anything except Chinese. So he speaks Chinese. He has since learned how to speak Norse, but he only knew Chinese. So he couldn't be raised by Vikings. That wouldn't make sense. So perhaps he and his family were somehow sold as slaves to the Constantinople area, and then like Western Christians brought them back west, and then somehow they were then captured by Vikings. Like that, there's a fringe possibility in there somewhere. So we were still trying to iron out the backstory. What's up, Shadow Fox? How's it going? And then what happened to his parents, I guess, would be the question. His parents died on the trip up to Iceland through there was a storm while they were sailing up to Iceland, and the tumultuous waves cast his mother overboard, and his father jumped in to save her, and he never saw either of them again. That's kind of exciting. And he was left alone in a land of Vikings. And after learning how to at least communicate at a baseline level with them, he decided he had come of age at 19 and there was nothing left for him there in Iceland. And he wanted to see the home of his parents that he was too young to even remember. So now he travels all the way back east, or dies trying. All right, let's check some patch notes. The thing is, I don't know enough about what's going on in the day-to-day. I guess this would be easier if I'd zoomed it in. I don't know what's going on enough in the day-to-day of Crusader Kings to know what every single patch note is even gonna mean. Okay, we haven't played since March, and that was not really a playthrough at all. So everything is new to me. Yeah, because we haven't done administrative government, so we don't care about that. Added a new game rule to limit the amount of adventurers in a game. What does that mean? Added a new game rule to it. Why did you added 2 new game rules after I just got done carefully tweaking all of my game rules? Added a new game rule to adjust the amount of damage gained by point of advantage in battle. Options include 1, 2, 5, 7, and 10. I don't know what I'm happy with whatever the default is. I don't think I want to mess with that anyways. Default damage adjustment is now 5% per advantage in battles, down from 10. Okay, so having advantage in battles is less effective than what? Just having strong troops? So your general can't be a super genius as easy who compensates for like a terrible army? Strict organization now has bonuses for admin rulers. We don't know about that. Increase the cost of refilling MAA. Got an acronym with provisions. Refilling MAA. Rebalance cost and bonuses of Great Tower of Silence. Men at Arms. Okay, so we haven't even got Men at Arms, and they're already getting nerfed. Good. Make it harder. You shouldn't be able to hold a whole band of Men at Arms easily. That should be like a substantial thing, right? So good. Make it more expensive. Is Great Tower of Silence not the... No, I don't think we have anything to do with that. I thought that sounded like our Burial in the Sky, but that's a different thing, right? Detailed ledgers now has more administrative vassal tax. We don't do admin rulers. Increase the base levy obligations. Yeah, another administrative nerf. Civilian themes. Civilian themes. When a populous faction sends demands to a ruler with the same faith, the ruler can only choose to change the state faith if the faction's faith is of the same religion as they are. Peepo G. What's the difference in faith and religion? I'm not trying to get metaphysical here, but in the for video game keywords, in video game keyword terminology, what's the difference in faith and religion here? Oh, with a state faith. But, okay, still. That doesn't answer my question. Or if the faith covers a majority of the realm. Catholic Orthodox faiths are both of the Christian religion. Okay. I get it. So they have to be the same religion. They have to have the same parent religion, and then they can change faith under the umbrella of that. Okay. Enabled rating for governors of frontier themes. Don't know about that. Governor will now spend a higher portion of their income on men-at-arms, preventing them from disbanding their troops easily. Significantly reduce the likelihood and frequency of AI asking for a council position. Reduce the amount of gold you receive from dividends when you found a holding as a landless adventurer. Man, I want to invest in stonks as an adventurer. Increase the chance of a vassal governor to accept without making demands when you ask them to end their war. How long is this? Okay, there's not that much more. Administrative government now has a 50% title creation cost bonus. They weren't making titles fast enough. AI vassals will no longer adopt a state faith if their top liege follows the same faith as they do. If the emperor can have it, then so can we. I don't know what, So they won't blindly change when you don't want them to? There's so many little details here. It's so funny how much is going on behind the scenes in the Crusader Kings. Lowered the defensive advantage vassals gain from frontier, naval administration. Yeah, these are all admin government type changes that we have no idea about. Made it a bit easier for vassals to convert with you when creating a new faith, and you also have a state faith. The AI will no longer force others to join their faction if they themselves were forced to join. Administrative. Like, if I have no basis, I won't know what the change is if I haven't even done it. Reduced night limit from roaring campfires significantly. Huh. I wonder why. Is that why, like, 3 or 4 people in chat yesterday were like, the first building that you should make is the campfire? And we had the first building you need to make is the campfire. It's the best one. That was like before I even started doing anything yesterday. People were saying that. You know why? It's because knights are OP in Crusader Kings, and instead of treating the disease, they treat the symptom. Where knights have always been insanely OP, so it turns out that if there's a building that lets you hire a ton of knights, you don't even need an army. Oh, this one's relevant too. Reduce adventurer, so that's me, government night limit by 8. I was looking at that yesterday and I forgot to comment on it. Yeah, I noticed that you were allowed to have 10 knights that followed you around by default. And now it's 2, which makes a lot more sense. Why would you have 10 knights who just follow you around automatically from the outset? Added an 8-night limit to swords for hire and legitimates. Added 3-night limit to freebooters. Huge nerfs. Yeah, huge nerfs. I'm glad that I didn't start doing this till now then. I would have been upset because of what Carrera is saying. Before the nerf, I had an adventurer with 37 knights. And I wasn't even trying. My army will be filled with the realm's greatest knights. Combined, we will take over the world. Moved knight efficiency from Proving Grounds to Roaring Campfire. Okay, well, I mean, this is good. This sounds like a really good nerf. I'm glad that I get to play with the nerf instead of playing with the OP. The base acceptance for the make a request has been reduced to 0. Down from plus 30. Does that mean I can't make demands of every single town that I go through now as soon as I do one single mission for them? Or am I misreading this? Because what's been happening is I've been going into a town, helping them with one odd job, and then I can ask them for whatever. Like each of them is like, look around you. Whatever you see, if it is within my power to grant it to you, then it shall be yours. Thank you so much for finding me 10 apples. It's the least I can do to repay your generosity. So is this a nerf to that? Or is it a buff? I think it's a nerf, but I don't know. AI are now less willing to give adventurers gold. Oh, yeah. Using the make a request interaction just because the adventurer is poor. Excuse me. I am not poor. I am financially challenged. Okay? I am not struggling. I merely do not put as much stock in this completely made up exchange of unrelated pieces of paper and metal as you do. When did this update come out? Literally after I stopped streaming yesterday. Like 13, 14 hours ago. So like 1 a.m. my time, 2 a.m., something like that. But yeah, this is definitely what was going on for me. I was just like doing a mission and being like, okay, they want to pay me, then I'll... But here's the thing, now that they've nerfed it, I'm not going to restart. I'm not going to restart. We're still at the beginning. We're still babies. I don't need to reset. AIs now give less gold when adventurers use the make a request interaction. Oh no. AI will no longer give adventurers using the make a request interaction more gold if they have a 25 plus opinion of them. It now only counts being friends or lovers. Best friends, soulmates will give adventurers more gold when using make a request interaction. So you can like sidle up next to people. You are making too much money too fast. Probably true. Requesting a new contract now only reduces opinion by -5. And the AI gets plus 30 acceptance for this request. Okay, that's good. AI are now less willing to give adventurers gold if they themselves are poor, from -10 to -30. AI are now less willing to give men-at-arms if the adventurer is powerful. -25 at 400 max strength, -50 at 800. AI are now less willing to give men-at-arms if the adventurer is stronger than themselves. Reduce the acceptance bonus for make a request interaction based on your prestige level from 10, 20, 30, 40 to 5, 10, 20, 30. So the acceptance bonus was 10 for me, now it's 5 because I have low prestige. The more prestige I have, the more likely they are to acquiesce to my demands, is what they're saying, but it caps out lower. So basically, Someone was watching me just stomp through the map and get 20 gold here, 20 gold there, 20 gold here, 20 gold there for doing one mission. It was like, no. Or they had already planned this for 2 weeks and it just happened to come out today, which is possible. Lowered opinion malice from demanding artifacts. Yeah, because these are very necessary. I thought it was super strange how I could just go I was a nobody literally wearing a potato sack as clothes. And they were like, yes, could you help us? Okay, thank you for doing this lowest tier mission possible. My kingdom is yours. So making all that harder and less easily profitable. I was scamming people out of their money for sure. Significantly lowered gold costs in something. Removed stress from opting out of buying a trinket. Gather provisions now has a chance of crit success and crit failure. Okay, that's better. Removed man-at-arms max size modifiers from excellent aptitude camp officers. We never got that far. Reduced the piety gain from proselytizing locals. Reduced the max men-at-arms regiment limit you could get from your adventurer camp by 4. Basically, people were making armies that were way too big for an adventurer, so they reduced these by a lot. But these are the same. Oh, this is regiment limit and regiment size. Interesting. So they super nerfed that. Reduce the individual men-at-arms max size modifier from the baggage train camp building from 3 to 1. Huge nerfs. This all directly affects our game today. The AI will avoid calling players into war if you're in debt. Increase the difficulty for adventurers attempting to chain church robberies. Huh. Okay, so lots of big adventurer nerfs. I will miss having 10,000 men-at-arms as an adventurer. You will just stomp the map. See, this is why I wait a month to play things, chat. This is why. Procrastinators always win. In the end. In the end. I don't know if we need to read all the bug fixes, because I'm not sure about bug fixes other than if they fixed any text. That would be the only thing. Looking for the keyword spelling and error. What about event? Well, what about the it's calling me Dutchy? Did they fix that? Fixed an issue in some rare cases when replacing a bodyguard in events. You would fire your best one instead of your worst one. Fixed a minor issue with the event Ruin Rumbling where one of the characters wouldn't be assigned a proper nickname. I need a nickname. Fixed an issue in another lover event where a character would check if they were attracted to themselves. Fixed an error in the event another lover where you kept a best friend lover even if you broke up with them. You can't leave me. Fixed a bunch of animations not working in a large number of events. Added an event for adventurers where a follower wants to get married to a local. Oh, spoilers. Added a new interaction named Aid Tribal Development. Roman Empire, Byzantines. Interface stuff. Okay. Anyway, I was gonna, yeah, why were they, let's look at Duchy. I don't see anything about being called Duchy in the bug fixes. All right, there we go. Anyway, huge nerfs to the Adventurer playstyle, but probably for the best because it sounds OP. Let's go. Had to read those patch notes. Welcome back. Welcome back, everybody. We got a long way to go, dude. So here is Master Eric of the Arrow of Fang. Our Han Chinese wanderer who started his journey at 19 years old is 21 years old now. And he is an eccentric adventurer. His behavior is often seen erratic and irrational by others. He does strange things sometimes. Lowers his diplomacy, but increases his learning. He does love learning. It also means his stress goes up faster and down faster. He also gets 20% bonus monthly lifestyle XP. Improves the withdraw from view countermeasure. So if I think a scheme is targeting me, we can go into hiding, basically, and loves other eccentric characters. He's humble, which is considered a virtue to his faith. Increases his piety a little bit. His opinion of his liege and vassals is greater. Because of his humbleness, people are more likely to follow him, perhaps. The clergy love him as well. He gains extra piety from it being a virtue. To the Kiarwe Bonpos, which we'll take a look at in a minute. He is also just, but that doesn't mean that he's, like, morally good, because he's eccentric as well. So he has his own sense of justice, which maybe we'll get an opportunity to test. Stewardship bonus from this. Intrigue is down as a result, but learning is up again. And then various types of vassals, if applicable, like him more. Increases his initial legitimacy if he becomes landed. People are kind of take to him a little bit more quickly. He likes just characters, does not like arbitrary. And he has a decent education as an astute intellectual with a deep understanding of theology, philosophy, and all subjects of deeper learning. But this is a 3-star education, so it's not the top. It's like middle of the road. It's good, but not great. He is quick and a bit smart, not intelligent, certainly not a genius, but quicker than most. So that's just a +1 to each of his different starter traits. And he also gets some more monthly lifestyle XP. And he lost an eye, which we still haven't given a backstory to. That increases his learning yet again, lowers his prowess, gives him a bit of natural dread. The eye patch strikes fear into those around him, for whatever reason. His chief stat, of course, is his learning, as you might expect. With an 18, he's considered excellent aptitude in this. Followed by good diplomacy, average stewardship and intrigue. He is, again, kind of quite smart in different respects, but he's also getting a bit of a boost right now from his second in command, making him look a little bit better than he actually is. So his stats are all being boosted by +3 because of somebody else who's in his party at the moment. And then he's got, obviously, the weakest martial skill, and his prowess is a 5 naturally, which is incredibly low. So if we put him into any combat situations, it is going to end in tragedy, no doubt. He's currently affected by a few different events. I'll get to those in a minute because they kind of go along with the tale of the trail so far. But we decided to choose a faith since we're playing as Han Chinese in Iceland and came up with a whole story about how that might be possible in 867, which is now 869. We also decided to pick a faith that was somewhat regional in the Empire of Tibet, as it is historically known. So we decided there were kind of like 2 options for the Tibetan area, and we went with the stranger one, the unreformed Kiarwe Bon Tibetan faith. It is not reformed, which means it has no organization. There is no like church of Kjarwe Bon that makes law for everyone else, like Catholicism or something like that. But they they hold in high regard esotericism, and this says the great mysteries of the divine may be beyond mortal comprehension, but that is not an excuse for ignorance. Their very existence compels us to seek knowledge. So they seek knowledge. Children with the learning education focus may gain wise man. So it's like very much plays into his sort of intelligence and high learning stats. But they also do a little human sacrifice. Executions earn piety instead of costing piety. They never cost prestige, and we can raid for captives if we had a realm to sacrifice. The best way to prove our devotion is through the act of sacrifice. The most valuable sacrifice we can offer is that of human life. And then we have ritual celebrations, because what human sacrifice tenant religion doesn't have ritual celebrations? Going to feasts and worshiping the divine as a community, organizing great festivals to bring us all together under the divine. But we have a lot of cool, like, doctrines going for us as well, which I'll take a look at in a moment. I don't think we ever bothered trying to justify it. No, we did. It ties in with eccentric. It ties in with eccentric and his own morality. His parents were from this region and probably just imparted it upon him before they perished tragically, being thrown overboard on the sea trip to Iceland. It's easy. Well, I'll tell you how we got to where we are and where we're going to be going today. What's up, Sim? How's it going, dude? Hi, Talos and friends. Hey, dude, what's up? Do we already have AI conquerors? I don't know. I'm not really gonna like scour the map every hour looking to see if anybody randomly appears. We'll notice when we notice. But to those of you who were asking at the beginning of stream what this DLC is and what we're doing and why the title is Oregon Trail Edition, it's because normally in Crusader Kings 3 you pick a character to play as, and that character is in control of a region. You could play as an emperor from the beginning of the game all the way down to a count, right? I don't think you can play as a baron in Crusader Kings 3 unless they change that. But depending on your power, so like if you wanted to be Basilios of the Byzantine Empire, you could. But if you wanted to break that down and go as a part of, we go to Chaldea, right, and then break that down, and you could be Strategos Theodosios of Chaldea if you wanted to. And then normally you're playing with the objective of sort of growing your dynasty locally, expanding your borders and your power, whether it's hard power or soft power, both, preferably. And forging alliances, scheming against your neighbors, assassinating people, capturing people, figuring out good ways to go to war, managing your succession so that your realm doesn't split up after your death, and kind of playing ruler to ruler as your characters kind of live their life, die, and then pass on their inheritance. So this game mode in Roads to Power is the opposite of that. You start as one character, which you can pick from a preset group of characters if you just want a quick start, or you can make your own character. I decided to make my own character with the Crusader Kings character creator, and then you can choose where that character begins their journey. And then from there, it's pretty much a sandbox. So I just started as a character in Vesterland up here in Iceland, over here in Reykjavik. And we began very humbly as a 19-year-old with no family, no parents, no siblings, very much alone. And I also had an opportunity to kind of start with a couple followers, which I denied. And I just wanted to start solo by myself without starting with like a small party. And so we did the Naked Brutality start, where we had 10 gold to our name, and that's it. The sackcloth on our back, basically. So we we're somehow able to talk to the local leadership of Chiefess Author, which I'm probably mispronouncing, and take on a mission to escort, I believe, her heir, Thorstein. Is this who we went with? We kind of went on a transportation journey. She was clearly very desperate to get a message or a missive over to the chiefdom of Austerland. I don't know if it was this guy or somebody else, because I don't recognize that helmet. And we had to take a journey with just me and him through northern Iceland, all the way around the coast, where we encountered a few problems along the way, including our herd initially becoming very sick. We were taking just a horse-drawn wagon, and the pack animals grew sick in the northern forests and the coasts of Vesterland, which has reduced our travel speed by 25% when we're traveling with our camp, and did not go super well there. But we did end up making it all the way over here, delivering the missive, getting paid, presumably by the heir, and then we started living out of Austerland. And from there, we had the ability to kind of set sail. So we hired a sea captain who's still in the party right now, which is Kraka. Kraka was hired as a knowledgeable sea captain who took us by boat over to the Faroe Islands, and then decided to just stick around and stay with us. Imagine hiring a stranger with references. Listen, we could just weave that into the plot. It's very easy, okay? Chiefess Author was also on the boat that we were on when we were originally coming to Vesterland. She's 36 and knew us since we were a child. And her son is 19 years old. And as we were a couple years older than Thorstein, we did the classic, like, royalty sort of fraternizing with the strange foreign peasant from abroad. You know what I mean? Except I'm a couple years older, so he kind of grew up looking up to me. He may not like me very much right now, but shh. We're just gonna write that in, you know what I mean? So like, she knew my parents before they died. Don't forget to mention your best friend / stalker that followed you, of course. In the tavern of Vesterland, we encountered a shady figure who was trying to recruit us potentially to a life of crime. But given that we are a very just character, we decided that that didn't align with our goals and left him inside the tavern, or so we thought. But as we stalked across northern Iceland, we realized after we got to the tavern in Austerland to rest our feet and sit by the fire that he had followed us all the way there and presented himself as a potentially worthy companion to add to our company. Seeing how determined he was, we decided to go ahead and pay him and hire him in order to work with us. And now he stands as our second, as it's called, which is basically another word for your right-hand man. And that's Tyke. Tyke, the treacherous antagonist. He has a whopping 31 intrigue and is a master of secrets. He's also extremely deceitful and considered a treacherous antagonist. And what that means is he is very vengeful and very dishonorable, and significantly likely to start hostile schemes. However, he's very loyal, so as long as you don't cross him, he'll be on your side. He's also a seducer. The true challenge is to be desired, and he has overcome this as an elusive shadow master of intrigue. He's also a poacher, sort of infamous in the lands around Iceland. And now he's traveling with us as our right-hand man and buffing all of our stats +3 as a result of his aptitudes. So he's very calm, he's very consolidated as long as you don't piss him off. So we hired him, and together we went with the sea captain Kraka across to Faroe. Now I don't remember where I hired every single person that we came across, but we picked up some more Norse followers along the way, and in one of these taverns, maybe even, was it here or was it here? I don't know, somewhere around here in one of the taverns, A certain maiden caught our eye by name of Hold the Pretty. Or as the main character called her, a minx. I believe those were his words. She is 41 now and a compassionate zealot, and we basically sweet-talked her into joining our troop, our roving band. We didn't have to hire her. She just wanted to join us through pure charisma alone. She's incredibly zealous in her faith of the Asatru. She's gregarious, and conversation comes easy to her, and very humble, just like us. She's also pretty and is a fortune builder, so quite knowledgeable on matters of stewardship and also diplomacy, and has quickly become our best friend, as it happens. And we've gone on some romantic fishing journeys with Hold. We went down to the docks and tried to catch some fish and spend some quality time together. But we found a spot for her as the caravan master, which she has excellent aptitude for. And she increases our speed and some other bonuses while we're traveling. Along the way, we also picked up Ragnar from one of the taverns, who is a giant of a man who's currently wounded after getting into a brawl with another one of our followers, Suwaibasech, who we also sweet-talked in a tavern, who is quite knowledgeable herself on matters of doctoring and physician work, and is the camp doctor. But she picked up a knife and basically tried to murder Ragnar. I tried to break up the fight unsuccessfully, and they wounded each other. Hilariously, she has patched up herself, but Ragnar is still wounded with a severe health penalty. He is not as good. He's kind of a gentle giant. He's quite smart in matters of martial strategy and big picture tactics, but he's not exactly very good at hand-to-hand combat. He just uses and leverages his size against those around him. And yes, he was beaten up by a much smaller, much more delicate individual, delicate in using sutures and other physician tools. So Ragnar is currently not feeling so good. We also traveled with our company through northern Scotland, where we encountered an angry host of mosquitoes, and we just had to tough it out. And all of us have been drained by mosquitoes, assaulted by a swarm of blood-sucking insects, draining a not insignificant amount of their sanguine essence. So we all have little health penalties, and we're gaining stress also. But we had an opportunity to kind of handle our provision situation, because as we travel, we do have to feed our company. And so we're able to hold up to 2,500 provisions for them, which we use as we travel. So we made some decisions to kind of lower that demand. Now, speaking of the camp, we do have an actual camp for ourselves. This is the Arrow of Fang, and we're building a reference corpus right now, which is part of our barber shop. So this is actually a barber shop, a barber tent, if you will, and the barber tent gives us a little bit of boosts against disease. We get major resistance to plague, which hasn't happened yet, but it can, because my game rules are unlimited plague. And we have some other custom game rules to make this game more dangerous, because the standard Crusader Kings difficulty is dangerous or something like that. And I decided to go up to tragic, where there's no player exception. Tragic things can and will happen to different people at higher rates, basically. We're adding an upgrade to this, though. Oh yeah, and we're apparently cutting other people's hair as we go through, because we're making money. So we're getting a little bit of passive income, which we were not up till now. And we're adding the reference corpus, which is an upgrade slot building that goes in the barber tent with another disease health boost. We also get faster learning schemes. So when I'm trying to learn things, because I am a very book learned individual, and we get more monthly lifestyle XP for learning. So we're kind of like leaning into that. And then the camp perimeter I decided to build as well. We have level 1 camp perimeter, and that gives us this really cool option to hire forward scouts, which gives us like a blanket travel safety. So we send out a couple people ahead to see which roads are more or less dangerous. And what that does is give us an increased blanket of safety everywhere that we travel, while also increasing our move speed. And then we can add upgrades to this as well when the time comes. But yeah, you get to like upgrade your main pavilion tint as well, and there are multiple levels of upgrade there that you can do. And then we got 2 more slots, and then each of these has like upgrade slots in them. So it's a pretty cool system. I like that so far. But we headed down through northern Scotland, and we have found ourselves on the way, I believe, to East Anglia. We are currently in the bishopric of Islebury, down here in the south. We had just left basically Wales from Gwynedd, and we followed that all the way down, and we kind of went from northern Scotland all the way down here. Now we're heading east. We're trying to earn enough money to basically send my book nerd to university. I believe there is a university, quote unquote, in Canterbury as a huge religious center, and my bookworm character would very much like to learn as much as possible from there before we set off across Western Europe here. So that's where we're at so far. Did I forget anything important, chat? And then we picked up Scandlin as a really terrible knight. A 4 prowess knight. I did a mission for a local lord and asked him for a knight as payment, and he gave me Scandlin to join our company. The lazy paranoid knight. Lazy paranoid knight. And I think that's pretty much where we're at right now. He's trying his best. You have shoes now. Yeah, we used some of our money to acquire some clothing. We have some boots, some pants, and a tunic, and a nice straw hat at the moment. Also, let me blow my nose real quick a couple times now that I've done that whole spiel, and then we'll begin. Okay, we read the patch notes, got the recap, and off we go. Where did we leave off? Well, we're currently in the midst of doing a couple missions. We have this scheme going that we picked up for improving the reputation of Mormaer Dristan II, who's all the way back up in Fife. And it was our task to sort of spread the good news about how amazing Mormaer Dristan II of Fife is. Hopefully nobody goes to war for Fife and cancels our scheme, because we've been working on this for months. We've just been talking up Mormaer Dristan all this time. Along the way, they changed how the scheme system works entirely. So our agents are currently comprised of our own party members here. And as we go through phases, they sort of cribbed from the archaeology of Stellaris in a way. So you build success. Your max success is dictated by who's in your agents slots. And then the current success chance goes up based on phases. Each phase, the scheme will gain advantage. And then as it goes, it also accrues advantages physically that you can spend, and the longer you wait, the more success chance there is. And this takes a long time now. You used to be able to do this way faster, so they hard nerfed this. So I can just go for a 65% success chance to try and complete my mission, but I've already waited this long, I'm just gonna keep waiting. And I'm also using a personal scheme to sway Suibasech, which now, just to sway, is like a year. So I don't know if, I don't really agree with, I agree with this, like hostile schemes should take a very long time. I can see contract schemes, which is a separate thing, taking a decently long time, but like trying to make friends probably shouldn't take a year to make someone like you plus 20 or plus 25. So that's a little overtuned, but I think that nerfing the system as a whole is good. You can use make a request interaction with Earl Godwin. Okay, so that was the very last thing we did. I believe we were in the barony of Oxford here, and the Baron of Oxford, Earl Godwin of Oxfordshire, asked us if we could go handle an issue. Wait, no, not the Baron. This is the Earl. The Earl asked us to go talk to one of these nerds over here, the Reeve Ethelweird of Banbury, and basically figure out why taxes were missing. And so we were on the case, and we investigated and did a funky event that I had some criticisms for last night, but long story short, we did find him guilty of withholding taxes, even though he was more than capable of paying them. So Earl Godwin was very, very happy with us. We had a crit success, he paid us, and now he thinks we're pretty cool. Excel did a contract plus 60. So, because he likes us so much, even though he already paid us, I can make a request for him. Now, you still get 20 gold just for selling food. So, the devs nerfed the ability to request gold from them, which you can see because now he's only going to give me 5, but they did not nerf the ability to sell provisions for 20 gold. So, I'm a little confused on the logic of that patch. You should probably nerf both, not just one or the other. So if there's a dev out there, tweak the number for how much food sells for on the market, because I'm never going to ask for gold and make him lose 40 opinion of me when I could just lose 20 opinion and make 4 times as much money. Either one will use my weak hook that I got for doing a mission for him. It's rewarding you for managing your provisions well. I don't consider doing one mission and getting 1,000 food managing my provisions well. I have not had to use the scavenge. Yeah, I've not had to use gather provisions a single time. It's been, I have had full provisions without trying for this entire run. They stuff you full of food. Every one of these missions is like, if you do this mission for me, I give you 1,000 food. You're broke, stinky. You're hungry? Let me overstock you. Excuse me, when you have an army, it's different. Chat, first of all, shut up, you dum-dums. And number 2, it's not illogical to say that the local lord who cannot afford to pay me more than 5 gold is too stupid to sell the 400 food himself to get 20 gold. And he's willing to make his entire county partially starve for years as a result of the interaction, okay? Because if you make a request and take food, he gets 3 years of minus 15 popular opinion and minus 20% supply limit. And you can just do that over and over again. For every single county and deprive all of them of food and popular opinion. The issue is not that he gives you food and the 6 of you who are like, yeah, well, you don't have men in arms. The issue is not him giving me food. The issue is the food is worth 20 gold. Which, if you need food, you're not getting the 20 gold. So what all this does is extremely buff you when you're a solo and you don't eat very much. That's the problem. The problem is they nerfed the request for gold because it gives you too much money. Therefore, this should also be nerfed. Because it like powers you through. In my opinion, you're overthinking this a little. Overthink this. Chat, 20 gold is just way too much. That's why they nerfed the original one. And the missions pay you out also too much gold, in my opinion. But the reason that they pay you out too much gold is because they don't have enough mission variety. Because if there was enough mission variety at the tier 1 contract tier, then they could lower the pay. Because they want you to make more money early so that you don't feel like you're struggling to grind. To be fair, 20 gold for 100 glory seems like a bad deal. False. I have 500 without trying. And if you just do missions, you will make more than that. Every time I make a mission, I get 150 plus. Gold is worth far more. You know why gold is worth way more? Because you can... I am gonna have a max level camp before I do anything else. Like, it's 200 gold, 350, 500. That's gonna be easy. And we're gonna have all these buildings maxed out. Like, I'll basically never stop building upgrades to the camp. Gold is by far the most powerful. Probably the same chatters who were like, I don't think there's any problem with having 30 plus 40 knights in my company. It's very realistic. Yeah, you make more money as an adventurer than a duke. Like, start any game of Crusader Kings, pick any duchy, and you are going to struggle for years to make as much money as you do within the first half a dozen missions at tier 1. For sure. That doesn't mean that it's not fun. I'm just saying they're nerfing other stuff for balance. So if you're going to nerf stuff for balance, these are the other things that are unbalanced. They just did a whole balance patch literally last night. And I'm sure that one chatter was like, devs, I think you're overthinking this. Thank you, It's Biscuits, for 22 months. I appreciate the sub, and welcome back. With the cheese in chat. Okay. So, let me get my money. Give me my money. My free money. Thank you. I can make a request. I cannot make a request because he will not accept, so that is a bit misleading. He doesn't like me. Okay, we are gonna head over to do Raise Building, a stewardship scheme. The Earl of Hereford requires competent hands and craftspeople to supervise a construction project. Materials and fair payment will be provided. The Earl of Hereford requires competent hands and craftspeople to supervise a construction project. Materials and fair pay will be provided. This man is willing to pay me every single piece of gold that he currently owns. Not every, okay, 75% of his money that he has collected to get this building up. And we are going to make sure that we get this building up. I accept. Are we already in the area? No, we're not in the area yet. We gotta do a short trip over there. So, let's go ahead and get wheels up and move the camp a small distance. We gotta do our travel options. I've been scouting for talent and I haven't found a single person yet. Not one person has popped up so far. Maybe it will eventually, but forward scouts is no cost at all to us. And it's just giving us that plus 20 travel safety. I'm willing to accept the speed being a little lower because we still have 102% speed with the updates, or with the camp upgrades. And off we go. Your camp has moved to Berkhamsted. Berkhamsted? Keen-eyed, sure-minded overseer. That's me. The plans for Earl Peter's construction are perhaps a little lacking in forethought. At least that's how it looks to my band and me. Little wonder that his draftsman ran into issues. Still, that shouldn't be a problem for us. We know what he was trying to build. We just need to work out how to actually do it. And we're skilled semi-professionals. Of a kind, at least. Oh, this is a scheme. Oh. Uh-oh. I should have read the fine print. Can you do 2 schemes? Probably not, right? Can you do 2 contract schemes at the same time? There's also no option to not take this. The other one ended? Automatically, without asking if you want to cancel. We're off to a bad start today. I have been doing that scheme for like 8 months, dude. In game. And this is Iron Man, so it's over. Like, it's gone. All right, we're just gonna have to take that one on the chin, man. I should have read the fine print. I just assumed it was gonna be like another skill check. But also, I would have thought that it wouldn't automatically cancel the existing contract scheme. Or, like, give you some kind of pop-up or warning or are you sure? Or something like that. Okay. Now he freaking hates us. Oh no, he already hated us anyways. He just hated us by default. All right, screw that guy. He's dead to me now. We've stopped trying to pump him up. This option has agent slots. They give a balanced range of contributions, focus on higher success chance, or scheme phase length. I feel like we're gonna need success chance, but let's just do balanced. Let's try balanced and go from there. Reroll. Potential Draftsman. Our highest success is 19 with Suibasech. That's not very good. And then after that is my Courtier Sinehild. Whole of Body Wise Woman. 8 Stewardship is the best we got. Let me check the other slots first. Yeah, she's way better in the other slot. But that's for time. No, this is for success. As a bailiff. Learning and diplomacy. And then making them work, they lose 10 opinion because lazy and gain stress. I'm making all of my team hate me for taking this job. Hold is happy to help. And then to try to make this go faster, Kraka is going to be a planner. And then supplier. Connections, timing, and cunning are needed to excel at merchantry. Logistics combines all three. All right, Tyke. Try and make it go faster. Stewards, yeah, our people are terrible for this, but it's better than 0. We need a better crew. Well, so it begins again. So it begins again. Tyke just steals the supplies, probably. Let's go into the castle. Few places are as majestic as a castle, and Berkhamsted is no exception. Anglo-Saxon troops and banners are visible everywhere in the city. I'm gonna probably skip most of these because once you... Kind of a problem so far that I've noticed while exploring is when you've seen one town, you've kind of seen them all. And the same for the castles. So we'll read one of each and then only stop for like... I'm sure they have something for special places. Like, you can't go to Constantinople and not have like a special thing, for example. The Berkhamsted castle grounds are, as expected, furnished for martial purposes, with casks of arrows, stray pole weapons, a handsome stable, and the like. The training ground is just outside the gates, and a handful of garrison guards are dawdling around the entrance, either half asleep or polishing their weapons. Hold looks around contemplatively, then ponders the robust banner depicting the De Ross coat of arms, gently swaying in the wind. Let's visit the training grounds. So I can either pay for a training session, or have a proving grounds, or leave. All right, I leave. Able bodies in the garrison. I can hire a knight, or I can gamble with them. Okay, we'll come back to that. We should mingle with the locals in the tavern. The tavern gathering travelers and local Anglo-Saxons alike are brimming with activity. The storyteller is seated by the fire a bit further in. Up front, a gathering of shabby chums pester the server for more spiced wine, and at a corner of the counter, an attractive siren sits, seemingly bored. Another one? Every town has a bored siren waiting to join my apparent harem. Stubborn, compassionate, craven. Tough soldier, aggressive attacker. Hold looks around at the jumble of individuals with an intrigued glint in her eye. I wouldn't mind hearing a story. And then the kneaded clay was covered with skin filled with blood, and Tor named him Batsy. But that story is for another time. See, that makes perfect sense. Small chance of intrigue. Pay them for Hastelooter or reduce stress. Screw your stinky story. Who's up for recruitment? I think it's funny we haven't actually romanced any of them past meeting them. Yeah, we're just like, what are you doing here, you foxy minx? Come with me? Yes, of course. Now you're the caravan master. I tricked you. You thought I wanted a romance, but actually I was looking for a physician. Towns won't marry any of the game-provided wives? Well, here's the thing. They're all, no offense to 40-plus-year-olds, but they're all like 45-year-old options, okay? Which is fine. We can marry for love and then have a game over afterward. We can marry for true love. We're also allowed to have 3 concubines in our religion, so there's that as well. Edric the Cocky, 79 years old. I don't know if you've got what it takes. Seinigith Stawell, or Stawell, in Gunhilda, the 76-year-old smart person. All right, let's head back where it is now raining. Back to camp it is. So, what are we doing now? We need to find more missions. So let's do that. Let's actually head back into the town. I was thinking of something else. Moving away from the town entrance, I walk along a narrow path, past some crooked houses, into an adjoining open space. Ahead of me lies the path of the supply merchants and the artifact peddlers, and over yonder, I also spot what looks like a town crier in the distance. Supplies are this way. The town crier might have something for us. Okay, we definitely do not need supplies. We do, however, we need 90, which is not good enough. The town crier perks up as I approach, incessantly chattering about the nearby contracts posted by local nobles. She is accompanied by a friendly, shifting, white and brownish gray old cat who looks at me with the clearest blue eyes as I intently listen to the narrated listings. Righteous harbingers needed to help uphold order, eloquent negotiators needed for diplomatic dealings, professional travelers wanted for escort ventures. This morn be ripe with righteousness, justiciar contracts for justice and law, diplomatic dealings or transport contracts. I can spend 75 prestige to generate some contracts, probably worth. Transport's risky, just like in Battle Brothers, because you don't know where you're gonna go, right? We may have already done a justiciar contract, but we're just gonna become the premier lawman in this area. So let's try some more justiciar contracts and see what that's all about. Hunt criminals. Oh. Maybe that's not what I wanted to do, but now I'm gonna do it anyways. This contract requires you to slay a particular character. Uh-oh. I shouldn't have done that. I thought it was gonna be more like taxes, not assassinations. But that's okay. Hunt criminals. Be on the lookout for renegades and reprobates haunting the back roads. If your sword arm is strong and your eye true, Reeve Balthier promises generous rewards in exchange for the head of a thug. What's the worst that could happen? You know? Let's go give it a try. We will simply talk sense into them, I think. Rescue a fair subject. That's real far north. Yeah, those spawned much further away than I wanted. But it is what it is. Okay, short trip, a little jaunt, 90 food, not dangerous. Off we go. To the neighboring borough of Hertford. I thought I was gonna collect taxes, yeah. Okay, I'm gonna read this very carefully. Be on the lookout for renegades and reprobates. This contract requires you to slay a character either via a duel, completing a martial skill challenge, or by throwing your men-at-arms at them and taking losses. My question is, of my camp followers, Ragnar is still wounded. Oh no. Oh, look what you did, Suaiba said. Shh, look what you did. Who's our best marshal? Dude, I'm gonna send Scanlan in. Scanlan's gotta earn his keep, dude. Success pays you 55 gold. Gains 30 opinion of you. And you gain 75 prestige. If you fail, you bungled my contract. This band of... Reeve Balthier wrinkles his nose distastefully. Malcontents have been harassing my private estates. They burn, kill, and steal with near impunity, slipping away before my retainers can clap them in the irons they so richly deserve. I nod. The gang must be slippery to warrant such a private bounty. Their leader is one Idwig the Evil. Bring me his head before he can slip away for good, and you'll have your payment. A small group travels faster. Well, how far away is this, bro? Traveling to Hereford, then North Riding, then Devon. Wait, we gotta go 3 places? Okay, where are these places? Okay, that one's where we are. Sure. North Riding. Okay, woof. Chad, we gotta go. We gotta earn this 55 gold, bro. Yo, we gotta earn this money. Okay. Then Devon. Oh man, we gotta go 3 corners. Maybe we can take other contracts whilst we're on the way. We move as one. I'm taking the whole domicile. To complete, accrue 2 victory points against Idwig. A victory can be earned 1 to 2 at a time by either a duel, prowess, or martial challenge, or risking your men-at-arms, which we don't have. You receive 3 chances to kill your mark, after which they escape. Oh, spoilers. We move as one. Oh, we're already... It's making... Oh, we just go. Okay, so I can't stop this trip. It's just, we gotta go. We're leaving. We first meet Idwig the Evil in the rolling plains of Hereford. The arrow of Fang spreads out toward and around his own little band of ne'er-do-wells, all of us tensed and ready for bloodshed. You sniveling, ignorant little cur, barks Idwig. Out here to do Reeve Balthier's will, are we? Come then, hound, face me, and prove yourself nothing more than a yelping lapdog. Idwig can't win here, and he knows it, at least not openly. But if they can just run beyond my grasp... Have at thee, knave! You immediately engaged Idwig in a duel to the death. Signal an ambush to move in from behind. Let the troops... We don't have any troops. You know, I could use a man like you. And become a criminal. Evil antagonist. He is very smart, but also very naughty, vengeful, and sadistic. And is a witch. We're just gonna have a band of poachers. He's 64 years old with 9 prowess. He's a smart boy. Signal an ambush to move in from behind. A martial challenge. 20% you get +2 victory, instant success. 30% you get 1 victory point. A sound strategy wins. 50% he escapes. 50-50. You either win or you lose. Sound strategy wins through, +1 victory point. Okay. We're setting up an ambush for him. And we're back on the road. You can unlock a new... I wish I could... Why can't I send one of my bodyguards to duel him? Why do I have to duel him? Shouldn't that be the benefit of, like, having bodyguards? Bandits! The brigands launch their attack whilst we're still moving. Our defenders and vulnerable members alike spread out in a long, snaking line. They coordinate well, sounding a long blast from a horn before streaming from their hiding spots, hitting several points along our convoy at once with a terrible fury. Even so, it's immediately obvious what their goal is, as their leader, a fearsome Anglo-Saxon man, takes his gang straight for the wagons laden heaviest with provisions. Repel them, a martial challenge. 25% they're routed, 74% they make off with loot, and you get wounded. Prepare to taste steel. You immediately enter in a duel to the death or surrender. See, like, what are my bodyguards doing right now, man? Bodyguard, the final line of defense against any and all attackers. Where their charge goes, they follow, and they will not hesitate to put themselves in the way of any danger that might be lurking out there, it says. The only thing they do is prevent assassination. Okay, can you not use bodyguards in duels when you have land? Isn't that one of the options in tournaments? To fight as your champion? Isn't that a thing? He's on break. Yeah, you can use them as personal champions. Why I gotta fight myself? I have to fight myself. The other reason why it's weird is because all the other events, like tutoring a child, give you an option to use your party, which is actually something that I praised the DLC for yesterday, because I was like, oh, it's cool to be able to have someone who's smart step in and help you. But on the martial ones, that doesn't exist, which is very strange. On the learning ones, you get an opportunity to use your party to help. So making it where my party isn't there and it's only me is weird. Like, I can't use my party's martial challenge. It's just mine, and it's just my prowess. Oh, this is old content. The classic problem of new DLC not updating old events for new gameplay. Yeah, that is a classic issue. But yeah, that makes sense. 35 prestige, but they did update it because you lose provisions. And every adult, is this an old event? Every adult follower gains opinion of you. Or you lose provisions. Yeah, so this is updated. Chat's just saying it's old, so I don't know if it is or not. I think surrendering the provisions is probably the best case, because duel to the death is going to go real bad. And then getting wounded and making everybody hate me is going to go bad as well. So, probably a bad idea. My food is gone. There's a hunt criminals contract up here, but I can't take it. Just a few final quill scratches and done. A complete pamphlet on the locals of Lindsay and their eccentricities. Alright, not an exhaustive one, but words don't grow on trees. They must be laboriously copied letter by letter. Now, what to title this little wonder of learning? What? Am I writing a book? You gain people and places for 10 years. 10 years of +4 diplomacy. Prose and poetry, you gain 10 years of +4 learning. Plants and animals, you gain some diplomacy and some learning. Or just keep doodling, minus stress. Also, we just hit a lifestyle perk, so we should do that. Both. I'm thinking both learning and diplomacy would probably be best. A little bit of this, a little bit of that. Plants and animals. Because that'll take me up to 20 learning and 15 diplomacy with my second, so that's pretty good. Available perks. Focusing on learning. We just got take the custom where it comes. So Minotaurs are cheaper to recruit. We haven't recruited them yet. And we're getting plus 100% to Wanderer XP when we explore. And we can recruit cultural Minotaurs wherever we're located if they're specific to a region, which is pretty cool. I was thinking about going down this way so we could learn 2 additional languages without any penalties and learn languages faster, because we did learn Norse. We need to learn the rest of the languages, which I enjoy doing. But we have to take this, which is sort of not useful to me right now, in order to get down here anyways. Knight effectiveness per learning skill up could also be useful if we end up in combat. We'll have to take that eventually, but let's go this first. Wards. We don't have wards. Probably won't for a while. But yeah, that one's kind of just like a filler one for us. Bring me his head. We catch up with Idwig, the evil, in the rolling plains of North Riding. The arrow of Fang spread out toward and around his own little band of ne'er-do-wells, all of us tensed and ready for bloodshed. Back again so soon, Eric? After the last time, I thought you'd learnt your lesson. Wait, no, we won. He ran away. But it seems we'll have to teach you the hard way. What are you talking about, man? You were the one that ran. The moment balances on a knife edge. If I don't act, someone else will, and everything will slip thoroughly beyond my control. Have at thee. Engage in a duel to the death. Signal an ambush. Another 50-50. So whether we do an ambush, it says 50% he escapes, but he escapes regardless. I'm definitely not going for, you lost in the cutscene. Move in from behind, I guess. Sound strategy wins through, plus 1 more point. Okay, we've already got 2 out of 3. We gotta find secrets. Oh, a scheme. Don't do it. Don't do it. Though we would be really good at that one. A little off topic, but I think seeing the percent chance for options on events is a detriment to RP. Did Crusader Kings 2 show chances of success? The thing is, you can't have one without the other, Steve. All the events in Crusader Kings are built around knowing the chances of outcomes for things. So if you hide the chances of outcomes, you have to fundamentally change all the events. Does that make sense? It's kind of a design philosophy thing. But don't worry, Chad, I'm not going to get off on a whole tangent on that like yesterday. Well, we made it to Devon. We finally catch up with Edwig the Evil in the darkling forest of Devon. The arrow of Fang spreads out toward and around the ne'er-do-wells. Yep. Damn and blast your infernal persistence, Eric. Will you not cease hounding us? Take some other work elsewhere, for you'll have no silver out of our blood. This is a rant-free stream. It's definitely not a rant-free stream. But I think the probably stuff in CK2 is much more vague. I feel like it was more vague. Like, my memory of playing chess with death itself and having no idea what was going to happen. I did not know what was going to happen when I clicked each option. I'm pretty sure. For example. That's the one that stands out in my mind. Like, I met Death himself in Crusader Kings 2, and he challenged me to a game of chess. And that's a fundamental core memory of my time in CK2. Well, I don't want to... I can engage in 3 duels to the death. Or we can... Now he has an 80% chance to escape with the ambush. Here's the thing. Do any of my existing... Like... Here's what I would change on this event. If I have like the more success points I have by the time I get to the end, the more likely I am to defeat him in combat. You know, like it builds, we've been building our strategy previously. But I guess I'll just settle for 2 out of 3 victory points and hope that I get a reward for that, because I'm not gonna, it's 3 opportunities for me to die, basically. Yeah, it says I have 0 of the required 2 victory points. But I have 2, not 3. I mean, 2, not 0. Yeah, now all the tooltips say I have no victory points. Signal an ambush to move in from behind. He slips the noose. Bring me his head. Scheme failed. What? We had 2 victory points. And then they got erased. What's the point of gaining victory points previously? I don't know. You actually lost in the cutscene. With that, Edwig the Evil finally managed to shake our pursuit, punching clean through the ambush and fleeing with alacrity. Reeve Balthier's agents are disappointed when they catch up with me, but hardly surprised. Even with their understanding, with no head to deliver it, they have no intention of paying us. It's a bug since release. Only way to win that contract is via a duel, or winning the +2. It's been a month, man! This is why I waited a month to play! Damn that tumor of a man. I lose 25 prestige and 30 opinion. An event is bugged in my Paradox DLC? Are you serious? I've never seen that before. Well, now we're all the way over, no offense to Cornwall, but we're all the way over in the middle of nowhere. When we wanted to be over here, and we just went on a wild goose chase around Britain, trying to find this dude who was not ever going to allow himself to get caught. Next patch, chat. Next patch. Don't worry, they'll fix it next patch. Turgeron, thank you for the 18 months. I appreciate the 1.5 years of sub. And thank you for the Prime. Also, what's up, Voodoo Strife, for a year. Happy 1 year. On the upside, we may have to hunt for provisions. That one journey just depleted almost 2,000 provisions. By the way, when you take that mission, you are locked into a route that you cannot get off. So if you run out of provisions whilst on the route, what happens? You know, like when you take a transport mission in Battle Brothers and you're locked on the wagon with them until you either abandon the mission or you arrive at the town, except they have the good graces to feed you while they're carting you around, but you still can run out of money and not be able to pay your troops if you're stuck on there for too long. Same thing, basically, except harder and worse, because then I don't get paid after that on this one. We're off to a rough start today. We're off to a very rough start today. Okay, sure. Let's go look for food, I guess. I'm gonna try to gather. I have a reason to try gathering provisions now. The wilds of Devon may be combed for fare. Will be unavailable for 3 years. Your chief forager, and your huntsman. None of those places exist. Please not nettle soup again. The bounty of Devon. Stepping outside my camp, I survey the surrounding forest, seeking any sign of game or fodder. Devon may offer more in the clement seasons, but winter's bitter cold. Oh, it's the 29th of October, okay? May harden the tree roots and envelop the woods in frost. We will not find much here. Don't have a chief forager, don't have a huntsman. You have a prowess challenge where you can become wounded, or I can find us some things to eat. Learning challenge. Foraging is affected by terrain and winter severity. Not effective in deserts, desert mountains, and taigas. So farmlands, forests, hills, plains, oasis, and floodplains. Where's Devon? Devon is a forest, okay. So that's better. 37% you bring much food. 47 you bring some. 11 you find nothing, and 3% you have frostbite. You bring 450 provisions. Okay, that's better than nothing. Collect taxes contract. Should I even go to the tavern? You kind of just have to, like, check inside the tavern and just see if there's... Okay. You kind of just have to do, like, a little check. I don't think Scout for Talent does anything, dude. I don't think it does anything. Has anyone in chat found anyone by scouting for talent while traveling? Out of curiosity. A follower's heart. Master Eric, my leader, I have met the most ravishing man here in Shaftesbury. My court physician, Suibasech, stumbles as she addresses me. His family will not let us marry without me paying a sizable dowry. This is the new event that they just added, and it's already propped from the last patch. Immediately. Yeah, it's a really low chance, though. Scouting for talent only appeared to work for me if the job slot was empty. Huh. Do I want to help my court physician get married and pay a dowry of 61 gold? No. And then Asher will join my camp as a result. Let's see if he's willing to run away with you. 64% chance Asher is not impressed. Not my problem. Wow, it's a lose 30 opinion. Which is especially rough because sway takes a year to do. And I'm trying to sway her right now, and that scheme is going to take me another half a year to even, like, make up for this lose 30 opinion. So if I fail, but I try, she still loses 30 opinion of me. So I either pay. This event was designed by the team that gave you Royal Court. This event was added like in the last patch within the last 15 hours, and it should be deleted immediately. Take it back out. The classically bad event. I lose half my money, or I make my court physician... Listen, this, sure, I can understand she hates you if you don't try, but trying and she still hates you is rough. The minus 30 opinion. So we have a 36% chance. Let's see if he's willing to run away with you. Not impressed. Gained 40 stress, loses 30 opinion. All right, my physician freaking hates me now. And maybe I should have just taken the 60 gold hit and lose half my money. First of all, 60 gold is crazy. She's gonna murder me in my sleep. But firing her is just as troublesome. Visited Stonehenge. Chad, is this where Stonehenge is? She's noble? Is she noble? Oh wait, yeah, she is noble. And she was having to pay a dowry? For this lowborn dude? Wait, what? She's getting scammed. Also, doesn't the dowry usually go the other way around? In that situation? I don't know, dude. I don't know what's going on today, man. Well-mannered wanderers of good breeding. This contract requires you to travel to a city holding and investigate it through events. Your full reward depends on proving that its characters are not... Oh, it's this one again. Okay, we got a Gamba. This is a Gamba. We did this one last night. Earl Harold's representative is swift and to the point. The city of Wilton has, it seems, failed to pay extra tax imposed by the good Earl. The residents have resisted further demands, but not quite marched into open revolt just yet. Harold wants his due, but is cautious of the potential cost of an outright rebellion. A neutral third party is a convenient fiction for browbeating the recalcitrant settlement's leader, one Reeve Bearfirth, into submission. Okay. Failed to pay an extra tax. So this is like a new tax. Did I take the... Is it here? Okay, we're auto-traveling to the borough of Wilton. Master Eric, welcome, cries Reeve Bearfirth, as my party and I enter his city. In short order, I am introduced to the other magnates of the town, Hextilda, Ildgith, and Biort Waru. We are sure that you will agree with us when we protest this unjust tax. We are but simple city folk, and we have long since given everything we can to Earl Harold. Maybe true, maybe not. We'll see soon enough. Okay. I'll start with you, Bearthrith. His quarters as the city's reeve are surprisingly extensive. He leads me to a room that clearly serves conferences of the settlement's most important people, seating me at the head of the table. Honorable Master, surely you must see that the Earl's avarice is misplaced. He has vested you with his authority. Help us in this matter, and we'll see that the world knows of your generosity. As he speaks, my mind flits back to a large chest of what seemed to be silver that we passed on the way in. 37 gold to become gallows bait and gain 60 stress because I am just. Or I can take a stewardship or intrigue challenge. I will take the one that has a slightly higher percent. 78%, he's not as smart as he thinks he is. Look for telltale signs of misdeeds. Failure. I lead the conversation down all the usual avenues, making sure to leave enough pauses and trailing trains of thought to give Reeve Bearfirth plenty to slip up on. Despite our best attempts, he seems utterly beyond reproach, an attitude that he is entirely too smug about. Hopefully we'll do better with the next one. Hextilda. Hextilda's business seems to be tied up heavily in medicines, healing, and the providing of good midwives. An unusual occupation for a magnate, but certainly one with ample demand. I consider myself a no-nonsense woman. I speak plainly, and I hope others speak plainly with me. The Earl's tax is unjust, and we can't pay it. That's all there is to it. She keeps chatting, but I cannot seem to forget the well-stocked kitchen that we wove past to get here. I am just. Take the one with a higher chance. All right, this is the Gamba mission. I had a whole rant about this mission last night because you basically just roll the dice 4 times and hope that you get successful, and none of their stories actually matter. So, success. It doesn't take too much effort to prize the truth from her, something that she seems near terminally surprised by. May our luck hold, indeed. All right, Ealdgith also is a no-nonsense woman. We got a lot of no-nonsense women here. This one's a lower chance because her stats are better. Learning challenge against her. She does have a lot of learning. All right, 67% chance of success, and I failed. We talked for what feels like the better part of the day. No stone left unturned, no questions asked. Despite her best attempts, she's utterly beyond reproach. All right, how about Bjortwarwu? Sorry, I have no idea how to pronounce that. As you can see, my properties are successful but hardly extensive. We do good, honest work here, but we can't afford such a steep hike in the Earl's due. Is there a variation of this event where the people aren't getting caught in lies and actually withholding all of their taxes? Where the landlord is not always the correct one? Or is this event always the landlord is correct and all of these people need to be taxed more by the special tax? 92% learning challenge. Go over everything in detail. All right, so we're 50-50. And again, she's surprised. I have made my decision. We gather in Reeve Bjorfrith's chambers, a suitably dramatic place to render my verdict. With the Earl's word behind me, this will be binding. Hextilda, Ealdgith, and Bjortwarwu all await the pronouncement of their fate with bated breath, whilst Bjorfrith seems nervous for the first time since my arrival. Paradox's landlord pilled. You will pay in full. Find in favor. We don't really need to lose stress. So we're not going to get very much money. If you gathered sufficient evidence, or if you lack evidence but the locals back down, if you lack evidence and the locals rise up. You have 2 out of 4. It will likely conclude with success. So why would I let them pay half? I gain 150 prestige, pretty much. I still get the same amount of food, so it's like 5 less gold. I'm only gonna get paid 11 gold. All right, see, that's a little bit more fair of a payment to me. I still get 1,000 provisions, which is the main thing. I think I'm just gonna say, who cares about 5 gold? I'm gonna take the prestige. These guys can just pay half, because only half of them were caught lying. The locals are not entirely happy with my decision. That's clear enough from their sudden mutterings. Yet I doubt Earl Harold is likely to be overjoyed either. Still, compromise often involves leaving someone, sometimes everyone, unhappy, and Reeve Bjorfrith and his cronies know this is the best resolution they're like to get. I suppose that's it then. Thank you for your time, Master Eric. His hand reaches out to grasp for mine. A fair conclusion. Diplomacy challenge, 50-50. Either get an extra reward or no. He lacks gratitude. Okay. No extra reward for me, but I got my food back on the table. Did I not get the prestige, or is that how much I had? I thought I was gonna get... No, I did get some prestige. Because we are now distinguished gentlemen. The 3rd level of fame, the next is illustrious. +1 knight, +5 secular opinion. Escort an emissary to a distant county. How distant are we talking here? Do we know? I need some more money because I wanted to go to university. Oh, no, we have exactly enough. Unless we need to pay for something. Okay, let's do the bare minimum university visit then. I will at least swing by... Let's go to the... Is there a tavern here? No one on the corner of this bar either. Did they stealth nerf that? We were finding someone in every single tavern before. Okay, let's go around here. Why is there a check mark? Already visited. Oh, you gain... Okay, so... Oh, I didn't notice this until now because I'm stupid. Yeah, there are... like, rewards. Gain 200 stewardship lifestyle XP. Okay, this map is cool. Gain martial lifestyle XP when visited. Yeah, no, I like this screen. I wasn't paying attention to that. What kind of university? It's probably just a big church. Because it's the Canterbury Basilica. Typically, it was churches. Yeah, okay, there's actually a lot of POIs for lifestyle XP. That's interesting. It lets you know where important POIs are on this map. All right, this is a really good overlay that I think adds a lot to this game mode. Forward scouts, scout for... I don't think scout for talent does anything. It just slows us down. So we're going to stop using it. 205 food to travel. But thanks, Socks on the Lawn, for the 2-year sub. I saw Biscuits. Thanks again, Biscuits. Sock Thief, Vood Strife, Turgeron, Socks on the Lawn. Appreciate you guys. Thanks for slubbing. Where do you want me to go? Do they tell you where you're going before you accept the contract, is what I want to know. "99% of talent scouters stop right before they scout the big talent." Very true. Because if this is going across the entire lands... then we're not going to want to do it. But it would be nice to not have only 2 gold when we go to the university. How old am I now? 21 still? We're about to be 22. We're getting older. We haven't even made it over to Western Europe yet. We're spending some time in the British Isles. So best case scenario, we get 57 gold. Valiant Soldiers of Fortune, a noble envoy of the Earl, needs protection from bandits and accidents, and welcomes the aid of experienced travelers. We are fairly experienced. Oh, you can refute the contract. Okay. A delegation from Earl Aelfric of Berkshire saunters through the flaps of my great tent. "Greetings, adventurer," speaks an envoy. "Many are the roads of this world, and treacherous. If you'll work for Berkshire, my liege would pay well for your expertise. I, Eorminric, am a most loyal servant of the Earl. It is his words I must carry to Norwich, to the hall of petty King Edmund. Guide me, protect me, and entrust my missive does not fall prey to prying eyes." That's where we're going! Yeah, all right. That's exactly where I want to go anyway, and now I can get paid for going there. That's even better. We shall travel safely and swiftly. We're going with all of our camp. You will travel to Norfolk, escorting Eorminric to the court. He moves to stay at your camp. He's competent at combat, good with diplomacy. Makes sense why they're sending him. Let us all go as one together. This trip seems fine. We got forward scouts. There's very little danger There is some danger once we get into the forest of Norwich. But otherwise, it is fairly safe. I don't know if this is the fastest route. Sometimes it does not give you the fastest route. So that's what, 43 days? That's 41. All right, that's faster. So one bit of danger at the end, 33% chance approaching Norwich. I say let's just leave that. 463 food later. Don't worry, Caravan Master Hold has great experience now. Let us begin the journey. Through Kent. Ooh, the reference corpus has been constructed in the camp. Behold, the Blood Bowl. Listen, I don't trust a barber who is holding large pair of scissors with a bowl of blood behind me that is spilled over with a towel in it. And a giant hook on a rack next to me. That seems questionable. However, this reference corpus building gives us some health resistance for disease, makes learning schemes faster, and gives us bonus 25% monthly lifestyle learning XP, which is good. We are still scholars. We're going to stick with that. We're going to stick with that one. All right, let's go through Kent. And then from here, we're going to go to school. And then after we go to school, we're going to try and head over here. We got King Charles II the Bald. It's a great name. Lotharingia with King Lothair. East Francia with King Ludwig. Brittany is here with King Solomon. And a little bit of Leon. Count Olaf. The Norse. Italy? Chad, isn't this a bit early for Italy to exist? Did the Byzantines disintegrate? Yes. Byzantium is gone. King Louis II the Younger of Italy. It's only 870. It only took 3 years to form Italy. Khazaria still looking quite large and in charge. Bulgaria also exists and is big. And the Byzantines are just out of here. King Boris of Bulgaria. Abbasids are huge. The Kyrgyz Khanate, also huge up here in the northeast. Some interesting things afoot. All right, and let's continue traveling. We're almost into the petty kingdom of East Anglia. Hopefully no danger. Did we make it? I am brought before Petty King Eadmund himself. You have come at my acquaintance Earl Elfric's behest? No. On what business? Your Minrick steps forward. Worthy Petty King Eadmund, I speak for the Earl of Berkshire, but the message I bear is fit for your ears alone. Come, answers the Petty King darkly, we shall speak in my chambers. Master Eric, your service is noted. You may remain as a guest in my castle. I should head back to my camp. All right, and that was apparently an exceptional success. We get 57 gold. Gain 60 opinion of you. You gain 150 prestige. The Earl goes on your roll of patrons. And the dude is gone. You've gained a excelled at contract hook. Anne. Okay. Sorry, I have to. Let's do, an excelled at contract hook. Do I have to go back to him in order to cash that in? Probably. It's probably going to expire before I ever cash it in, unfortunately. But I could just travel back over there and get some money. Or get some food. I could probably go over there and be like, hey, I did the mission. I need some food, please. But we have 1,100 food and 200 gold. The only reason I have low food is because of that bugged quest. This thing's taking forever. Earl Peter. We need some better people in our camp. Let's go visit the castle holding of Norwich in the main square. As we pass through the main gates, I spot a handful of guards peeking out from the embrasures above. Let's go to the tavern. Dude, they must have stealth nerfed the minxes on the corner of bars. Because now there's nobody home. We were finding a person in every single bar. The tavern is brimming with activity as storytellers by the fire, so people up for recruitment. I don't know if we'll have enough money for recruitment. And then the great Leviathan destroyed the world a 5th time, dying in the process, but from her body sprang new land, plants, and animals. But that is a story for another time. 11% chance your diplomacy increases by 1. 29%. We haven't. There's only been diplomacy and martial. And I think we had... I've never seen a learning one in here. Which, if we're listening to a storyteller, I feel like learning should be an option. Also, why does my dude look so weird compared to his character creator's page? He doesn't look like this on the character creator page. 58% chance and I at least get 3 months of some perk bonuses, which could help. That makes perfect sense. Thank you for the story. You gained some diplomacy lifestyle XP. Maybe we'll pivot into diplomacy eventually. Maybe it'll be useful then. I don't know. All right, let's... Actually, I will see who's there. This guy kind of looks like me a little bit. Wolfhelm, the steward. The sadistic, ambitious, homely steward. Octreda, who's a warrior. And Elfrida, who is also kind of steward, but vengeful and cynical. Probably not paying any of you guys 70 gold. Sorry. I just wanted to see if anybody crazy was there. Okay, now that we're here. This guy looks like me. Homely. Yeah, well, listen, Master Eric of the Arrow of Fang is doing his best. He's got at least a little bit of a reputation. He's distinguished himself somewhat on the trip from Alba all the way to East Anglia. Look, we've been all the way from Iceland to North Scotland, all the way to the edge of Cornwall, all the way back to East Anglia. So we have covered this. Ireland, we kind of skipped Ireland. You guys are a little busy fighting each other over here. Probably not worth us going through. Not that they're not fighting, but, you know, it's a little more stable over here right now. He travels with a giant. Yes, a Norse giant. That's true. All right, we're about to go spend a bunch of money to get some smorts. Spend a semester at a renowned center of studies, learning from the wisest minds of the land. An occasion to fill the gaps in your youthful education and to improve yourself all around, develop skills, learn new abilities, and make important connections. This will be unavailable for 20 years. But listen, I'm like in my 20s, right? Early 20s. It's time to go to school where we didn't have the opportunity to in Iceland. Plan the university visit. You can only start a university visit in provinces with a large religious center or university. We're gonna go, it's down here. Canterbury's down here. I knew that. Yeah, no, I knew that. I knew my geography. It's okay. We had to go over here for the mission anyways. I can even see the school right there. I'm so smart that I know where Canterbury is. 350 food later is gonna cost us. Start moving to camp. There's no danger. Just gonna take time. So how long until I can do scavenge for food again? 29th of October, 872? Okay. Well, that one bugged mission might make us starve. To be honest. Ins and outs. As we trudge down the road, a building hoves into view. What is the word hoves? The battered sign outside reads the King's Arms Inn. No luck here tonight. We've barely got room for our current lodgers, let alone anyone new. Inside, the innkeeper shakes his head dismissively, and especially not you ragtag types. Ragtag? Bro, are you talking about the way that I look right now? I'm afraid I absolutely require lodging. We have a camp. Yeah, don't we just camp? Why are we trying to stay inside of a inn? We're traveling with our camp right now. %64 chance. You lose 5 gold and gain comfortable trappings for 10 years with a small health boost and provisions capacity up. Your threatening becomes overt and you become gallows bait. Things get out of hand and you murder him. Surely we can come to an agreement. Diplomacy challenge, 85% chance. You lose 15 gold. Why do I have to lose 15 gold? Oh well, you gain 30 stress. Yeah, I'm not gonna take the 34% chance that something terrible happens. Just give me the 30. Give me the game of life card that flips up and says you get 30 stress. We'll just move on. Visited the Canterbury Basilica and you gain 200 learning lifestyle XP. We're already getting smart just looking at it. Down here, look at this beauty. The Canterbury Temple. The Basilica is here, which for the landholder gives +3 tax per month, which is pretty great. 20% holding taxes, a bunch of piety. Augustine, Roman missionary and later archbishop, built the Canterbury Cathedral after choosing the town as his center for the episcopal see in Kent. This new cathedral revived the importance of the city, granting it authority over the English church. Okay, so now that we're here, before we go to school, let's visit the church holding, because I don't think we've done this before. Maintain your health or contemplate Catholicism. A magnificent city, the various chants and hymns lay as a comforting blanket over the Canterbury church holding, and there is no doubt about its religious associations. Okay. Okay, passing through the main gates, I spot plenty of Catholic ornaments nestled in the walls, as well as on pilasters and scaffolds. My friend Hold looks around with a content face, seemingly enjoying the change in scenery. The church ground seems interesting. There's a certain peace at the church square, despite there being a lot of commerce, priests, and helpers around. Whoever wrote this used the Oxford comma. A magnificent church poses in the middle, and off to the sides I spot signs with bold healing claims, as well as an annex garden for quiet contemplation of God. We're not contemplating God. Hold nods appreciatively and looks around the busy square, eyeballing curious stalls and points of interest. The healers would do me some good. That church is intriguing. A garden stroll couldn't hurt. Let's start with the garden. What's up, Mary Skipper? How's it going? I heard there was a king here. Not here. I don't know where you heard that. The garden is framed by hedges. The trees are spread out across the gentle mounds where the odd bird and squirrel can be observed through the foliage. I can feel a presence quite strongly here, caught up in all this beauty. What if, through all my trials and tribulations, God has been with me all along? No. Out of the corner of my eye, I noticed delicious looking... That's a strange internal monologue for my character to have. I noticed delicious looking wild fruits and herbs contributing to the lusciousness of the garden. Simply convert to Catholicism. It would be a shame to waste those morsels. We're just going to pick the garden. We're just going to go into the gardens of Canterbury and pick wild looking fruits and herbs. I return from the serene garden feeling lighter, and I look out over the bustling church square. They have no problem with that. Eating the fruit of the garden. Eating the forbidden fruit. Yeah, I mean, I guess just, I thought it was going to be a risk of being a criminal, but it looks like we're fine. Yeah, I just took some fruit from around the church. What's wrong? My dude is eccentric. That sounds like something he would do. I don't know if we need the healers. Maybe they can heal my mosquitoes. The light is dimmer, and there is a distinct smell in the healer's hut. Not unpleasant, but encroaching. Gasmall is standing at a tall table, busy preparing a concoction. He looks up as I approach.
Greetings. How are your humors? Need a bit of cleansing?
A bit further into the room, on a shelf filled with medical trinkets, I spy a curious scented herb pouch, clamoring for my interest. Maybe some humor balancing would do me good. 15 G's for 2 years of huge fertility bonuses. I am interested in that scented herb pouch. Become the owner of a scented herb for a bunch of money. To be honest, 15 G's for 2 years. Listen, here's the problem. We got 2 years to make a baby. If we take this. I suppose we can stop by a different church in the future and perhaps they'll have some proven treatment. Increase per personal physician aptitude level? Well, he's only a novice physician, but he's a mastermind 27 learning philosopher. Chat, at what time are we gonna try and actually have some... I feel like this dude is the kind of dude who would not instantly marry. Think about how troublesome it would be to travel while also having to raise a child from baby, while also traveling and taking all these crazy missions to go kill bandits and handle town taxes and mosquitoes. You know what I mean? He'd probably just go on his own for a bit if he's actually like a nomad. You know what I mean? Like he would just be chilling. So, I don't think I'm gonna pay for this. Let's just get out of here. The church looks intriguing. Did we already go in here? Passing through the gates of the church, I am struck by the work that must have gone into the exquisite structures and sacred decor. One of the monks tending to this place notices me and collectively walks over.
Greetings, my child. I am Brother Erkenbert.
Hello, Erkenbert. How may I help you? Not very much by the looks of your stats, bro. One of them, Erkenbert, my eyes casually glance over the basket of coin donations. I have a donation to make. Gain piety. Maybe God could bless our cause. Blessings of peace? Nah, we wouldn't pick this. This is a free blessing, dude. I don't think that my eccentric dude who believes in unreformed Tibetan faith would ask for a blessing from God. Clearly, I am in need of those donations. Basically, try and steal them, but poorly. Okay, on second thought, let's go. There's a difference in learning about a religion and directly asking God for a blessing. Let's head back. How about the tavern? I don't think we're gonna hire anybody because I'd be too broke, but we got a decent steward, a wise woman, and that person's definitely troublesome. All right, let's head back. Now it's game time. The university visit, 140 gold. 140 freaking G's. So we don't have to travel at all. Because we're already here. There we go. You came a long way to study here, and you plan to make the best of it. So we can either study hard, or you intend to experience the life of the student inside and outside the walls of the university. Oh, that means drinking. Okay. Party up, I guess. 870s frat bro. Interesting that the game doesn't require you to be Catholic to ask for a blessing. Yeah. Yeah, you probably shouldn't get... And also it implies that the blessings are all real. Because you get one of 3 definitive, provable perks from having done so. You get a multi-year buff directly from God himself. You came a long way to study here, and you plan to make the absolute most of it. Activity options. It's basically like we can pay no cost, travel light, and commit your learnings to your heart. Who needs more? Slightly increased activity success progress, random skill point. Or you go ham. And chat, when you pay more money for school, you get a better education also. Free public schools? Psh, you're not gonna learn anything. Premium max price universities? That's the only way to get a book artifact and increase success chance. Centers of studies have an active market for knowledge. You can't miss the chance to exchange your books and buy many new ones, buying every single textbook. I'm just gonna go middle of the road. I could go free, but let's go middle of the road. Actually, middle of the road is gonna cost me taxes. Wait, what? Okay, so no, it has a 45 base cost. That's gonna cost me all of my money, dude. Is it? I'm glad that I made the extra money and didn't spend any. Are we gonna go broke on the university? Let's go broke on the university. That way I can say that I tried. And I don't think I've ever done a university visit in Crusader Kings before, so let's see. Realistic. Going broke to go to school. Let's do it. Send it. All right. We are now in school. Your university visit. You're waiting on activity guests. 4 remaining, 6 days until classes begin. Studiousness levels 1 through 4. All right, before we do this, I'm gonna take a quick BRB, bathroom break, and all that stuff, because this is gonna be a whole thing. And the dog is up and awake as well. How do you sense these things? How do you know how much time it's been? We're supposed to take a break every 3 hours, but we can't make it even 2.5. Thanks again, Slang Society and Ariane for the 20-month and the 39-month sub, irrespective, because I did them backwards and out of order. He's got a puppy watch. He knows how to tell the time. All right, I'll be right back, and then big university visit. This is the biggest event that we've done so far. To date. and will be our send-off from Britain, actually, and continue our journey east. Thanks for watching. I'll be back in a minute.
Yo.
What up?
We are back. Time to go to school. You guys have been skipping class again. I'm about to send you back.
Eric just relaxing and studying to lo-fi beats.
I'm finally here. Walking the hallowed halls of Canterbury, revered seat of all knowledge of the Catholic world. I have so much to learn from the holy men and women who gather between these venerable walls. And what about all the ancient scrolls and books? Of course, major centers of culture are also active markets and offer all the distractions a student could ever desire. Time to get started.
All right, the game just crashed. Fun detected. Fun detected. Dude, I don't know what happened. Paradox. Crash report. I tried to go to university in Canterbury. I don't know how to spell Canterbury. Burry. As an adventurer, and it crashed as soon as it said, let's get started. 1R? Okay. I'm sending a crash report. I'm doing my part. Your crash report was sent successfully. Thank you for taking the time to upload this error. Okay. Now we have a question of how often does Iron Man autosave? That's going to be an interesting question. We're about to find out. That's going to be, well, it won't be me because that dude doesn't look like me, but that's going to be me hypothetically, figuratively, being crowned in Constantinople. Just 2nd of December, 869. Let's see. Let's just see what happens. I don't know what year it was. If it was the beginning of stream, we're gonna have problems. Where the hell am I? I'm not in Kent. What am I doing? This is before the transport contract. Oh my god. It took us all the way back to before I did the transport contract. I can do it again. Is there... Iron Man should just... the whole point of being Iron Man, right, is that it should prevent you from quitting out to reload. That's what it does in Hearts of Iron, I'm pretty sure. When you play Iron Man Hearts, even if the game crashes, it autosaves so frequently so that it prevents you from undoing, right? This is the first Paradox game I've played where the Iron Man mode doesn't autosave to prevent you from just like Alt F4ing to undo. Welp. I don't think we did too much other than take this contract, right? Yeah, I just changed the autosave interval because that's not my point, Chad. The point is when you pick Iron Man in, like, Hearts of Iron, it doesn't care what your autosave interval is. That's the point of Iron Man. Okay, did we do anything in the towns to try and, like... There's a learning one. I'm changing history on accident. Okay, well, the butterfly effect is taking place now. Nice story. You get exotic learning for 3 months. Cool. Why does exotic learning not have a buff listed? I liked this screen better when it just showed more icons instead of just 4. Like, I assume that my... What went up? Did it not boost my learning? I have no idea what it did. It just, apparently I had knowledgeable takeaways. Okay. Anyway, I took this mission. It's been rough today, chat. And now we're just trying to catch up. All my camp will go. That's the route. Start traveling. Please don't have any crazy new events, because I don't think that there was an event the first time. We built the reference corpus. That feels like ages ago. It just gave you, oh, it gave you 200 XP? Why is it a modifier then? Until 11th of March, 870. If it's not modifying. Okay, we deliver the dude. And then... And then we just went to Canterbury, right? I believe. Maybe to prevent you from doing it again to get more rewards? Yeah, maybe. That could be it. But yeah, I changed the autosave interval. Aches and pains. We did have a random event on this trip, but it was a different one. Oof. Big oof. I find myself making such noises when sitting down at the campfire in the evening now. The elders always talk about how that happens as you get older, but I'm only 22. No, such is the wear and tear of life lived rough. I can see the toll it takes on the others, too. Hold winces a bit as she slumps down next to me. That inn we passed. Not the inn again. We're a camp. I moved camp. Lose 15 gold and everyone gets rested and refreshed for 5 years. I need all the gold. I can't lose 100 gold to upgrade my... Oh, that's such a good reward, though. Upgrade your pavilion building for like half off. Why'd you have to show me this event? I can get the pavilion building for 100 instead of 200 gold with this event, but then I can't go to school with the same price. That's OP, man. This event is actually overpowered. Or we must soldier on and you can get crick neck for 5 years. No, I'm trying to recreate. I'm soldiering on. I'm gonna recreate the same situation that I picked when we first went through. I'm not changing history. We already did this and the game crashed. Okay, so you lose 15 stress. Your body gets used to it. I'm going to school. We have to recreate the same circumstance. Gain 200 lifestyle XP. Yeah. All right, and then I think we explored the town just to make sure there's nobody. Oh yeah, we went to the church grounds. Oh my, who is that? Actually, did we go in the tavern? I'm allergic to going in the tavern. I'm gonna sneeze again. I'm allergic to sneezing again. Okay, let's try going to school again. But first, we went to the church grounds. I went to the garden. We stole all the food from the garden around the church. When in the church, did not ask God for a blessing, or make a donation, or steal. We left. We went to the healers, thought about getting some proven treatment fertility pills, but now they're worse fertility pills. Because they changed doctors. They re-rolled the doctors since the reload, which is kind of weird. And then we went to school. We did not go to the if we did go to the tavern, there was not a ravishing vixen poised nursing her cup. Oh my, who is that? I am intently observing the vixen. The vixen. Sitting herself down at a nearby table. The tavern owner called her Idber, didn't he? She looks puzzled as I approach. Like, okay, going up and being like, I approach the vixen is written with the same sort of mindset as someone who goes like, the females. Vixen. The females are all gathered around the bar. She looks puzzled as I approach her. Okay, yeah, I wish this text had more than one variation. How about, let's see, first of all, who are you? Okay, gluttonous and vengeful with no stats to back it up. But is apparently a 1-star misguided warrior dum-dum with the worst education. Yeah, we're just gonna go on second thought. Huld is getting down. Huld always gets down. She freaking loves going to the tavern. She gets her groove on in every tavern we go to. She's vibing. Is she our only friend? Yes, she is our only actual friend, like real friend. She goes with us everywhere. She's all like, I don't invite her, she just tags along everywhere we go. Which, you know, is fine because again, she's our only friend and is the caravan master, so she's got to keep up with what's going on here. We'll probably end up getting married at some point in the future, you know, but first we got to have adventures together. I wouldn't mind hearing a story. Let's see no, I'm not going to recruit anybody. Let's head back. And back to camp. Okay, to where we crashed, the university. Plan the visit, Canterbury. We're gonna study hard. We're going to spend money on study materials. And we're gonna spend piety and almost all of our gold to go to school. Looks good. Okay. Now, let's see if it works this time. Okay, yeah, I'm finally here. I have so much to learn. Of course, major centers of culture are also active markets and offer all other distractions a student could ever desire. Time to get started. And then, when did it crash right here? Okay, so now we have teachers. I wanted to see who's here. We have teacher Ethelston. 20 stewardship, Midas touched. Very smart, gregarious, compassionate, but lustful. Not the trait you want to see in your teachers. Student Bjortwaru, who is a 21 stewardship, thrifty clerk, compassionate, generous, and temperate. Me, some guy who's here. They're both lowborn. And then she is not lowborn. A flamboyant trickster. It just says she's wandering. Is she? Oh, she's a student as well. And then we have Gamal Bacon. Gamal Bacon. He is an elusive shadow. Humble, trusting, and just. Can you learn more languages, or does that interrupt sway? I feel like it's going to interrupt sway. You can only have one personal at a time, I think. No, my caravan leader is not an ugly witch. No. I don't know how you got that. Okay, let's go. We're going to be here for 6 months. This is a 6-month course. So we're going to be here for a while. Which is fine, because I just spent all of my gold to go here. So hopefully... Okay, we already gained 100 learning lifestyle XP. Right out of the gate. So every time this flips over, you have a chance at an activity. University, the debate. Teaching at Canterbury takes place, for the most part, in oral form, and students are encouraged to exercise their rhetorical prowess. I don't speak their language, by the way. So, this dude is infirm now. That's not good. I don't think my teacher having a severe health penalty waiting for death to claim him is gonna be resulting in the highest education. What happens if the teacher dies in the midst of a course? Is school canceled? Do I get a refund? No refunds. I had that happen. A grad student did the whole thing. You get an automatic A. Anyway, listen, we're pretty quick. We're pretty smart. We do know how to speak Norse and Chinese. We started with Chinese. We learned Norse. We're trying to go back across the continent. But we gotta go. We're studious, and we gotta go to class. Everything in our life, including our religion, revolves around learning. So we're trying to learn as much as we can. That's why we have such a big head. Somewhere to put all that knowledge. Today, the teacher Gamal asked me and Bjortwaru to take up opposing... Bjortwaru is like a... That's a character in Naruto. To take up opposing sides on the topic of what geometrical shape is more apt to represent the divine, to discuss it out. What? This sentence doesn't make any sense to me. The teacher asked us to take up opposing sides on the topic of what geometrical shape is more apt to represent the divine, to discuss it out. To discuss it out does not belong in the sentence, right? You could just delete to discuss it out and the sentence makes sense on its own. Okay. Let me begin from the sacred stories. As everyone knows, learning challenge against Bjortwaru. Oh, you have no chance, Bjortwaru. 99% chance of success. Gamal Bacon gains 20 opinion of you. You lose stress, which we don't have in this timeline. Your university visit becomes much more successful. Yeah. Or we can try and form a rivalry. This option is available because of your study hard intent. Yes. You win the debate. Congratulations. We're getting more studious score. I'm already winning. Bjortwaru looks like posing for a marble sculpture. What all of the opinion bonuses we're earning from this is going to be rendered useless when this dude dies when he's at plus 99 opinion of me, and then we get a new cheat teacher who freaking hates us. Probably, right? Your knowledge impresses Ethelstan. It becomes more, your study becomes more successful. He gets 10 opinion of you, and you get a lifestyle perk because we just leveled up. This one's kind of good though, because you can learn 2 additional languages without penalties. How many languages have we learned so far? Where's the, it's like somewhere here, right? Known languages, 1 of 6. Oh, we can, okay. Maybe, we have room for 6 languages in our brain already. But it does make it faster by a lot. And I think open-minded is the RP pick anyway, since we're literally inside Catholic school right now. Right? And we're sort of working our way down to scholar at the moment. Anywho. Different culture opinion plus 15. Is that of them to me? Does that mean they like me better? Let's see. Teachers? Yeah, open-minded is a plus 15 of them to me. That's kind of huge for traveling across the world, right? Open-minded plus 15 parentheses you. No, me? The language of the master. Ooh. Gamal is one of the most respected teachers at Canterbury. Is clearly a foreigner. His accent and mannerisms betray him as Anglo-Saxon. Wait, what? While not strictly necessary for my studies, learning his mother tongue would foster a privileged relationship with Gamal, which is bound to be a good investment for the future. Anglo-Saxon is a foreigner in Canterbury? What's the official culture and language of Canterbury? The leader of Kent is this guy, who is also Anglo-Saxon. Everyone's a foreigner to you. No, that doesn't make it... No, that's not how foreigner works. Foreigner is not foreigner with respect to the individual. It's a respect to the geographical location. Everyone who is not me is an alien. Okay, anyway, I don't know. I know that he is Anglo-Saxon. Like, I love that my dude goes to school and he's like, I figured it out. My teacher might be Anglo-Saxon. And we've been in class for like 2 months at this point. And we just figured out where we are. Like, we were like, I heard there was a great school here, but I don't have a map. I don't know where I am. While not strictly necessary for my studies, learning his mother tongue would foster a privileged relationship with Gamal, which is bound to be a good investment for the future. This will bring me closer to the Magister. You learn the Anglic language. You grow closer to forming a friendship with Gamal. Your university study becomes much more successful and he gains opinion of you. I mean, that's a 71% chance of success. You learned his language! Like that! You grow close to forming a friendship. Damn, dude, we paid 200 bucks to go to school and we learned a whole language already. It was worth it just to save myself a year of trying to learn English. It's just that easy. Knowledge uploaded. Kind of huge though. Bro loves me. He thinks I'm awesome, and we're level 1 studiousness. This is going to be the best university visit ever. Scanlan gains stress from a night of revelries and a hangover. So while I'm in school, my camp is just like partying in the background and just like getting wasted, waiting for me to come back from school. Suibasech is not swayed. I waited a year to try and sway her, and she's not swayed because the success chance went down to 60% because of that one event that gave her negative relationship of me. Okay, fantastic. You know what? I'm not gonna wait another year to try for this. It was like a 88%, now it's a 60% chance. What should my new personal scheme be? I bought this DLC because of you. Good luck, Mad Dog Mac. Good luck. Like, it's definitely better than the disease DLC. For sure. That's a very low bar. But it is definitely better than the disease DLC. But it's got a lot of problems. Bugged missions, crashing, balance issues, repetition. But if you can read between the lines, you can create fun stories. What language does Hold speak? I'm pretty sure she speaks Norse. Yeah, she speaks Norse. Like, most of my people, all my people are either Anglo-Saxon or Norse. Ooh, Gaelic. We could learn Gaelic, but Suibasech freaking hates us. Scheme odds decent. It's gonna take 583 days per phase. %95 success chance. This seems like more than decent. It's gonna take 2 years. All right, well, 95 success is pretty good. It's highlighted in yellow. You are young and eager to learn, plus 16. It's true. It's true. First attempt I started, and en route to my first contract, I got consumption and died. Welcome to the Oregon Trail. Skill issue, for sure. All right, we're back in school, back in class. We know how to speak Anglic now. Listen to me, Bjort Waru shouts maniacally. If you read between the lines in the Almagest, it's obvious. You just need to combine a rock, a hawk-shaped chess piece, and a dagger, all while adhering to the principles of opposing computist diagrams. Trust me, it'll work. Perhaps it wasn't a good idea for Bjort Waru to study for 36 hours straight. It's self-evident. Your university visit studies become massively more successful. You partake in Goliardic shenanigans, and Bjort Waru becomes your friend. And you lose 150 stress, which I don't have, because I am eccentric. I don't have time for your nonsense, Bjort Waru. You gain stress because you're eccentric. Well, I like that my eccentric is actually having like an effect on this. Gotta go for the Goliardic shenanigans. Massively more successful as well. You gain lover's pox. What the hell did we just do? Nowhere in there was there any indication that we were about to just sex. Read between the lines. Chat, do you remember in Mass Effect 1 when you could accidentally have sex with the Asari goddess in the Citadel the very first time? That's what this reminds me of. You just pick like an unassuming... There's a dialogue option in Mass Effect 1 where you do a quest for the Asari leader in the Citadel, and she's like, I'll give you this much money. And you're like, I need more than that. And more than that is not more money, it's sex. And then she's like, okay, sure, let's go bang. And then you just walk into the back and it starts a whole cutscene. That's basically what just happened. It was, Eric is now afflicted by a venereal disease. Which, by the way, Bjort Waru doesn't even have. So, who did we have sex with? The other student? No, nobody here has a venereal disease. Except me! God damn it. Was it worth it? Master Eric? Natural dread -5, attraction opinion, like I needed any help, -20. Can be inherited as well, marked by blister and infection. I regret going to school now. I shouldn't have gone to school. Scanlan has a massive hangover again. He is getting absolutely slammed in the background. Well, I don't know if Master Eric had lost his virginity before going to college, but he sure has now. Now, dude. We don't. Wait. What was the last? Is there a pop-up history that I can read the pop-ups? So I can see what's been happening. Activity log? That's what I'm asking. Chat, just writing activity log doesn't solve any problems, you understand? I'm asking, how do you look at a log of things that have happened, and you say activity log. Like like if I knew what or where that was, I wouldn't need to ask you. Do you understand? The button, bottom right. The bottom right. Okay, bottom right. We're here. Plague, legends, landless rulers, court languages, governments, county titles, economy, development, county terrain, disease graphics, legend graphics, houses, cultures, faiths, duchy titles, kingdom titles, empire titles, realms, time, speed. None of these. That's the bottom right. I don't know how do I close this? He doesn't know. Bottom right of the university visit window. Well, then say that. Two words is not a good answer. Screw you, Beerwaru. I'm gonna have my second assassinate you now for this. Okay? We are not friends. All right, let's go. University visit, yes and no. I'm leaving on my exit interview with this school. I'm gonna let them know. My in-depth studies at the Kyarwe Bonpo doctrine at Canterbury have confronted me with... Wait, why? There's no way they know anything about Kyarwe Bonpo at Canterbury. Not all of which seem to have clear-cut answers. Some even seem to have contradictory explanations. Is faith supposed to be completed by reason or not? Does faith only deal with the unseen or not? Can we even know what is unseen or not? Yes or no? There must be meaning in the contradictions. Learning challenge. 29%, you gain a book artifact. There's a lot of opportunities to lose stress, but I don't really need to lose stress. 50%, you get much more success instead of massively. 19%, slightly more success, and you gain stress. Or just lose stress. Definitely the first one. You made some progress. It became much more successful. And we studied scripture and gained more lifestyle XP. So we're firmly at good studies. You gain 2 perk points with a high chance to upgrade your education trait. We might be able to get to 4 because we still have 3 months of school left. Your university studies became slightly more successful as you wrote a little poem. A cat hunts for mice. Something. I don't know what that meant. I feel like they need to add some positive to losing stress when you're already at 0. Happens way too often. Yeah, I agree. Because it's supposed to, like, when you are stressed, it's like, oh my god, this is amazing. But otherwise, it's just like, okay. You know what the answer to that is? Well, I don't have the answer, but having like a small threshold of bankable stress. Think about like a RimWorld positive moodlet that has an expiration timer. Like, it's like a overshield that depletes over time, basically back to 0 automatically on its own. So it just gives you like a buffer temporarily. Minecraft hunger bar. It lets you do a more stressful thing. Beer War 2 gains some stress. Canterbury is often home to fervent debate among teachers and students alike. After a particularly enlightening lecture from our teacher Ethelstan, I find myself dragged into one such debate with another student, Sinehild. No, you're making no sense. You are completely misrepresenting the philosopher's point, I scream. You are completely delusional, she fires back. From the corner of my eye, I see Ethelstan stare at us with a pensive look on his face. What does this old lady know that I don't? Dude, I've got the pox all over my face now, dude. Forever. And also my lineage, potentially forever. because it's inherited. From the corner of my eye, see Ethelstan stare at us. Okay, well... why is there only one option on all of these events? Learning challenge against Sinehild, 60%. She's convinced, and your university visit becomes much more successful. 39%. You admit that she's right and grow closer to forming a rivalry, and you all lose opinion of each other. Or, I guess there's two options. I can make it guaranteed slightly more successful. So this one has a 40% of no progress, or much more progress. How much time do we have left in this? We're already at tier 3. Tier 4 would be better. Gamba? Gamba. You convinced Sinehild. Your university studies become much more successful. They all gain 20 opinion of, or Ethelstan gains 20 opinion of you. He's impressed. Easy. Learning on the job. Of those I've chosen to involve in this little contract, Sinehild is probably... Wait, what contract? Oh, the contract. She's probably not the absolute most skilled. Still, she's clearly applying herself, determined not to let my effort go to waste, with the aim of improving her skill in matters of stewardship. Bettering yourself is costly, but helps us all in the end. We're still trying to raise a building. I forgot that we were doing that. You can go no further than this. Oh, wait, no, you can go further. Sorry. Stewardship challenge. 60% chance she gets +1 stewardship but freaking hates you. 39% chance she freaking hates you. Okay. Tyke has increased his stewardship by 2. Credit goes that's pretty huge anyways. Credit goes naturally to our mastermind. Every agent gains 15 opinion of you, but she loses 30. You gain 30 stress because you're humble. What? The plan goes well. Raised building gains 20 days of progress. What? So none of these gain progress except for this one. This is just a chance to raise your followers' stewardship, I suppose. And also make them hate you. There's a lot of ways to make your followers dislike you, I've noticed. And not as many to make them like you. This one gives every agent +15, but she loses -30, so that one has some trade-off. But Sway taking a year with a bad intrigue skill means that pissing people off is much more damning for very long periods of time. So I'm just gonna pick the 20 days of progress one and not worry about pissing people off. And just go from there. We got 28 days until university ends. Scanlan has reached critical stress from drinking. That guy sucks. Scanlan he hasn't done anything, and we only have him on a rental. As a rental night. He has drunk himself into complete stress. We need one more event to get to tier 4, dude. Come on. One more event. Come on, you gotta roll the event. A sultry study break. No! The library is empty except for me and Waru. I've been reading the same page in Trotula over and over, but it's of no use. I cannot concentrate. Not when she keeps gently biting the tip of her quill while softly running a finger across her ample curves. And she keeps looking me directly in the eyes while doing it. How do you see any curves under this, dude? I think we deserve a break, my star, she moans softly. Oh my god, why? Ugh. I would be disappointed if this wasn't written by AI. Must focus on book. Your university visit studies become more successful.
Gained 52 stress. She loses 20 opinion from getting rejected. I guess it's time for some hands-on anatomical studies. It becomes slightly more successful. See, this says you lay with Biorwaru. That says what happens, unlike the last one. This is useless. I concocted lover's pox from thin air because no one else in class has it except me. God punished me like a horror movie that everyone who has sex in the horror movie dies. You know what I mean? Biorwaru loses 20 opinion of you. Nah, man. I'm focusing on my studies, bro. I gotta get that tier 4. It's more important. Oh, we're not even gonna get it? Please, Eric. You work too much. It's like this contract is consuming you, moans my friend. All of my female companions are moaning all the time. For what feels like the 100th time. I have been diligent of late. There's no denying that. But no more than necessary, surely. The haggard look of worry across Hold's face tells me that may not be the case. They just used moan for both. For you, of course. Raise building gains put relationship first. Hold gains 40 opinion of you and you lose some stress. A true friend would not ask this of me. You gain 52 stress critical. The only way out is through Hold. Building gets unfeeling. Which is red, but the maximum success chance goes up 5%. Hold loses 20 opinion of you. Maybe you went to a brothel. Maybe I went to a brothel. Maximum success chance -5 for this? Hold, listen. You're great, but the only way out is through, I think. Sinehild gained 20 stress. We're not gonna make it, chat. We're on the precipice of greatness, and it's not. You lost the astute intellectual. Oh, okay, that's a good thing. This has been such an amazing experience. When I left, I couldn't even imagine the number of wise men that study at Canterbury. The depth of their thinking and the breadth of their research, just being part of the same environment has made me a much better person. I don't know about that. And with my new gained knowledge, I can make my way home very satisfied. We'll keep in touch. Knowledge is power. You add Ethelstan to your roll of patrons, and Gamal, he's dead. This guy might live for a while. You gain the trait Mastermind Philosopher. Hey, our education went up. So either keep them, and why would you not keep them on the roll of patrons? It seems like it's only potentially beneficial. University conclusion. Master Eric learned the Anglic language. That's huge. Mastermind Philosopher's huge. Eric now possesses an uncanny insight into all subjects of higher learning. And these are my teacher bros now, I guess. You succeeded in studying hard. Activity joinable King Ludwig II's Grand Tourney. Greetings, Master Eric of the Arrow of Fang. I am organizing a grand tournament in Baden. We'll start with archery. No. First of all, how do you even know about me? Who told you? How did you find me? Secondly, we got 3 lifestyle perks from that. So that's kind of huge. Different faith opinion plus 15 is good. Faith conversion cost, don't really care. You now gain
stats for every 3 unique faiths your followers have when camp temperament is steadfast. Getting camp temperament to steadfast is difficult. And then knight effectiveness per learning skill is going to be good for just fighting. Personal physician treatments cost less. Time to become celibate and then live to 120 with health boosts. All right, let's just take these. Seasoned Traveler trait experience gain. Plus 200%. Followers occasionally become inspired to write books. Followers produce significantly higher quality artifacts when completing book inspirations. And then Scholar. Honestly, Scholar doesn't seem very good for a Wanderer. It's just a +3 learning. Which is good, I guess. But the initial scheme success chance is not... It would be better to have, like, scheme power, where the schemes are completed faster. Because success chance is rarely a problem. Though I did fail in my sway. Yeah, it does give you a bonus in some of the events, though. That's true. All right. Applied Scholarship. Knight effectiveness per learning skill. Enemy defensive advantage minus 50%. Different faiths like you more now because you have strength and diversity. And you now gain +1 for every 3 unique faiths your followers have. Wait, that's +1 to everything. I thought it was going to be like a random 1. So if you have 3 unique faiths, you actually get a +5? Am I reading this correctly? Because that's huge, actually. It's like a +1 to everything. So we need to recruit multiple faiths along the way, if that's the case. And then with my third trait, Traveler trait XP goes up +200% faster, and followers will now write books sometimes. So that's awesome. Okay, 6 months to get 3 traits, and upping my education, and now my trade-off for knowledge was Lover's Pox. There was a downside, and we're also down like 200 gold. I kind of think, does anyone else think you shouldn't be able to make request interactions unless you actually go visit the people again? I do kind of need food actually now because of the bugged quest earlier. Oh, wait, he won't get, wait, he will give me food or he won't give me food? No, he will. Thank you for the 400 provisions. They're gonna get exploited for provisions for a few years. Earl Godwin would give me some too, but I'm gonna lose prestige. I mean, I do need food. So I'm just gonna take the food. Thank you, Earl Godwin of Oxfordshire. I got scammed earlier by a quest that's bugged. But now we're working our way back up. All right, we went to school. And now we get to go to West Francia. Yeah? It's time to people leave, I think. We gotta try and make some more money, though. We're a little bit poor right now. So I say let's just start by just crossing the channel. Where's like the closest, where's the seat of power of Flanders? The Duchy of Flanders is up here in Bruges. $30-day travel time, 1 low danger location. Probably the sea. The barber's tent is helping us out, though.
off we go. It's interesting there's no embarkation costs for you to take a boat as an adventurer. I guess you hire a captain, but where do we get the boat from? Rare trinkets! The seas around here are thick with Dutch traders going about their usual craft, carrying rare and exotic goods from one port to another. One such merchant ship holds an item within it that immediately takes my interest. The moment I lay eyes upon the Maritime Trading Handbook, I know I could never find anything like it back in the Arrow of Fang. Yeah, that's my camp. We don't have a book. And it simply must be mine. How did we see a book that's on another ship as we're passing by the ship in the water? Currently in the Strait of Dover. We're doing some trading at sea. I don't have 50 gold. I'll simply steal it. Become wounded and you're just. Alas, I cannot justify it. Yeah, I can't. Goodbye. Hey, what's up, Ready Amos? How's the new DLC so far? I would say it is both, it has good parts and it has some not so good parts, but it does have good parts. So I would say so far mixed. But that doesn't mean that I'm not having fun with parts of it. Right now it would be like 1 to 1.5 thumbs up, I would say. I would say the big, like, one of the big negatives for me is wanting to go to so many different places and visit the castle or the town, and there's like, you basically just have to check the tavern just to see if anybody interesting is there without reading or paying attention to anything else. And I don't think you need to go to the castle unless you want to just do the same 2 things or buy supplies. So I definitely think they could have done more with like the towns and having events in the towns, or like so far we visited probably like a few dozen towns, and there's only 3 different types of NPCs that we found in there. The vixen, quote unquote, that you always can seduce into your party, the one criminal guy who we saw at the beginning, and then the local lord who was hiding. So I want to see like more points, like more reasons to go into the towns. And I'm sure that there are a couple of different events, you know, but they're very rare, I would say. Otherwise, the town is very much the same everywhere. Have we decided that listening to the stories isn't worth it? You pretty much just do everything for the buff. So yeah, you can visit it, but you don't really care what the story is. It's just like, see if the buff timer's gone. If the buff timer's gone, try and take a buff. So we got exotic learning for 3 months, which I don't really know what it does or if I benefited. But yeah, you just either take the buff or you don't. So you kind of have to like click through 5 menus just to grab your buff every so often. But once you've read all the flavor text a couple times, it's sort of like nothing for you to continue reading, I guess, would be the right way to say it. All right, we're getting down into West Francia now. We started in Iceland, and now we should be pretty much on land for the rest of our adventure, unless we take a trip over, like, the Black Sea or something like that. Has anyone made a mod that hides choice results? I think they have, but like I said earlier, the problem is that the choices are not made for RP. They're made for you to pick the best outcome. So the RP in this game is more big picture, and the events are not RP, really, which is kind of weird to think about.
but like all of them are designed for you to know what the optimal choice for you is in each one of them. So hiding it would be frustrating, is what I'm saying, right? Like it would take a design redo for how all the events are created, because the events are created for you to try and win, basically. There's usually a win and lose condition. Or there is a don't take a risk decision. The RP is sort of how you distill those events that transpire and try to give extrinsic motivation. Like for me, it's like, I did not know that I was going to contract lover's pox from some event that was like, there's a chess piece and a wooden horse. Do you want to do something? Do you want to go crazy? Yes. You have contracted lover's pox forever. So now I have to come up retroactively with an explanation for why that might have happened, and that's the RP, if that makes sense, right? So in my case, I guess my other fellow student, the only explanation I come up with is took my character to a brothel and said, this will help you study and relax. You need to get more hands-on studying, and went to a brothel. That's all I can come up with, because no one else in the school had the lover's pox in our class. That's the only place it could come from. So you kind of like ascribe the RP to it after it happens in most of the events. The RP is how you headcanon the results. Yeah. Exactly. So we need to do some missions because we are broke. And we want to keep food as well. So ideally we can stop spending some prestige and try and accrue it so that we can hopefully get better contracts and missions. Because for contracts, actually, I'm not sure that prestige has anything to do with it. It just says the higher the tier or the ruler. No. The higher the tier of the ruler. Oops. The higher the tier of the ruler offering a contract, the higher that contract's tier. That's all it says. It doesn't say your prestige has anything to do with it. More contracts respond by traveling long distances or going to new kingdoms. So I just need to find a higher tier people. So we can try going to the Kingdom of West Francia's seat of power. We could try just going to Lotharingia. I don't see any reason to go west. So we should just kind of go southeast and then kind of hop, skip, and jump across point. Is that what I think it is? The Bavarian Flux. The Bloody Flux. Fever, delirium, and severe abdominal pain have made this character expel blood in the latrines. Critical health penalty. Is that the first disease that's been spotted in our campaign? I think it is. All right, let's take a learning scheme. Solicit charity. I don't think we've done this one yet, but again, we need to. Did we stop inside this camp already? Yeah. Okay, off we go. Forward scouts, keeping the route safe. 135 food. Mooing. But yeah, we have made landfall in Western Europe. And it is time to go east. At last. After a almost perfect semester at school. Leuven. Welcome to Leuven. Oh. Ragnar's coming with me. Ragnar is still wounded
From the encounter with our court physician. Well, I don't have a court, but you know what I mean. Oh, wait. Okay, you can't do that. See, it's just like, you just do the story for the buffs, pretty much. Righteous holy persons and pitiful beggars, let it be known amongst you the Count of Brabant offers Catholic patronage to those pious, cultured, or learned enough to deserve it. Inquire at the castle. Best case scenario, we get 70 gold and 1,500 provisions. So they'll keep us fed for a while. Maybe she just refuses to heal him. Perhaps. Asking for alms. Talking our way in... Oh, no way. It was a scheme. And that canceled the last scheme that I was on. Again. This is this... I did not realize it was a scheme. And so I will never, ever, ever complete one of these schemes. Ever. It probably said that it was a scheme. It probably said it. In the fine print. I gotta read the fine print for every single mission, man. I still can't believe there's not an, like, are you sure you want to replace your existing scheme and mission pop-up? And it just goes. Now, let's just get on with the task. First impressions of the contract scheme's mission type is, I hate it. This is the worst one. And not just salt talking, it's just boring. You just wait for the progress bar to go up. And that's it. Hold has plus 31 to success. We have a cleric, a shill, an outcast, a footpad, and a gabbler. Star Mage, what are you spamming my chat for, dude? To be fair, random events trigger in the middle of it most times to alter it. Yeah, we just got two in the like 1 or 2 in the last one, and both of them were useless, and I just skipped them. So, I don't know. It's just a really boring mission type because you just wait for the progress bar to fill, or you unlock enough keys to be able to do it. All right, we don't even need this much success, and if you pick the wrong type, like I didn't need to pick balanced because we have more than enough success, so I picked I can't change it now. I should be able to change it from here to the other style that only needs 2 people to build success and 3 people to build speed. I think you're confused, Star Mage. This didn't cancel my learn language. It canceled my other quests that I was doing. You can only have 1 contract scheme. And it automatically deleted the one that I was working on before. Suwaibasech is the footpad to try to make it go faster, and Kraka, you'll be the gabbler, and then Scanlan, just do something. Okay. Okay, I don't think any of these are schemes. These are actual, just regular contracts. The other problem is, they take so long to get done that I need my money and food now, not in a year.
But I think there's supposed to just be buffs you can get while you do other things. Probably. Travel to 3 counties. Probably not worth. Travel to a Baron's holding. And complete a challenge. Boundary dispute. Or we can just travel down here to Lotharingia and go somewhere else. Hello, Raiders. What's up, Anthro? Hi, Philandrin. Duke of DuPont. Oh no, it's Melissa. Hey, guys. Hope you had a nice stream. Thanks for jumping in. You caught me a little bit frustrated because I accidentally canceled my contract scheme that I was working on here. What were you guys playing? I'm playing Iron Man mode, wandering around, trying to get my main character. We started as a Han Chinese culture in Iceland and came up with a headcanon reason for why he would be there, and he's trying to travel across the world back to the Far East. And we just made it down through Scotland, Wales, and England, and we just made landfall over here in Western Europe. And we're seeing what happens. I accidentally just contracted the lover's pox at the university, trying to get my education to go up. The Homeworld campaign, we're trying to get back home. And trying to find some jobs that are befitting of our capabilities that won't burn all of my food. Let's go for the nearby settle a boundary dispute. How about? Because it seems like we might have options regarding that. It was educational. First time trying a custom character? Yeah, this is my first time making a custom character too. He's got a kind of a big head, a big forehead, so big it's poking through his straw hat. Right now it's clipping through. Experienced arbitrator, sought by the mayor of Dinant? I don't know. To settle a boundary dispute, education in Lotharingian law would be helpful. But even satisfactory aid shall be paid. People around camp have given Suwaibasech a nickname based on her personality and traits. She is now known as the Strange. Chat, I'm thinking we should just get rid of her. No one likes her, dude. And she doesn't like me. I was trying to learn her language, but we still have 389 days, so it's not really... Wait, that's like 200 days. We've already done 200 days of this. All right, I'm gonna stick with it. Sunk cost fallacy to learn Gaelic. We'll try and learn Gaelic. Okay. Give me the mission. They'll pay me up to 59 gold for an exceptional success. Danan's streets are gripped by a fever of gossip and scandal, a complicated matter of marriage, inheritance, and business arrangements gone awry. I've seen a vast section of the best local land for grazing horses go to some fool with neither money nor skill. Consequently, the local magnates are threatening to tear each other to pieces over how to and who should split the land. Mayor Richard is at pains to let us know that our coin depends on calming the situation quickly and quietly. Why is injured Ragnar here? I think I can resolve this. No, 36% chance of stewardship succeeding. Ragnar will stay to work through this. Ragnar has a 2 in stewardship. Why did we take Ragnar? I lack a suitable officer to delegate. Ragnar moves to stay at Mayor Richard's court. He pays 25 gold to you. Ragnar will be loaned to Mayor Richard's court and returned to you after between 4 and 8 years. Okay, you gain 75 prestige. some money, a new patron, you gain 250 provisions, holding of Denok gets fine horses for 25 years. All right, Ragnar. It's time we parted ways. I'll see you in another life, brother. Ragnar will stay to work through this dispute. He is no longer your bodyguard. Maybe he's been wounded with us for a while. I'm leaving him here because he's too hurt to continue. And I'm hoping that the local lords will have better ability to take care of him and try to nurse him back to health. Now we're gonna pin Ragnar so we can keep tabs on him in the future. Mayor Richard and I leave Ragnar to the tender administrations of the local magnates. Even as we walk away, the yelling starts, increasing in volume faster than we can outpace it. Not what I'd expect as a solution, nods Richard thoughtfully, but I can hardly fault your thoroughness. Are you sure he'll be all right here? I raise an eyebrow. Ah, of course. What am I saying? Babbles the mayor. I'll talk myself right back into the same mess at this rate. Here, your pay for loaning us such a skilled man. They wanted a guy with good martial skill, I think. Another happy patron. All right, we got a little bit of money and some food. I say we just say screw all these areas. We're actually heading down toward the Grand Tourney. On purpose or on accident. So maybe we can go observe it or something as we head that way. All right, let's hit the road and go to the capital. 200 food later. No danger. Seems safe. You could make a request interaction with Mayor Richard. Us that we just did. You know what? I'm just gonna save my prestige for now, I guess. We seem to have enough food. Dude, I bet they'll have some turkey legs. I would love a turkey leg. Fortified knowledge. The high altitude and the brisk air of Bouillon has had a very refreshing quality as we traverse the local hill fort. The soldiers in the valley below appear to be practicing some rare type of training technique I haven't seen before. I move in closer, failing to restrain my curiosity. While doing so, I am approached by the local captain, Margot. Would you like to join in, my lord? I'm always up for a challenge. 80% chance you become a rough terrain expert. Or you become reckless. My bodyguard would surely benefit from this. Basically the same thing, but I pay for him. Unfortunately, we are in a hurry. 5 gold to become potentially a rough terrain expert? Let's go. You have become a rough terrain expert, and your trip is delayed by 7 days while studying under their tutelage. Difficult terrain can be a powerful tool for those able to utilize it to gain the upper hand. It makes sense that our 24 learning dude would get some knowledge of proper combat. Hills, mountains, and wetlands. We'll work on the commander traits. That's worth 5 gold, for sure. We're rolling in to the barony of Brie? Where is this? Is this Brie? How do you say this? This is a castle. Few places are as majestic as a castle, and Brie is no exception. Okay, just making sure these are the same. Maybe we could hear a story. No. Let's see who's up for recruitment. A steward. A super intelligent 72-year-old genius. Almost a genius. Or another 19 learning. On second thought. All right, let's head back. There's no missions around here. Should we try, like, talking to the town crier? This place is on fire. Perhaps we should.
Hello, town crier. He's accompanied by a cat. I could take a swing at some diplomatic dealings. I have to spend prestige, but maybe we can make some back with the diplomatic dealings. Ooh, well, they spawned northwest of me. All three of them. In one tight cluster in the northwest. Did they already have the tournament? They may have. I figured there was going to be something else going on around the capital of Lotharingia, but... Oh, Lotharingia just broke apart. No, it didn't. Okay, I was going to say. I couldn't see it. There we go. It's weird that the realm view... There we go. Made the zoom way out. Hello, Kirabi. Is this the guy that's an expert in rough terrain? We're trying. We're trying over here. I am an expert in rough terrain now. How are you finding this DLC so far? It's kind of mixed for me. There's fun parts for sure. It's better than the last one. But I've definitely got some complaints as well. Which I could summarize as, it's dangerous when the crux of a Crusader Kings 3 DLC is predicated around you interacting with events. Because I've never thought that the events, unfortunately, were the strongest aspect of Crusader Kings 3. Which they probably should have been, but it is what it is. But getting to be like a guy who also builds up a camp and followers, that part's fun. Basically, all the things that revolve around not interacting with events, I think are very fun. Maintaining your camp and upgrading it with money that you earn from the missions is cool. Choosing your, like, purposes and followers and the followers' positions are fun. And I like the new skill trees as well. Not all of it's new, right? But they do have new aspects to many of the lifestyles. I think that's really fun also. So those are the highlights for me. And then, of course, headcanoning what's actually happening to your dude on their travels. Chad, I have to make a decision. Do we want to continue east, or do we want to buckle down and go west again just to try to earn some money? Or do we just keep rolling and hope that there's missions over here? Or do we say, I just spent 75 prestige and I am going to cash in on that, damn it. Let's see what we spawned. Diplomacy scheme. See, I'm reading it. Diplomacy scheme. You got to read the fine print. So we can't do that one anyway. Diplomacy scheme. Bro. Where's the third one? The two I spawned in I can't do anyways. Because there are more schemes. Okay, well, never mind. Waste of prestige. Let's just press on. Let's just go to the other capital. 320 food. I saw on Steam they'll release on November 4th a new DLC that'll expand this DLC. Is it for this DLC? It's sold separately, so it can't be tied to this DLC. Are you talking about Wandering Nobles? Since they have seen some confusion about this, one thing to clarify is that Wandering Nobles is not a landless adventurer DLC. It was made primarily for landed gameplay. And though much of it is also available to landless characters, they are not the pack's focus. In other words, this DLC will not have unique landless features, new contracts, or anything locked to the adventurer playstyle. So, Viezi, I don't think you read far enough into the second paragraph. But
The naming of it doesn't help. Yeah, I mean, they are the ones that called it Wandering Nobles. So, missed opportunity there, probably. Our primary goal was to see if we could spend more time with the traveling system from Tours and Tournament. Oh no. It was a system that was generally well liked. Generally, yes. Internally and externally. And we knew we could most likely be used by a fair bit of adventurers. A plethora of new events are spread throughout the different features that will be detailed here, with a slew of new travel events. In this event pack, we tied them all into things the player will choose to engage with. Besides the traveling focus, what you can find in the pack is our first new lifestyle since the game's release. Two things. Number one, cool. Having a wandering Number one, cool. Number two, why did you wait 4 years to add a new lifestyle? This is the easiest way to add a cool new feature, is a new skill tree. Everyone who's been playing Crusader Kings has exhausted all 5 of these skill trees dozens of times. And are just not, like, we should have, like, as many skill trees as we have family, like, dynasty, those dynasty perks, whatever they're called. Each time they added one of those dynasty perks, there should have been a new lifestyle as well. The problem is that you can't easily add a lifestyle to the game, because then they have to go back through some of the old events and put something that wandering unlocks in a bunch of the other events in order to integrate it into the game. Basically what I'm trying to say is it's more work than the dynastic ones. Therefore, put it off for as long as possible. Focusing on the journey grants every travel location -2 stress. It's going to be OP for Wanderer, for adventurers. Diplomacy. And a bunch more stuff, dude. Yo, what's up, Raiders? How's it going, EJ, dude? The panels are here. What's up, Pie Guy? Hello, Weather Guy. Hellfish, RTM, Foul. What's up, EJ? I was hanging out earlier today, watching the stream. You guys are doing some building of some major structures. I was watching the blueprints the other day, too, get put together for the hallways. But it looks like things are coming along, getting all the pieces put into place. It's awesome. EJ's making the Pillar of Autumn, the giant capital ship from Halo, in Satisfactory, and it's going to make that his whole factory. So it's been fun to watch that progression, because that's a big undertaking. But it's been fun to watch you solve it. Welcome, Raiders. I was just looking at a post about the upcoming DLC, because we were a little bit confused on what it was going to entail, but lots of new events for traveling and stuff. Welcome to Oregon Trail edition of Crusader Kings. Crusader Kings is a map game, as most of you know. However, with the recent DLC, Roads to Power, you actually, instead of choosing a location on the map to play as a leader of a region, you can choose to play as some schmuck. So that's exactly what I chose to do. I created my own character, and you can now be a wanderer on the map who does not actually have any land. So I am a landless adventurer, Master Eric of the Arrow of Fang. So I'm actually playing as, I made my guy of the Han culture, speaking Chinese, and we came up with a crazy RP reason why he might live in Iceland, which would have been exceedingly rare, if not impossible, in 867 or whenever this game starts. And his goal is, in our campaign, to travel all the way back across our known world here to get back to the Far East where his parents hailed from in the Empire of Tibet. Well, the future Empire of Tibet, potentially.
So that's what we've been doing. We started off in Vesterland in Reykjavik, and then traveled across to East Iceland with the heir of Chiefess Author, the Deep-Minded, so they could deliver a missive to the other tribal lord, and we were paid some money and started to make a troop. We have camp followers who follow us around to kind of help us in different ways that we've been hiring and convincing to join us along the way. And then from Osterland, we went all the way and hop, skipped, and jumped to northern Scotland and spent quite a while moving around, attacked by mosquitoes and taking various odd jobs for local lords, and then moving down into future Wales. And we got to see all of this section. No Ireland, but we went to Cornwall, and then we stopped over at Canterbury and went to school in the cathedral for 6 months, where we happened to pick up lover's pox. So quite the adventure in Canterbury. So there you go. Lover's pox, but also we increased our education to 4 stars, mastermind philosophers. And we're quite smart and book learned, and indeed our entire identity is focused on learning as much as possible on our journey. We may or may not follow a fringe religion of Tibet that is an unreformed faith known as Kjarwe Bon, who practices a little human sacrifice in order to appease the gods. A very esoteric faith. Doesn't have any kind of organized religious leaders in this timeline, but that was passed on from our character's parents. So we picked one of the weird ones, but we're now in Lotharingia and in between East and West Francia, and we're starting to work our way across the East and taking every bit of the journey in stride. So we're joined by our right-hand man, our second, named Tyke, who actually stalked and followed us out of Reykjavik over into Osterland. And after we saw that he followed us, we decided to hire him on the spot for his masterful intrigue skill. He is a treacherous antagonist and maybe a bit of a criminal as a known poacher, but he is loyal to those who do not betray him. So now he is our second in command, and also our best, well, yeah, I guess our only friend, but also best friend, and Caravan Master Huld, who we were able to seduce into joining our party, and we took her on as the now full-time Caravan Master, and she is our only friend, and is probably the nicest person in this company. Zealous, gregarious, and humble. A practicer of Asatru and speaks Norse. We've been able to pick up 2 languages so far. We started by only speaking Chinese, and now we also know Norse and Anglic. We learned Anglic while we were in school in Canterbury. Hold is the only thing keeping this party together. So that's where we're at, Raiders. Thanks so much for raiding. EJ, I saw you got places to be, things to do, dude. Thanks again for coming over, sending your awesome community over here. We get a shout out in the chat for EJ, so you guys can follow along on his adventures. Been playing some Satisfactory, and been doing space news every day, keeping up with what's blasting off to space. And also playing some Workers and Resources, Soviet Republic. He's got that logistics itch too, just like I have. So toss him a follow. Click that button at the top of your screen. Check him out for the next one. He streams all the time also. And always starts much earlier than me. So I always have something to check out, usually while I'm eating lunch or getting ready. But welcome, gamers. But enjoy your dinner, EJ. So the last thing that we were up to was basically trying to find a job. So we have 28 gold, which is not very much, but it's enough for our motley crew. We actually have a lot of things that we can do with our camp and followers, including upgrading the camp, which can give different perks. Right now we got a barber's tent, which does make us some passive income. Not very much, but apparently we sell our services to whoever might need a clean haircut. And because we keep things a little tidier with the haircuts, we actually have a little bit of disease resistance. You know, not having a big shaggy mane in this time period was a little healthier. You know, we cut down on probably lice and all sorts of other things like that. So we have major resistance to various plagues that might come through. And we upgraded it recently with an internal slot for what's called a reference corpus, which we're using as a learning vehicle to increase our learning lifestyle experience so that we can become, you know, a little bit more knowledgeable and scholarly, which is what we're working on becoming, a full-fledged scholar right now. So we got quite a few perks there from our stint in university. And since we're traveling so much across all of Europe and into Asia, we have a camp perimeter that enables us to use forward scouts, so we can send scouts ahead on our travels to kind of increase our total caravan safety and hopefully encounter fewer dangerous events while also going a little bit faster along the way. And there's various upgrades we'll eventually hopefully be able to afford that we can buff this camp perimeter as well. So we have the chance to maybe discover hostile schemes against us with good sighting, fix the layout to buff the speed 25% and have another men-at-arms regiment. That one's probably the one that I want, so we can actually hire soldiers to accompany us, and we can even sell our services as sellswords and mercenaries to other local leaders who we might come across. Extra watches, so more people on watch, increases your archer damage, hampers enemy schemes against you. Palisade builders reduces your casualties and increases travel safety. Ditch digging decreases your losses in retreat. And if you're really afraid of the plague, then you can get some more plague resistance. We respect the plague. We have a healthy respect for it. There's been an outbreak of the Bavarian flux, or the bloody flux, from Krims, the county of Krims. And it has started to spread in East Francia right now. So we probably want to avoid this section if possible. Also, something weird happens to my... What's happening to my mouse? It's slowing down. Is my mouse breaking? No, it works fine here. When I move it over here... It was like it was getting caught on something. Okay, sorry, it seems like it's working now. Either way, yeah, we're traveling looking for contracts that we can take. And so far, we haven't gotten too much favorable. So we're going to take a trip to the seat of power of King Ludwig II, the German of East Francia, and see if there's anything going on over there. So it's going to take us about 30 days. The route is safe. We're going to have to pay some 320 provisions to feed our campsite and see what we encounter on the road. So let's go. Let's hit it. By the way, what's up? Iron Core says, today's an auspicious day. And Etal resub, I managed to 100% satisfactory today. All achievements achieved. Hey, nice. That sounds difficult. That sounds very difficult. But welcome back, Iron Core. Thanks for 32 months. And congrats, dude. Yo, this bishopric is on fire. Visited the capital of East Francia. You gain 200 diplomacy lifestyle. They're doing some raiding up here. Is this kind of like Hearts of Iron 4? No, this is more like storytelling. It's not really a game of logistics like Hearts of Iron. It's more like the story that forms as the result of your dynasty. It's about seeing your lineage through the ages. So we're playing like a game mode introduced by a DLC where we're able to be landless adventurers. But typically in Crusader Kings, your goals are managing a county, making it into a duchy, making that duchy into a kingdom, making that kingdom into an empire, forging alliances with people, kind of having like random events that you have to deal with, and seeing your lineage succeed and trying to put your like family members on different thrones, or assassinating other leaders, or becoming a warlord, or you know, building up the infrastructure. But it's not really like, there's like almost no logistics in the game outside of like a supply stat. So imagine if every single production line in Hearts of Iron was boiled down to like supply resource. This game is like Crusader Kings 2? Are you serious, bro? Are you serious right now? It's like a Dungeons and Dragons version of Civ. It's just different. It's technically a real-time game with pausing. This is not a turn-based game. I would say it's, Crusader Kings is more big picture stuff. It's more of what's called a grand strategy game. So like, lots of things are happening across the world while we're doing our own thing, right? Like the Byzantine Empire, Byzantium fell, and it was separated into its constituent parts, and it's been since reformed into the Byzantine Empire. So it's been united again, right? So things are just like happening. Basilios is back. But yeah, this is more of a game of like characters and stats. Yeah, people always make the comparison to like The Sims. It has some aspects of The Sims. Like all the characters have personalities and they act based on their personalities. Like Basilios, the emperor of the Byzantine Empire, is brave, deceitful, and ambitious, right? And all three of those traits have like pros and cons and affect his stats. And then on top of that, it combos to make him a specific personality. He's considered a rapacious opportunist. And rapacious opportunists are extremely bold and likely to declare war on close rulers or propose duels, and is very greedy and always focuses on short-term gains like raids or embezzling gold or whatever. So their personality traits give them like a personality type, and then they'll act based on that. And then you get more Sims-esque characteristics, like in this case, he is strong, which is an inheritable. Actually, is strong inheritable? No, comely is congenital. So like he can pass that on to his children, so you can try to make the perfect dynastic line who's beautiful and a genius and a giant or whatever else that you want. But he's also been discovered to be a murderer. And so all this sort of combos together to create a bunch of like mingling people and their traits. And are they melancholic? Or are they arbitrary and they don't care who lives or who dies? Or are they... Oh, we did find a conqueror. Hey, a conqueror spawned in my game. All right, King Louis II the Younger, the Conqueror. So this is a dude who is elevated by the game's stats, and he is going to probably go on a tear from Italy. So this is random in my game based on my rules. And he is going to be making a ton of money. He's going to be hiring a ton of troops. Armies will flock to his banners. Claimants will crowd his court. Vassals will fall in line and not rebel. And he can use that to try and like extend his control over the local area. And in my game, that can be passed on to his offspring, but they can lose it in various ways. But yeah, it's basically like a super AI. If you've played Stellaris, it's kind of like having an advanced start near you. I don't know what the Hearts of Iron comparison would be. And then, of course, since each game, all this stuff kind of randomly interacts with each other, so different things will happen in each campaign. So I don't know if that explains it well or not, but hopefully it gives you an idea of the breadth. To me, Hearts of Iron is more endlessly replayable because Hearts of Iron is more focused on the gameplay mechanics, whereas Crusader Kings 3 is a little bit more focused on like the headcanon that you ascribe to the events that happen to you and in your game. So it's a little different focus. It's definitely more interested in trying to have kind of weird things happen
that are outside of your control to some extent. Okay, so we are in Baden. There's a lot of people fighting around us. I don't know who's fighting who. Let's actually just see. East Francia is allied to Lotharingia, and they have a truce with Obotricia. Oh, I don't know how to say that. Obotricia? No idea. It's all good. That was a great explanation. I haven't wanted to play Crusader Kings until now. Yeah, the thing is, Crusader Kings 3, if you've never played it before, definitely has like 100 to 200 hours of content for you. And that's perfect, right? That's great. You definitely hit the ceiling faster than Hearts of Iron or Stellaris, in my opinion. But those first couple hundred hours are magical. So it's worth it just for that alone. Not every game needs to last forever, and that's okay. But eventually you see all the events, and eventually you see all the, like, pop-ups that you can see. And so you're just kind of going through the motion, in my experience. But the new DLC has definitely added a bunch of new stuff to check out. So that's what we're checking out. Let's try and... What is this? Contract requires you to create a manuscript. Over here. On this side, we have a criminal contract. And up here, we have a boundary dispute. I have like 2,000 hours in both. IMC in Crusader Kings? How many of those hours are modded? Out of curiosity. Learned Scholars of Beauteous Letters. Yeah, let's go do this one. Try to get some cash. Wait, I want to go here. Like half, lol. Probably more than half, if you're honest. Vanilla Stellaris with all DLCs and Vanilla Hearts with all DLCs is much more replayable than Vanilla Crusader Kings, in my experience. Impersonate the tax collector. Let's not impersonate the tax collector. We tried doing the write a book before, and I wrote a really boring book. As this camp's master, when two of my more notable followers wish to wed, it is my right to have the last word. They live within my protection, travel on my animals, and break my bread. Today's hopeful couples, Scanlon and Kraka, and with everything else in place, they only wait me waving my permission, or else signaling my defiance. Scanlon and Kraka, the two most worthless camp followers that we have, want to get married. Fitting. Very fitting. Do I have any reason not to? They just hate me. Go ahead. Get married. That'll make it... What's going to happen when Scanlon goes home? Because he's only supposed to be with us for 5 years as a rental. Hopefully he takes Kraka with him. That'd be best case. He leaves to go back to his liege lord. And then he takes Kraka too. I would be totally okay with that. You get your money's worth with CK3, it just doesn't feel that way when you put it up next to Hearts of Iron 4. Yeah, it's a tough comparison. It's a tough comparison. I think that the thing that gets me with Crusader Kings is it's a really great game if you've never played it before. For a while, for a long while. There's a magical honeymoon period that doesn't really exist with any other game. However, once you're over the honeymoon period, I look back and I think of where I thought Crusader Kings was going to be in 4 years in 2020, and I was so hopeful and so optimistic, and we're not even close to where I expected it to be in 4 years. And I think part of the problem is Paradox's damn focus on season passes. If they didn't try to push season passes so much, we would probably have like a better Crusader Kings game. Like, there doesn't need to be 2 bad DLCs with every 1 good DLC and 1 mid DLC. The pace of new content is way slower than CK2. Yeah, way slower. CK3 becomes pop-up hell after a few playthroughs. It does. They've tried mitigating it, and it's definitely improved. But it is still kind of like pop-up hell. Here, like, for example, after Crusader Kings 2 launched, in the first year, we had Sword of Islam, focusing on the Muslim nations, Legacy of Rome in October. The best Crusader Kings 2 DLC, Sunset Invasions, was in November. The Republic in January 2013. A lot of people still miss the Republic gameplay from CK2. The Old Gods was May 2013. That was when I kind of like bought in. That's when I first bought Crusader Kings 2. Sons of Abraham was kind of forgettable to me. The Rajas of India was March 2014. Charlemagne was 2014. That's when we started streaming it. I streamed CK2 after, no, not in 2014, but like that was the first. I remember buying that DLC on stream before streaming. Then Horse Lords in 2015. Conclave in 2016. Conclave was pretty cool. The Reaper's Due was also 2016. Monks and Mystics was 2017. Okay, so in 4 years, that's everything through 4 years, not including Monks and Mystic. Is it worth going back for? No. That's the sad thing. Crusader Kings 3 has completely eclipsed it and replaced it. I can never go back to Crusader Kings 2 because Crusader Kings 3 is better in every functional way, okay? The usability, the playability, the menus, the UI, the tooltips, the visuals, the art, the characters, everything, the music, it's all better. Horrible take. Shut up, bro. I did my time, all right? I spent hundreds of hours in CK2 before CK3 came out. This is better, and if you disagree, copium. But Crusader Kings 2 has significantly better events and content. Everything else about it is more pleasant in every way. Nothing about there's not one thing in Crusader Kings 2 that is not content related, that is UX and UI and end user related, that is better in Crusader Kings 2, period. Not one. Every single aspect was improved upon in CK3, except content. CK2 is a great game with the worst UI ever. Oh yeah, it's like almost unusable. It's much easier to deal with a lack of content than a lack of quality of life. Yeah, CK2 requires you to use a significant amount more imagination. Now, when my character randomly gets lover's pox in an event, I can see it on his face. That's amazing. CK2 was like, here's your 2D photo that almost never changes of your character. Imagine everything that happens to them.
CK3 has better culture and religion mechanics. I would probably agree with a little bit of that. I'd probably agree with a little bit of that. The problem is, they basically copied the bad combat of Crusader Kings 2 and was like, it's good enough. Do it again. And that's pretty much where they stopped. I don't need a tutorial on faith and religion, I don't think. Combat was never a paradox strength. Hearts of Iron disagrees. They figured it out in 2016. And they've chosen to ignore it since. We have Total War for combat. Total War is overrated. It's fine. Total War. Did you mean... If we're not talking Warhammer, did you mean line of spearmen follow behind line of archers and wait while hopefully artillery catapults kill everyone in every single battle, 50 battles in a row? Or if you're playing Warhammer, did you mean spam your 3 heroes' abilities every single second they're off cooldown? And fight trying to look between, keep clicking on all of them, waiting for their like magic to come off of cooldown? Let me know when Total War figures out how to do sieges. You might have to like tell me at my gravestone, though. That would require them to like stop releasing a new DLC every month and make 3 straight Total War games on basically the same engine. Listen, I know I'm talking a lot of shit right now, but I do love Total War. I do. That's why I also am sick of it. Okay? I love it to death, but eventually you see through and it's just the same, like, you can't just make the same game over and over and over again, dude. You have to innovate somewhere. And then have a $400 game package, because that's how probably... Let's actually see. How much would it cost me to buy Total War right now? I bet it makes Paradox look like they're giving away their game for free. Browse all content for this game. $300, $290 just for Warhammer 3. Wait, no, that's not true. Okay, that's for Warhammer. That's for all the Warhammer DLC. Maybe it won't make Paradox sweat. But it's $60 for Warhammer 3. Is Warhammer 2 still... Do you have to buy all 3? Do you have to... Total... They're still selling Warhammer 2 for $60. And Total War Warhammer... is also 60. They're charging $60 for the first game still from 2016. Do you have to buy all 3? Because that's an extra $180 up front. It goes on sale a lot. Yeah, same for Paradox. I think, chat, we can all agree that this is going to be a hot take, which I'm kind of on a roll right now. If I go back in time
and somehow they gave me the power to stop Steam sales from ever existing, I would. Do you know why? Because it would force developers and publishers to list games at the actual price they want you to buy it, instead of ripping off the people who make the mistake of buying it in between sales and forcing you to wait for periods between the year where you know that it's going to be on sale. You can guarantee it. It's written in stone. So if it's written in stone that it's going to be on sale at a significant discount, why is it more expensive the rest of the year? To create FOMO. That's it. That's the only reason. And if there weren't any sales, then the prices for all the games on average would come down because they would just sell them at the price they want you to buy it on. Instead of like making you wait an arbitrary amount of time for a FOMO sale. Based no sale Factorio and RimWorld. RimWorld does go on sale. They raised the price so that they could put it on sale. RimWorld used to be cheaper. Now it's more expensive, and when they put it on sale, guess what? It goes back to the old price because it's 10% off. Video games basically never went on sale before the Steam era, which doesn't mean it was because of Steam, but I think it was a big influence. It was definitely a big influence. For sure. But yeah, like chat, have you never experienced like you want a new game and you buy it and then it goes on sale a week or two later? And then you're like, and then you look it up and you go to like the Steam DB page for it and you realize it goes on sale every Christmas. You realize that No Man's Sky should just be a $20 game, but it's only a $20 game on special occasions on every single Steam sale. And that you should never buy Cyberpunk because it's $60 and it's not a $60 game because they sell it for like $20 every single sale. These are not real, these are fake prices for games designed to trap you. And hope that you just like don't think and you just buy it at full price when you could save a ton of money. And the worst part is they have convinced you that you're smart for waiting for the sale. When it's by design to make you think that you're like, oh dude, I'm gonna wait for the Christmas sale. I'm gonna wait for the November sale. Yes! Yes! Yes, we live in capitalist hell. I know this already, streamer. Who buys at full price? Launch date Larry's, like me. Launch day Larry's. This is so like basically if you're watching this, there was a couple people who were like, I bought this because of you. This is the part where I say, sadly, do not buy Crusader Kings 3 at full price. You are being ripped off for $50 because it will go on sale early and often. Every single time there's a Steam sale. And if you want the DLC, wait till then. Let's see. True of all Paradox games. We all know this, but you have to say it. I'm gonna find the chart. The chart. How do you see a graph of price history? Oh, here we go. Here's the chart. This is what I mean. This is how often it goes on sale. It's actually getting, the sales getting deeper. The base game was $35, $25, $25, $35, $25, $25, 25, 25, $19.99. $19.99, cheaper, $14.99. September. So if you just missed the sale, they just had one for $15 instead of $50. Over 3 times the actual... this is now the actual cost of the game. Make it cheaper during the sale, but the same price forever when not on sale. Chat, when I'm 52 years old and I open my first publisher somehow, I promise to never put my game on sale. Whatever the lowest price will be, I'm just gonna keep lowering the cost of the game on a linear path the older it gets until it's eventually like $1. When the sales have dried up, okay? It's just gonna keep going down over time. And that's just gonna be the permanent price of the game. $1 off every year. Where am I? It's the opposite of Bethesda's strategy. What? Get more expensive? I think the other option is never ever put your game on sale. But here's the thing, the only games that never go on sale, you can only name one. It's like Factorio, maybe Minecraft, and that's it. Nintendo games? Let's see. There's not a single Nintendo game on sale. Ever. But I'm pretty sure they have some sales. But it's mostly for like DLCs and stuff, like Mario Kart or something. I hum as I look around Count Lutfrid's study. Plenty of scripts, manuscripts, and short stories are gathered here, in neat stacks lined up on the shelves. A piece of work isn't necessarily judged by its length, surely. Even the mention of a single word can invoke complex emotions. But first things first, what size of work do I have in me? Keep it simple, or my creation will be exhaustive. Let's go exhaustive, probably. For the record, I love the Total War series. I just wish that the game had changed at some point since like 2016 when Total War Warhammer 1 came out. I don't think that the franchise has meaningfully changed at all in 8 years. Do you think that that's a hot take? And I understand they want to have Omega campaign with every single faction on one single map. But at a certain point, I played a couple hundred hours, and every faction's the same to me now because I just got tired of the spam leader power-up abilities gameplay. Like, they were cool at first, but it just became super tedious micromanaging. And then on top of that, the sieges were incredibly borked and did not function. Like, literally, in Warhammer 3, I couldn't get the sieges to work. But the core gameplay of Total War is fun. It's just like, I'm getting old, man. I just can't buy $400 of DLC and games for like the same game. We played Total War 3 for 50 hours, and then we played Total Warhammer 2 for 200 hours, and then I only played 1 for 7 hours. So I got on the boat on 2, got about 225 hours out of the franchise, and it just kind of like all ran together at that point. The AI is so easy to cheese it gets boring. How much you got in 3 Kingdoms? I loved 3 Kingdoms. It was a good time. About 150 hours. And I probably would have played more, but most of that was like a stream campaign, and I don't really play off stream. But yeah, I like Three Kingdoms, I think, better than the Warhammer ones, I would say. One of the problems I have with Warhammer is the AI sucks at building armies, so you never have to put an effort when it comes to army comp or tactics. See, my main problem is I don't like when the campaigns in Warhammer end up being 4 army stacks over here and 5 army stacks over here, and then you tear your hair out in the longest reinforcement battle ever, and you have to deal with the reinforcement mechanics, and then best case scenario, you outnumber them 5-3 and you just auto-resolve 17 battles in a row, and that's only 5% of the way through the end game that you have to do, like, auto-resolve another 25 battles before you can say you won. Like, the best part of all the Total War games is, like, the first 33%. But a game called Total War should be able to figure out how to, you know, do the fighting. With more chapters, you face an increased amount of challenges. The rewards will be stacking, but so will the difficulty. To complete the contract, complete a learning challenge, a combined challenge, and another relevant skill, or draw from your traveling experiences. Oh, I'm blocking this. Win a third of your challenges for qualified success, 2/3 or all. Reach for 5 chapters. Let's go big. My creation will be exhaustive. I peer down at the blank page in front of me. Words. Why is it always so difficult to start? The quill gently stroking my chin, I carefully ponder what the manuscript should be about. Count Lutfrid wanted a scripture pertaining to organization. A valid point for me to consider. Now, where do I start? I'll dazzle them with my wits. Learning challenge, +1 score. You gain piety. A passage on social skills. The contract has extra rewards for the stewardship topic. Uh-oh. So this one we can gain some prestige in like 5 gold. S is for stewardship, my kind of topic. So this one has a 76, or we can use intrigue, a combined learning and intrigue challenge. Chat, are we just gonna take the 76-23 on stewardship? May as well, that's what it's here for the bonuses. Terrific chapter, +1/+1. That's a +2. The manuscript, the next chapter. After a while, as I get into it, I find myself scribbling away, filling page after page with thoughts and observations relating to organization. Once in a while, when not out and about, Count Lutfrid pops his head in the study, peering at my ink-blotchy pages of progress. He hums and then leaves, seemingly busy with more important matters. I reflect over this, all while considering what the next chapter should be about. Okay, so it takes that one and makes it harder. So each one's getting a little bit more difficult, basically. Now we have a 69-30. And it's already getting harder, and it's only the second chapter. Let's go for the 69-30, go for the big bucks. Let's touch upon efficiency. Terrific chapter! Yes! That's a +2! A thought suddenly occurs to me. Wisdom. Not so difficult, is it? The more I think about it, the more inspired I feel to share my knowledge on the subject. Once in a while... Okay, he pops his head in. I move on to the more pertinent question of trying to decide whether to keep writing about the art of stewarding, or if it'd be wiser to diversify. Okay, well at this point, let's diversify. I will dazzle them with my wits. 82% for a +1. Terrific chapter. All right, we already have the 5 we need to succeed. Time passes quickly as I sit by the lectern, recording my minute observations and perspectives on scholarship. The daylight fades outside and I sit by candlelight in the study, enjoying the hospitality that comes with being a working scribe. What chapter are we on? You have 2 chapters left. So I can take a 58. I mean, this is getting me money too when we succeed at this. This is a 33 gold reward. We've been making some money. I say we've already got the 5 points, right? Of success. Actually, I don't know how many. We got 5 points. Let's just go Gamba for stewardship. Terrific chapter. I'm going to the casino right now. That's another +2. I have only succeeded. Does piety do anything in adventure? Yeah, I spent piety on something earlier. Relevant and concise. This should be able to satisfy Count Ludfrid, certainly. Plates have kept stacking up as who's paying me for this? Why do I just gain random money for writing this? Is he just reading it and being like, this is amazing? Plates keep stacking up as I enjoy the last few shreds of hospitality now that my work here is coming to an end. Are the servants stingier with the food now, though, or am I imagining things? I gave him a little bit of dazzling with the wits. Can we get another coin flip? No, we got 3 coin flips. Let's go for the 70-29. I will dazzle them with my wits. 40% chance your martial skill increases by 1. Or you can get 2 martial skill increases potentially if you finish strong. Let's just go for the more tried and true. Terrific chapter, and my martial skill increases by 1. Count Ludfrid flips through the pages of the manuscript, stepping out to contemplate a piece from each page. I'll say. He turns and gently hands the manuscript to his attendant. Have you seen this? High mages put this on display. Such a mind-boggling piece of scripture. Softly applauding, he leans in mischievously. I particularly liked that piece of marginalia. Well done. That one? Are you pointing at the screen? That one? Enjoy your rewards and do let me know if you ever find yourself back in Montbéliard. I proudly stretch and nod. Pays you 64 Gs, gains 60 opinion, you gain 150 prestige, some piety. He goes on the roll of patrons, you get a weak hook on him, and you get 500 provisions. An excellent at contract hook, which I can cash in if I want. Gained a level of devotion. You are now known as devoted to your faith. You will recruit a random men-at-arms regiment size 1. Rent a knight? Nah, let's not do any of that. I'm gonna keep my prestige for now. Okay, well that was a fantastic contract because we just made like 100+ gold for writing 1 book. So that is most excellent. And we also restocked the provisions. Chat, we have to make a choice now. Do we want to swing down toward Italy and therefore through Byzantium, or do we want to go north through the Polish, not quite Polish yet, West Slavia and Baltic Empire areas? I mean, I guess we could go down toward Italy, the Byzantine Empire, and follow that. We could visit the Conqueror. We could go to the Kingdom of Italy. Can you check the locations for XP on the way? I think so. How do you do that again? Oh, there we go. Yeah, there's diplomacy, XP there, and then you have a castle, and then you have learning, and then you have diplomacy. Or you can go down here and go to the Vatican, da Pope. There's a whole bunch over here. Yeah, probably where there's the most learning. We'll go through Italy. We don't need to do the full trip in one go, because that's going to be like a lot of food. 600 food. A bit of danger in the mountains. If we make it in one trip, it might be better. I don't see any contracts. So, I'm gonna hire someone to help us on our wagon journey who's adept at handling mountains. We're just gonna purchase some Pathfinder's gear. Traversing mountains and swaps are a challenge for the unprepared. You will purchase climbing hooks, extra ropes, and all manner of gear necessary to traverse the most treacherous path. That'll reduce the danger in the mountains. It costs us a whopping 600 food, and it's going to take us a 2-month journey by wagon. Off we go. Let's see if we encounter anybody on the road. I'm curious what contracts will appear. Hi, what and who are you playing as? Why does the title say Oregon Trail? Well, hopefully what we just did sort of illuminates a little bit of that. We're playing the Roads to Power DLC that came out a month ago, and we're playing a landless adventurer who's traveling the known world. We have no land and we have no holdings. We are travelers. Creating our own party, creating our own upgraded campsites. Ooh, I like that the campsite art changed with the seasons. What tents do we have? We have the barber's tent with an upgrade and the camp perimeter so far. But we need some more money to keep upgrading. Actually, I could keep upgrading now if I wanted to. You have visited the Kingdom of Italy. 200 diplomacy lifestyle XP, and there's a diplomacy contract that we could take as an adventurer here. We're getting a lot of just stray diplomacy XP. But yes, I'm playing as a man of Han Chinese heritage who was dropped off in Iceland and trying to make our way back to the Far East right now. This is my creative character. And you can visit castles and holdings. Don't mind the fact that I've got the pox. Few places are as majestic as a castle, and Turin is no exception. Cisalpinians, the people of the Alpines. Troops and banners are visible everywhere. My bodyguard Scanlan looks around, seemingly enjoying the change in scenery. Is Tyke still with us? Yeah. Let's go mingle at the tavern. It's brimming with activity. There's a storyteller by the fire and some shabby chums pestering for more wine. I could listen to his story. And then Finn, in his rage, turned to stone. His dreams of destruction were never realized, and so the cathedral still stands to this day. But that's a story for another time. We do have some stress, actually. So let's take a... Actually, we can't do the stress one. We could do the story one, though. That makes perfect sense. A 11% chance of getting a diplomacy increase, a 29% chance of some diplomacy XP, or you gain exotic diplomacy for 3 months. See, I'm convinced that this is bugged, but let's find out. My diplomacy's 15. Nope, it did go up. Okay, I did see it go up. Oh, this time it actually has values associated with it. When we got exotic something else, it didn't have any stats. But this one does, so that's good. So we're getting a few months of bonus diplomacy. The details of Candida's story lingering in my head, I walk back to the decidedly noisier common room. Scanlan recently became a drunkard while I was off at university, and then got married to Kraka when we set off back on the road. So he loves the tavern.
I do have money for potential recruitment, so we should at least check to see who's in the tavern. 15 learning, sadistic, great fighter though. Shunlin, trusting, just, got the diplomacy, and Giacopo, who's got the stewardship, which we've kind of already handled. How does Scanlan suck so much? That's a great question. Sadistic, content, and a bit shy. 87 gold. I'm just having trouble paying 87 gold for one person. Even if their prowess is really high. Especially because bodyguard, I'm not really sure if it does anything. He getting down, dude. He is getting down. Let's head out of here and probably tackle one of these contracts nearby. Want to learn about faith and religion? I kind of already know a good deal about that. Yeah, let's keep heading. We could do a transcribe texts. That'd be solid. Okay. We don't need the Pathfinder's gear anymore, yes? It's only a 13-day trip. My spot. Move your accursed tent. Damn it, Tyke! This is my spot! Cries Scanlan, disrupting my evening walk. Tyke seems unmoved, simply folding his arms across his chest. It can't be your spot if it's got my tent upon it, now can it? He snarks back. Desperate for a higher authority, Scanlan whirls around to me. Master Eric, please, I beg of you. Discipline this wretch. I am never siding with you, Scanlan. Okay. Figure it out amongst yourselves. Yeah, I think we're gonna go figure it out. So if I side with Scanlan, I actually lose stress for being just. Nah, you guys figure it out. I am not getting involved in that, dudes. I'm not gonna piss off the most dangerous person in my entire troop. Let me make sure this is a contract that doesn't require a scheme. It does not. You who would preserve knowledge, well-lettered scribes wanted for copying of Cisalpine texts. Payment for timely work. Up to 102 bucks for an exceptional success. That'd be a lot of money. We could do a bunch with that. The daylight slowly fades as I sit in Prince Bishop Dudamiro's chamber by candlelight, frantically copying squiggly lines of ink from one sheet to another. My eyelids start drooping and I nod off momentarily before I jerk awake. As far as I can tell, this particular passage seems related to the Battle of Novara. But by Sangpo Bumtree is it droning on and on. That's my god, by the way. I trace an ink-stained finger on a blobby-tailed creature with an angry human face in the margins. Maybe I should improve the text to make it more enticing. Embellish this a smidge. 64% chance you get a +3 based on your learning. 36% no change. I can draw inspiration from my own experiences because you are a commander. Oh yeah, we learned how to be a rough terrain expert. Copying text in language we don't know. True. A vassal of the Kingdom of Italy. He has one title. He's just the bishop. But yeah, they're speaking in Italian Vulgar, which we haven't learned yet. We're working on learning Gaelic right now, which is probably not as useful. Or we can use your known languages. I see the similarities to Anglic. Because you know languages, you get a +2. Let's take the inspiration from my own experiences first. And that's a guaranteed +2. We are so freaking smart now. Every tongue is silent. A few days have passed and I'm making my way through the transcript. The current passage, however, is drier than gravel out in the sun. My mind starts to drift and I blink a few times to go back to reality.
How about I embellish this just a smidge? Okay, we don't have an applicable lifestyle trait. You've already drawn on your language. Didn't I draw on my inspiration? From my own experiences, I did not draw on my language knowledge. Right? This event is bugged. Classic. When you make the DLC about the events and the events are bugged. How about I embellish this just a smidge? This pack is going to get review bombed? No, it already has very positive. It's already got extremely positive reviews. I don't think that it's a bad DLC. It doesn't deserve to get thumbs down or review bombed. You gotta wait a month to fix the wait a second. Yeah, it came out a month ago. It's been a month. And they're doing balance pass changes instead of fixing the events, apparently. Which the balance is needed too, so why not both? How about I embellish this just a smidge? 64% chance of success. Easy, successful transcription. Embellishing it with my own knowledge. I'm nearing the end of the transcript, which is going so far. How's it going? That's for you to decide. Once again, the scribe of this manuscript is taking the most dreary approach possible on the subject matter. My gaze sticks on the attendant, an infinitely more interesting sight until he gives me a suspicious look, prompting me to go back to the text. The passage itself seems related to the innovations of faraway cultures, which would interest readers had it been less stilted. Okay, I guess we should just try and embellish this again. Why not? We've already got +5. Easy! I'm hitting every single 50 and 60%, man. I'm going to the casino, I'm telling you. After the shroom's over, I'm gonna hit the jackpot, dude. Well, this manuscript is certainly more interesting than I remember. He hands over the script to his attendant. Study this and let us reconvene in the evening. Turning to me, Prince Bishop Dudamaro smiles briefly, handing me a heavy pouch. Good job. As agreed, here is your reward. He is going to pay me 58 Gs. Dude, we scored 8 out of 9 toward exceptional. You have to nail the learning one 9 points to get exceptional success. Oh my god. It's not even going to be the same book by the time you're done. True. Alien 1 was the best first-time chatter. How are you even a sub, Doc Holiday? First of all, I can respect it. Alien 1 is a fantastic movie that I rewatched recently, and it was very good. I'll take the 58 gold, though. And the prestige, and the piety, and the provisions. All those things. 2015 follower who hasn't spoken until now. From 2015. First comment ever. Okay. You waited until now to share that opinion. And won't comment again for another 9 years? It's more likely than you think. Okay, we are starting to run low on food, but we can just, you know, buy more. Right? We can simply buy more. Wait. Weren't we going to the King of Italy's seat to try and do something with him? I guess we couldn't even meet him or anything. Like, it'd be cool if when you went to the seats of power of some of these places, you had the option of, like, interacting with them somehow. But, like, obviously, I'm not important enough, but if I became renowned enough, do you ever get the option, besides missions,
to just like visit and then they invite you in or something like that? You're just a humble duchy. It's true, I am just a humble duchy. We actually can't go fishing without being on a coast. That makes total sense. We also can't gather provisions until next year, a year and a half from now. I want to go east, not west, but there's a quest to the west. I can also make a request of the dude. He would pay me 10 gold. He could give me some food, or he could give me a random men-at-arms regiment, which we're going to do eventually, but I don't think I'm ready yet. Let me see, how much does it cost if we go into town and look at food. From carrots to fabrics, firewood to sewing thread, supply merchant Yol has it all. This stall is filled to the brim with whatever one might need for a night in the wilds. I move a bit closer to draw his attention. I'll buy some of these and some of those. 1,500? 77 gold, man. I believe those edibles are beginning to go bad. That's not what you want to hear. Right after it hits. Learning challenge against Yol. 74% that you convince him that the food is spoiled. And you gain 385 provisions. 25% he's not fooled by your logic, and the provision cost is increased by 3 months. I believe those are beginning to go bad. He agrees to part with the expired supplies, and you gain 385 provisions. What could go wrong, chat? What could go wrong? There you go. Acquired some food. Just had to talk some sense into the man. Okay, we should stop over here. Possibly take a pit stop in Venice as well. Yeah, let's go Venice first. "48 days, 1 dangerous spot." I wish the danger highlight here would tell you where and what, instead of just like 1. I assume it says 18% chance of danger. Dude, I love forward scouts. They're awesome. 436 food to go to Venice. Let's go, baby. Send it. We gotta learn as much as we can on the road. We need to get some more people. We haven't increased the size of our entourage in a while. I'm also too cheap to hire people. We used to be scouting for talent on the road here, but we stopped doing that because it was just slowing me down. Maybe I should just start doing it just in case. I could also buff the camp. Chat, what do you think about that? What do you think about upgrading the pavilion? Unlocks +1 max men-at-arms regiment. We get an extra domicile building, more provision capacity, a little bit more travel safety. And we can build a new building. It's either that. We can also upgrade the buildings we have. But I like the internal slots a little bit better. I was going to do fixed layout, but we don't even have a men-at-arms regiment yet. But I like it for the 25 move domicile speed. And it only costs 60. Because we're going to be traveling a lot, and we're moving our domicile everywhere. So fixed layout seems good. A fixed and unchanging layout for what goes where at camp builds character and a sense of place regardless of location. Let's do that first. Let's get the little upgrades in. New learning lifestyle trait available, dude.
Acclaimed authors. By the way, we have not seen a follower become inspired to write a book yet, but if they do, they'll produce significantly higher artifacts. Okay. Seems like a pretty good perk. So maybe when it does proc, they'll make an amazing book for us. We should pick up a hot Italian. I could go for a sandwich. I could go for a sandwich for sure. Your camp has moved into Venice. Let's go say hi first. Mingle at the tavern. They definitely nerfed the amount of minxes on corners. For sure. Okay, no stories. Who's up for recruitment? Any super geniuses? No. No super geniuses. I mean, this person's a hunter, diplomat, negotiator. That's pretty cool, but I don't have that kind of money. Did we get... No, we have to go here. Uh-oh. 117 food just to go to Venetia. We're gonna run out of food again, dude. Couple of steward things. Oh, we're at 71%. When are we gonna get that final key? There we go, 200 diplomacy lifestyle. Without friends or protection, I am interrupted from my stroll near my pavilion by the approach of a nervous stranger. A man who introduces himself as Eliakim and is clearly as alien to Venezia as I. Lord, you and I both know that these lands have no truck with those who worship differently from the lords and ladies. Momentarily he pauses. Gotta end quotations here. Gotta end quotations. Momentarily he pauses, steeling himself for a clearly expected rejection. I understand if you've already too many people to care for, but if you'll have me, I'll serve you loyally all of your days. Is that the guy that we were just looking at? He followed us from the tavern. Brave, zealous, and shy. Charismatic negotiator. He is a diplomat and a hunter. And 18 diploma. Yeah, I mean, of course. He becomes your friend instantaneously. Help him find a home. Be gone. Yeah. Welcome aboard. You made a fast friend. Instantly. Okay, we got a new bestie. Hold on, let me check the camp followers. How do we get to that screen? They're still placated. So we have one detractor now. We can't fire her because she's married. Wait, is she married? No, nobody likes her. I'm still learning the language though, am I not? 115 days until I can kick her out of the party. He's only got 4 prowess. I think we can use a different bodyguard there. Eliakim, welcome, dude. Your champion and friends. He does fight for us, apparently. Well, let's go investigate Venice. Mingle in the taverns. Through the horses and cows. Who is up for recruitment here? A super steward? Anna, the gambler? Another warrior? And Gusberto. Gusberto, the 32 learning, shrewd, deceitful man. Is your new fixed layout replacing your perimeter? No, I don't have a thing there. That's an empty spot. We had not purchased an upgrade for that yet. Camp perimeter is just what the base is called. Each base has internal upgrade slots. The tavern is in the barn. The tavern is apparently in the barn. Should just be my new champion. 82 gold. Never mind. Look for able bodies in the garrison. They're just so expensive, dude. Wait, that's my friend. Is he just... Oh, he's just helping me look? Okay, he's just helping me look. He's tagging along. 14 prowess, 13. Alright, we came here primarily just for the, like, the research. I could go over here and do stewardship things. It's probably better if we go try and do the diplomacy things. But don't do this one. No diplomacy. They're both diplomacy schemes. Don't do it. Okay, this one's ready to go. Do this one. I'm dying. Look, if this fails with an 88% success chance, then the schemes are truly cursed. You finalize your solicit charity against Count Ragnar. I don't even remember what this scheme is for. Why is this dude doing... He's ill. He's dying in bed. This is my only chance to get paid by him. The County of Brabant. Dude, we've had this scheme since Lotharingia, and we're in Venice. Hook gained. Asking for alms success. What were we even doing? Our stay with Count Reginar is very fruitful. Sustained charm and scholarly wiles slowly drop the Count's suspicion, lulling him into a state of enticed interest, and then the gifts of patronage flow. We were just begging him for stuff? We're not even there anymore. We just passed through. A bountiful endeavor to be sure, but this goodwill won't last forever, so naturally we'll depart before overstaying our welcome. Bro, we are long gone. The scheme success chance does not align with the length of time that schemes take now. And it's very confusing. Okay, we teleported across the world to get 70 gold. We have a long path ahead of us. And I didn't realize we were literally just begging him for money. Okay. It worked, I guess. And now the scheme is gone. So I could just take another one of these schemes now that we have an open diplomacy scheme. So perhaps I will actually do that. You gain 200 learning XP? Yeah, let's just go there then. 24 days. 2 low danger, 3% chances across the sea. We're just gonna sail on in there. We got a ton of food from that also. Did we ever finish that building in Kent? Nope, that one got erased by the one you just saw, because I've accidentally erased the scheme 2 or 3 times today. No player heir. Shut up! Okay? What are you, my great-great-great-grandmother? Do you still have that ship, Captain? Yes. They do. They're still in the party. They actually got married to that funky knight. Scanlan got married to Kraka. So the worst bodyguard ever with 2 prowess. He's -2 from being a drunkard. This is that one wall guard from the first episode of Attack on Titan. Don't know why that was the first reference that came to my mind. But that's him, yeah. But they got married. So I don't know what happens when he's gonna leave. All right, we're gonna do this mission, and then we're gonna head down and go say what up to the Pope. I've noticed that no matter where we go, all of our contracts are still 1 star. So it is possible that we do need more prestige. However, bizarrely, the contract... Yeah, see, the contract tooltip says the higher the tier of the ruler, the higher the contract's tier, which is not true. Well, not true at base level. However, if you look at the contract tier tooltip, there it says contractors won't offer... Okay, so yeah, no, it's technically true because the higher tier people don't even offer a job. But it's a little, it's not really like spelled out that way on the contract tooltip. But yeah, contract tier tooltip does say insufficient level of fame for their rank. If you're only established, kings and emperors won't even consider you. I mean, that makes sense. That makes sense. The higher the contract tier, the higher the pay is scaled to be, though the difficulty goes up too. So we need to become illustrious, basically. So I think one thing is, that's a really cool system, right? We're gonna do a compliment sandwich here. That's a really cool system where the higher ups don't even notice you until you reach a certain level of notoriety. Makes total sense. However, to enable the grind that is required to gather that much prestige and fame, we gotta have more variety in the available contracts and their solutions, right? Because improve ruler rep is just going to be another set it and forget it scheme, as is this one. Set it and forget it scheme. And this one's going to be the boundary dispute that we did. And this one's the manuscript. You know what I mean? Like, we gotta... or you can have fewer events, but the events need to have multiple outcomes besides a fail state and a success state. That way you want to make multiple manuscripts because sometimes crazy things happen, good or bad, for you during the event, right? So my fear is that it's going to start to feel super grindy before you can even get the higher tier contracts. But I will continue doing some of these contracts when I return from a BRB. False Lobster, thank you for the 31 months. And Mr. Dr. Professor Nova, thanks again for the 44. Sorry I missed you earlier after EJ rated. And thank you, both of you. False Lobster and Mr. Doctor, appreciate it both. Building up an army helps avoiding having to grind contracts as much, I guess. It's funny you say that, Audible Quack, because that's the exact problem with the Crusader Kings 3 standard game. Which is, if you decide not to try to expand your borders and build tall, you have significantly less gameplay than if you just do war all the time. So the base game of Crusader Kings 3 tends to devolve into declaring war the second the truce is over, because that's how you progress. So it would be sad if the main way to progress as an adventurer, which is supposed to be like for RP and adventuring and wandering, is mostly focused around war. It would be a little ironic if that were the case. That compliment sandwich was open-faced. Okay, I... like... tooltips. Yo. What's up? Hello. Hello. We're back. What were we doing? We were gonna do this. A scheme. Speak of Italian and worldly affairs and no reward. All with tales to tell are cordially invited to enjoy the hospitality of the Prince Bishop of Ravenna. Okay. So, I'm here. I got a weird, creepy look on my face, too. My character looks really bad with, like... Oh, okay, look. If you ignore the fact that his head is clipping through the hat, he almost looks like a normal guy down here. But then they give him an emote, and he gets scary. It is not uncommon for settled rulers like Martino to play host to notable travelers like myself. For a few gifts and decent lodging, scholars such as ours provide entertainment, intelligence, and a suitable distraction for his many courtiers. Of course, that's if my followers and I can earn our keep with our tales. So this is another scheme mission. I think that the scheme missions are the most disjointed feeling, because the text says that we're gonna kind of like be hosted by this bishop as long as we can earn our keep with tales. But what's actually gonna happen is I'm gonna take this mission and then leave immediately and never come back. So we're not even staying with him. And then in 6 to 9 months, after our scheme has progressed far enough, we'll get some closure event, if I don't accidentally replace it, about how we had such a great time hanging out with him and I'm across the world already. So it's really strange, I think, that the two types of missions are the one that I just described, or Gamba outcomes and just choose the options that have the highest success chance. And I think that there's a big missed opportunity for there to be like, my ski missions require me to stay in place? Did you just not try leaving? Because I have never seen a mission that requires me to stay in place, but I'm only at tier 1 missions. So you can just, as far as like every time I take one, you can just take it and walk off. Now, I think it would be better if it required you to stay. However, it should require you to stay and have a sequence of unique events with decision making along the way as to what you do that go beyond a skill check. And you actually have to like entertain him. Like basically what this should be in this, based on this flavor text, is equivalent to like when you do a feast event as a ruler, right? You do a feast event, people are participating, and then events pop up during the course of that event. And then they have a few events that can occur besides just like the one that's gonna pop up affecting our success chance. So in my case, this is going to take diplomacy. We're going to go, sooner we're done, the sooner we're back on the road, and try to go like faster. See, I think you're supposed to have to stay here. The sooner we're done, the sooner we're back on the road, is what that says. But these take forever. So let's just see. Suabasech the Strange is going to be the socialite. A toast, my lords and ladies, to a good friend of mine I'd like you all to think of as highly as I do. Benefits from diplomacy, intrigue, and learning. She hates me, man.
slowly getting better, I think. Gabbler. It can't be Tyke, because Tyke needs to be in charge of the success chance. He is the shill, which benefits from gregarious intrigue and diplomacy. So to speed this up, let's go Kraka as a Gabbler, and then Poet. Sinehild, your courtier. I keep forgetting she's in the party, but she's pretty smart. But she always gets stressed and hates me because she's lazy. It goes away, though. And then Huld can also be a Gabbler to try to make this go faster. So 69 days until the next phase. It depends on if your camp is at the location or not. If you travel, you're locked into the location. It's more an issue with how the travel system is broken. What? I don't even comprehend. Okay, so don't take this one, because this is another diplomacy scheme. Most of the diplomacy ones are schemes, which is kind of unfortunate, or maybe I'm just unlucky. Let's do a boundary dispute. See, I can just go, and I'm out. But yeah, if they required you to stay, nothing interesting happens during this mission, so you'd have to just fast forward at 5 times speed until it's done. If you travel without your camp, you're locked into it. That's worse, because like I said, nothing happens during these. It may take forever, even with 3 people on speed. And you have nothing to do except twiddle your thumbs. So if you don't move your camp, then you have to stay there. Wanderers of good breeding. Experienced arbitrator is sought. Okay, what do you got? Rimini streets are gripped by a fever of gossip and scandal. A complicated matter of marriage, inheritance, and business arrangements gone awry has seen a vast section of the best local land for grazing horses go to some fool with neither money nor skill. Okay, we had this one earlier. I think this is just the only one for this mission. Our coin depends on calming the situation quickly and quietly. Well, I don't actually have good stewardship. I can leave Eliakim here for 4 to 8 years. I can solve anything if I put my mind to it. Take critical stress to get a guarantee. Or just gamba on a 36% chance. Yeah, I don't want to leave my new friend that I just made. But yeah, the benefit of not moving your whole camp is you don't have to pay for provisions, right, while you move around, basically. But I haven't really had a problem with that so far, but I'm also a smaller camp. Yeah, I think I'm just gonna go for the Gamba, and he'll hate me, and the holding of Rimini gets starveling steeds, which isn't good. If I had a way... I actually can go fishing, but it's not going to be fast enough for the break. Become a great conqueror. You need 4,000. Champion of the hand culture. Secure a duchy. Become a knight errant. Look back on your travels. It's a little early for that. The Kiarwe Bonpo Path, Ascension. The continued existence of vile heretics and misguided heathens is an offense to any good Kiarwe Bonpo. Become zealous. For the next decade, you walk the path of a pious Kiarwe Bonpo missionary. You can convert counties you visit to Kiarwe Bonpo, either by the truth in your words or by the might of your sword. Grave peril awaits those who fail, for only the worthy shall receive his reward in Tagzig Olmo Lungring. Speaking in the local language increases chance of success. Have to have completed pilgrimage. Found your own holding. Start construction of a castle in Rimini. You need to be in a barony that does not have a holding. Have 1,000 gold. Levy the outcast. I'll become the master of the gutter sons and daughters, an army of the most heinous scoundrels bound to my cause and whim to wreak havoc upon the weak and strong alike. You lose 3 levels of fame. Bandit benefactor. Every time you complete a criminal contract, you get unique men-at-arms. We're gonna go fishing here in a minute. I'm thinking about just brute forcing this and taking the stress because I get all the things. Let's just brute force it. Stress is more fun. I can solve anything if I put my mind to it. With a fair mind, hard work, and all the bloody tenacity that a man of the House Fang can muster, all things are possible. It takes hours of grueling discussion to come to something like a fair split of the land. Fair for everyone but the fool losing out, really, but the idiot is getting more recompense than they would were I not here to negotiate. The important thing is that the magnates are happy enough, or at least only mildly grumble, with my suggestions. Mayor Napoleon seems more than pleased. Mayor Napoleon! Another happy patron. Alright, we get 27 gold, gain a little prestige and food, and they get a buff as well. Now, we're going to be screwed because it's going to crack my... Before I can even go fishing, take a moment and cast your lines at the water bank of Rimini and let the worries of the world float downstream. Who knows, there could even be something in it for you. I wonder if I can do this before I unpause. As I am making my way down to the bank of water, the scent of salt and fish fills my nose. A couple people are finishing up, leaving the entire shoreline for me to use. A day like this doesn't come every day, and I should make the most of it. My champion Tyke has decided to join me. An opportunity to connect presents itself, or I can fish alone. Spend some time reflecting, or it could deepen our relationship with Tyke. Do we want Tyke to be a friend? He's already plus 100. I feel like we did it with somebody else last time. We could also take a boat this time, because I have 246 gold after that. Let's do the boat rental for the first time. A boat on the water is more likely to catch a nice big fish. Oh, he came. After rowing for a while, the shoreline of Rimini disappears from view. It is only now I realize I only brought bait enough for 1 attempt. I'm supposed to be smart. I look over to Tyke and confess, but they seem unbothered. So what? We're here to relax. Go ahead and toss your line. Let's see what's out there. Let's make this one count. 96% chance you lose 23 stress and gain 200 provisions, or let Tyke do it. Yeah, my prowess ain't gonna do it, bro. He has an 80-20. Wait. If I do it, I get 200 food. Oh, 80% chance of just losing 98 stress. I take the stress over the food for sure. Yeah. I want you to try, Tyke. You and Tyke went on a pleasant fishing trip. Me and my treacherous antagonist are besties now.
And I lost 98 stress. Back down to 32. That's a lot of stress. Nothing bites. Maybe I prevented the stress break as well. You are no longer overwhelmed by stress, and we completed the mission. We did everything. And we're working on the fixed layout. Okay. So I want to hit up the Vatican, of course. Chat, what the heck did the Vatican look like in 871? When was the Vatican built? Fourth century AD. Let's see. I'll go to... I gotta go all the way back. What did the Vatican look like in 4th century? I'm not talking to you, AI. Where St. Peter's Basilica stands today in Vatican City. We have old St. Peter's Basilica. I mean, nobody drew it, I don't think. They didn't take any pictures, I'm pretty sure, of it in the 4th century, which is, in my opinion, a huge mistake. They really should have thought about that. I'm sure this is just an artist render. A fresco showing a cutaway view of Constantine's St. Peter's Basilica as it looked in the 4th century. Well, this is kind of a blurry image, but we're doing our best here. When they were taking the picture, it must have been in a low light condition. You know, accidentally bumped the camera. So basically just like a bunch of pillars, 4 podiums, and a big bare floor. It's like we're really there. Back then they were like, whoa, a building! I don't have to live in my tent. It's awesome. It's a big building. "102% speed. You know what? I will scout for talent, even if it doesn't do anything. But let's go. Start moving camp. Oh yeah, I can do make a request if I want. I'm gonna try and save my prestige now. I think. Though I could start getting some men-at-arms regiments. Cruising through Italy. I have no idea what everyone else is up to. During our stay at Prince Bishop Martino's court, we've done our best to meet our remit of entertaining and occupying his retainers. It seems we have done our job satisfactorily, as his courtier, Andrea, has privately approached me and asked to take on with our camp. Prince Bishop Martino would surely not begrudge us a single one of his retainers. Andrea Graziano. 22 learning, mystic, elusive shadow, novice physician dwarf. Patient, temperate, and brave. What a gamer. He's got to go with us, right? He joins your camp, gains 100 opinion of you, and is impressed. Sick, dude. What the duck?
The day on the road has been fairly calm and nondescript so far. We're somewhere outside of Perugia, and I close my eyes as the mount brings me forward one solid step at a time. As the wind plays a magnificent melody through the treetops, another noise is carried by the breeze. And not from our entourage. Is that quacking? I isolate the sound to be coming from a shrubbery on my right-hand side. That's a good omen. You gain duck quack for 5 years, stress gain down. Follow the duck. You lose 100 stress because you're eccentric. Follow the freaking duck, man. I dismount and locate the duck in a nearby shrubbery. It starts waddling off into the wilderness, and I follow by foot. As I continue onward, the soft quacking is slowly joined by, at first, a faint but growing stronger chorus of tiny chirps. When I turn the next shrub, I see not one duck, but a plethora of ducks and duckling nests. I feel my knees weaken as I take in the soft fluffiness of it all. You gain duckling for 10 years. This character encountered a brood of fluffy ducklings. How adorable. Minus 25% stress gain. This is too much. I freaking love the ducklings. You gain duckling for 10 years. Whenever I have a bad day, I just remember that time that I encountered a bunch of duckies. It really puts my mind at ease with those duckies. You visited the Grand Cathedral and got 200 learning XP. Yeah, we're learning. We're learning. We're at the Vatican right now. All right, listen, devs. Listen, devs. If you don't have a custom church holding text for the freaking Vatican in Crusader Kings, then the automatic thumbs down on Steam reviews. Okay? The Vatican Main Square, a magnificent city. The various chants and hymns lay as a comforting blanket over the Vatican church holding, and there is no doubt, about its religious associations. The same text so far. Passing through the main gates, I spot plenty of Catholic ornaments nestled in the walls, as well as on pilasters and scaffolds. All right, we haven't gone to the church yet. The church grounds seem interesting. There is a certain peace in the church square. That's the same text. A magnificent church poses in the middle, and off to the sides, I spot signs with bold healing claims. I think this is all the same. Catholic ornaments in the Vatican, you say? They could have just ported over the CK2 flavor text. So that means that Constantinople's going to be the same as well, right? I'm just trying to think, like, I'm sorry if I sound harsh, but in the Wanderer Traveling DLC, they clearly know that there's a reason to travel to points of interest because they give you, like, the XP for going there. So why not have each of the places that's marked with XP have, like, a little flavor text to make the journey feel unique? You know what I mean? Especially when it's like the main place. Or places. To be fair, the XP for going places isn't new. That's fair, it's fine, but like, it's been done, so they're already marked. So it's even less work to just track them down and add something to them. Maybe even, dare I ask, for one unique event per place that is like of the super important ones. Like the Vatican, Constantinople, like the holy sites for all the different Muslim tenets. Basically every holy site, which there's not like an insane amount of holy sites. Should probably have one for each of the different religions. Obviously Jerusalem, yeah.
Do we need healers? I don't think so. Let's go to the garden and take all the fruit. Because of your learning skill. I can feel the presence of God here. Well, it'd be a shame to waste all the food in this church garden. Just casually steal the Vatican's food. A lunatic Enzio. All right, well, we came, we saw, and now we people leave. I'm assuming the same out of Rome. I can see the Colosseum there, though. 200 diplomacy lifestyle visiting the capital of the papacy. Let us have a look at Rome Castle. Yes, let us have a look at Rome Castle. Okay. I was just making sure that it was the same. Yeah, it's the same too. The famous Rome Castle. I've been keeping up with the dev diaries. The main feature selling point is really meant to be the overhauled Byzantine government. Wanderers were added to help flesh things out, and while I'm not saying they got no effort, you can tell. The problem is, like, those are two different DLCs, right? Combined into one, basically. And the problem is, it's $40. You know what I mean? It's 40 bucks. I got no comment on administrative government because I'm never probably gonna encounter it unless I pick a Byzantine count or something like that. For me, this was the biggest selling point. Yeah, for me, this was the biggest selling point. Pt.2 felt so much more detailed. It was definitely more flavorful. There's so much potential for this to be good. Yeah, like all the bones are in. All the bones are in. Like the traveling system, the managing your food, the I'm surprised you don't have to pay your camp companions considering how much money you can make from the contracts, but like the contract systems, the bones are in. And then there's some events. I can't tell how many events are strictly from this DLC versus the tours and tournaments or the other travel DLCs. It's hard for me to tell. Victoria 3 players in tears. Why are you... I thought Victoria 3 players were happy now. Are you not? CK2 is amazing after like 10 DLCs. Here's the thing, Tronzorb. They had those 10 DLCs within a year and a half. Maybe 2 years tops. It's been 4 years. Paradox fans are never happy. That's not true. Source, I am one. The last time that I was like happy was probably like a Hearts of Iron DLC recently. This guy loves Hearts of Iron. I really didn't like the South American DLC, which was big disappointment because that's the one I was looking forward to the most. But I did really like... I did really like Arms Against Tyranny, actually. I'd like to see some quality of life changes to the global market. Was that the global market DLC? But I enjoyed Arms Against Tyranny. It has mixed reviews on Steam, which I disagree with. I'd give it positive. I think By Blood Alone was not so good. Pretty much, I like the aircraft designer, and Ethiopia's fun, though buggy. Ethiopia's super buggy, and it's still not fixed. I tried to do an Ethiopia campaign off stream twice, and both of them bugged, and it wouldn't work. And then the new DLC looks pretty fun too. Time for Ethan to play Hearts of Iron 3? No. Nah. But yeah, like, to be honest, the Wanderer DLC should have been its own $40 DLC with a full development cycle for it. Let me see if I can prove that. Let's just take a look at the Steam reviews. Top review, first one. The new Roads to Power DLC is probably one of the most refreshing gameplay changes. Everyone just wants a gameplay change, me included. Adventuring leads to so much fun roleplay. So adventuring's the first thing that they mention. Okay, these guys have 20 hours. No offense, boys. No offense, but 20 hours. Six hours in all of Crusader Kings. Product received for free. How are you guys getting product for free for 6-hour reviews? Is there some kind of scheme going on? Is there a scheme afoot? There's actually a lot of like 12-hour reviews. But anyway, I just finished for 0% of this DLC. I'm just saying, I think that there's enough interest in the adventuring gameplay change to justify it being a solely focused on DLC. That's like a fully fleshed out game mode. But I'm biased, because that's what I want. And I don't know how many people really care. I feel like they were, listen, this is conspiracy theory hat time. I feel like they were afraid that a Byzantine exclusive DLC wouldn't sell well, and bundling it with the sexy adventurer DLC guarantees that it sells well. That's my thought. Because this is, like, the adventurer is definitely the hot part of this DLC. Cause yeah, the bones are all here, man. It's just like I'm trying. Okay, where are we going? There's no more POIs down here. We've gone all the way down here. We have 2,100 food, 230 gold. Is it? Let's just take a look at some buttons before we start traveling again. I do hope they keep updating this mode instead of just leaving it as is. Royal Court sends its regards. Peepo sad. Peepo sad. It's so over. Dude, look, Paradox, if you're out there, man, I'm sorry for body slamming you, bro. I want you to succeed. I want you to win because you're the only people making grand strategy games that I can even attempt to play, okay? And we've had some great years together. This is what you do to get an easy win. Just pause the DLC train for one cycle, just one, okay? 3 months, maybe 6 tops, and just go back and do a full just improvement, quality of life, add events, polish pass to Royal Court and release it as a free update. And I promise you what that'll do is it'll get you a 10-year saw a host of duckies stress gain modifier, because everyone will be so enamored with that, because Royal Court is the biggest fumble of the entire release of Crusader Kings. That if you fix it and make it good, then the next DLC you release will sell infinitely more copies. Okay, not infinite, but it'll sell significantly more copies because of the goodwill earned from fixing the biggest fumble of Crusader Kings. Legends of the Dead is not the biggest fumble. The not having a good castle keep or like court for your domain, DEM domain. That's the biggest, most egregious thing. The plague thing, whatever. Like, it sucks, but it is what it is. But not having like an actual meaningful court and castle keep portion of the game, oof. That was a layup. That one was a layup. Royal Court was definitely that meme of like guy riding bike falls over. What was fumbly about Royal Court? How it could be better? I don't say this lightly, but Royal Court has the worst events in any Crusader Kings 3 content package. Base game all the way to now. And it has the fewest relative to the amount that it should have as well. So, complete redux of all the events, giving you... The whole point of Royal Court is that you have a court that you can look at and preside over and put all of your trophies on display, right? So it's mostly flavor and it's mostly RP, but it also has some stat bonuses as well. So actually giving you a series of meaningful events to dictate either the goings-on of the people in your land to the laws of the land itself in there. They are all messed up. The Royal Court system is also weirdly disconnected from the rest of the game, yeah. So the events need a rehash. The actual courts need to not look like the same. Okay, look like. This is what every single court looks like. They're all one square with tables. And also, the most exciting part for me about Crusader Kings 2 was getting gear and equipment from your characters and encountering interesting situations in which you would get a weapon or armor or a crown. None of this has been woven into the rest of the game in a meaningful way. Where are my quest rewards that might provide a weapon instead of plus prestige? There's like, the only way that it works is right now, for example, in the Wanderers DLC, the adventurer mode that we're doing right now, you can go to a town and then pay a craftsman to buy some, which is like at least a first step. But where's my ability to take on an adventurous mission? And don't say that you need to get one of the treasure map missions.
and then do the criminal mission. Like, can any of the kings, maybe they can on like the tier 3 missions, they can bestow me with a trinket or something like that. But like, imagine events where you're wandering through the lands and a glimmer catches your eye under the mud, and do you want to spend time trying to dig this up? Like, you know, there's a ton of ways to integrate the gear into all facets of the game, and I feel like I almost never encounter it, because the main way that you encounter this is to do the event when you're a ruler who invites a craftsman and then pay them a bunch of money and hope for good RNG over and over again. That's like the main way. And it could be so much more than that. The same thing for like these, though these are less egregious. I don't think these are like bad necessarily. The amenities structure's fine. But yeah, every single court is identical square with different texture. But yeah, there are many things that could be fixed about Royal Court. I would say that that's the most egregious DLC in Crusader Kings 3 because of how easy it should have been to make it a compelling and must-have expansion. It's the first one I would warn people against getting. I think you're generically better off if you just don't get Royal Court when getting Crusader Kings, and you'll end up with a better experience. Got 6 months left on this. Oh yeah, I was gonna click some buttons and look at some menus. Three of 3 champions. Dude, my champions are terrible. I can forbid them though. The one I'm forcing is the worst one. Proscalia, don't get me started on the chess and duels. Don't get me started on that. I'm just trying to examine my options to see what I can do before moving on. Because right now, I think saving money for potential camp upgrades or getting a good follower is probably my best bet. Oh, sadistic, deceitful, evil planner, 29 learning. We will need to get, you know, married at some point and actually try and hire like a good bodyguard instead of my meme bodyguards. Hello, Rome Castle. Who are your able bodies? I'm not going to pay 100 gold for 10 prowess. All right, let's go. So I say, yes, we can head down to the Byzantine Empire, though I'm confident of what awaits us there. Is there anywhere for us to, like, acquire additional learning on the way? Or should we just start from Patras and then, like, zigzag our way up here? That might be a good idea. Kind of a long trip. I wouldn't mind doing a mission on the way. Maybe we just go to like Benevento and then see if any more contracts are over here. That way we don't overcommit. They bundled the awful court system with the ability to make hybrid cultures. Oh yeah, I forgot about that. I did forget about that. The distant shores. I stroll through the market of this strange land. Vendors beckon in an alien tongue, and I am lost in a sea of foreign scents. But strangely, it all feels like home. Where else could I have the pleasure of smelling fresh lavender, or of watching the sunset over the remains of old Rome, or listen to the jubilant chorus of a church choir, or wintering warmed by the hearth of a friendly stranger? Nowhere but Europe. A man walks through Tivoli, but is he still Eric? Can a man not be both Han and Italian? Okay. Whoever I am about to be, you adopt the Italian culture. I'm just gonna stop being Chinese now, or Han, and I'm gonna be Italian instead. Perhaps all hen should find a home here. You gain preparing invasion. This character is preparing to invade foreign lands and make a new home for their people. What? You gain 84 stress because you're humble and just. Is this what happens to everyone who visits Italy? Can a man not be both? Increase the cultural acceptance. Just give me the stress. I'm not switching to Italian right now. No one expects the Chinese invasion of Italy in 871. That's true, yeah. Accurate. It's going to take a lot of grinding to get to illustrious. We have to have 3,000 prestige. Oh! And with if you choose not to do combat, good luck. We're going to be stuck on tier 1 forever. After lots of hard work, I finally learned Gaelic. Endless hours practicing accentuation, sleepless nights mimicking inflection, countless lessons mastering intonation. It was worth it in the end. During my efforts, I looked to emulate Suibasech's accent. I'm sure she would be impressed with my results. Well, she freaking hates me. A little bit less now that I speak her language, maybe. And of course, the Gaelic peasants now respect me a great deal more. Perhaps I should send her a letter. Okay, this is it, Suibasech. I'm going to try and send you a letter. And if it comes across as a dishonest mockery, then you're getting fired from the troop. And we're going to have to find a new doctor. I impress her with my knowledge. Gains 25 opinion of you. You grow closer to forming a friendship. We're back to +3. She doesn't like me because I have the lover's pox. I'm not surprised. You have learned Suibasech Gaelic language. Ending your scheme to learn this language. What language do the Byzantines speak? They speak Greek. How do I'm gonna have to recruit someone who speaks Greek to learn their language, probably. So we know 3 languages now? No, 4. Chinese, Norse, Anglic, and Gaelic. Wow. A man of many tongues. Though, don't ask where his never mind. Transcribe a text, 3 learning skill challenges. Were we just in Napoli, or did we just come from there? Let's go to Napoli. The tavern locals. Who is up for recruitment? Nobody that I want to pay a bunch of gold for. I think we've been playing long enough, I can say that there's been a few instances where we could recruit someone via an event, but not many. I'm surprised we're not encountering more people like on the road or whatever. The only people that we've encountered on the road is Andrea doing a contract and Eliakim. Kraka stayed around after hiring her as a boat captain. Everyone else is either from a bar or was, like, hired from the bar, I think. We got 3 people just from sweet talking them at the bar. All right, let's go try... Ooh, another mission just popped up. Hello, Burnt Heat. Thank you for gifting us up. The Mary Skipper, by the way. And Crane Bolt, thank you for the 50 months. Now, I also saw False Lobster with the sub earlier. Thanks again, False Lobster, Crane Bolt, and Burnt Heat. What's up, guys? Okay. At the daylight phase, my eyelids drooping. Yep, this is the same event. We just gotta... He keeps imagining things in the margins. I see the similarities to Chinese. Let's hold off on that. How about I embellish this just a smidge? 64% of a +3? Easy. Easy +3. Okay, a few days later, drifting off, something in the margins. I can draw inspiration from my own experience. The only way to get a perfect outcome is to do the top one 3 times and succeed, but since there's only a 64%, I'm not gonna chance it. I'd rather go with the more guaranteed approach. Okay, and then now we gamba. Discarded. You don't score. He turns around to leave. Oh, you can pick up your reward at the door. See yourself out. 30 gold. 20 opinion, 250 provisions. Okay. We gotta have more than one type of event per quest type. And we gotta have more than 3 to 4 types of quests per skill type. Like there's like 3 or 4 stewardship, 3 or 4 learning, and so on. Because at this rate, we're gonna be stuck grinding these tier 1 quests forever, man. So without saying you should be fighting or doing combat, am I doing anything wrong? Or is this kind of like, because the thing is, when you travel, when you're doing it, to take the contracts, what it says is more contracts are spawned by traveling long distances or to new kingdoms. So I had sort of hoped that you would encounter different mission types in different regions of the world. Repeating the same missions when you're not even 20 years in the game isn't great. Well, I'm less than 20 years, bro. I'm 5 years into the game. You just go to the settlement and ask for more contracts. That just spawns in more. The different mission types are determined by your camp focus. I don't believe that that is true, no. All it does is increase your chances of finding more learning, stewardship, and diplomacy contracts. You can still find any type of contract. I can do intrigue, I can do martial. You can do all 5 types, regardless of your focus. But it leads to more popping up of your type. So what ends up happening is, because I want my character's about learning, I choose the learning one. And so when the learning ones spawn more, because that's what it's designed to do, I see all 4 learning missions. I don't know how many there are. I was going to say 3, but I feel like there could be 4. I see all of the learning missions over and over again because it, like, spawns them more, right? But, like, around me are stewardship ones, and I can also go into the town whenever I want to. And you can go talk to the town crier. And if you want, you can make him spawn more martial contracts, transport contracts, or criminal contracts. Some of the other lifestyle branches have other ways to get money and prestige. That's all well and good, but you're not supposed to be switching this very often at all, right? In fact, it costs 1,000 prestige to switch. So you're intended to pick one and stick with it for quite a while. Not camp purpose, lifestyle. It's the same thing, dude. It's just a person instead of a camp. Why would I swap lifestyle focuses already? I haven't even gotten down 1 tree yet, and that's with max stacking my XP bonuses and going to university to get 4 bonus skills. Telling them up on the wiki, there's like 40 mission types in all. Is that 40 for tier 1 or 40 across all tiers? I wonder if it would be better if the camp focus system didn't exist. No, I don't think so. The things that are good about this are it gives you a bonus in your lifestyle XP of choice. Because yeah, if you change your lifestyle, you also need to change your camp purpose. In many cases, like mine is giving me, I guess it's giving me lifestyle XP in general, but if I wanted to be a marshal now, I don't want to find more learning contracts, so you do need to change this, right? Like if I wanted to swap my lifestyle to marshal, then I need to like change to swords for hire, which would cost me 1k. And you're not supposed to be changing this all the time. But I like the camp upgrades being unlocked from different officers being unlocked. Changing camp focus might destroy certain upgrades you made? Maybe. Travel to a Baron's holding and complete a challenge. Is it gonna be... It's the boundary dispute one again. Okay, 36% chance of success. Leave one of your people for 8 years, up to 8 years, or take... Usually it's take a stress hit, but this time... A chance for enlightened debate. $26 gold, gains 30 opinion, you gain 150 prestige. There's nothing bad. This option is available because you're a scholar's camp purpose. Okay, so our camp purpose lets us auto-complete that. The good people of Amalfi may be fervent advocates for themselves, but they have not reckoned with the full academic fury of the Arrow of Fang. Our discussions take much of the day, something I find exhilarating, but which they seem to shrink more and more as the hour grows later. We come to no real conclusions. Really. But eventually, the locals simply give up. Question is met with question, every subject revisited multiple times, points meander on.
Mayor Marino seems grateful that the whole debacle is over. Thank you. Can you use a hook to gain fame? No, the hook is to gain other things. The hook spins prestige, though... Oops. I didn't realize I was unpaused. Being both Han and Kiarwe Bonpo, my alien way of life is endlessly fascinating to Prince Bishop Martino's courtiers. Many of them have never seen... Oh, is this from the Intrigue? Yeah, this is from the Intrigue. They think we're still in another place. Many of them have never seen one of my kind before. Perhaps they never will again after we move on, though I can't say how history will play out. They're not exactly polite in their opinions, but that just makes them all the easier to goad and entertain. When the game came out, they said hooks were so you didn't have to spend resources to get people to do things. Yeah, I would say that the hooks here, maybe the best way to use them is to get, like, men-at-arms for prestige. We got punished for trying to get a knight, because he gave us a terrible knight, so I just wasted 100 prestige. And there was only one knight selection if it's in a small area. Getting the food is useful. Trading prestige for food. And then if you really want the money, that's useful as well. Let me tell you about Han Living. Diplomacy challenge against Prince Bishop Martino. You gain some prestige. Ah, Kiarwe Bon is a mysterious thing. I shall paint you a picture. Lie. The nuance will be lost on you, I'm afraid. I'll go with the diplomacy challenge. 95% chance of success. It was an enthralling tale. Okay. Where was I? But yeah, I would say at this point, I am hoping that random events happen to us while we're traveling, because there's pretty much nothing interesting that happens at each point of interest. So our best hope is that we actually just get hit with events in between, because usually there something unique will happen, like finding a bunch of duckies. But in the actual POIs and the stuff that was added by this DLC, for the most part, is like the kind of repetitive contracts that we're bouncing between to grind prestige up. Like this. As we trudge down the road, a building hoves into view. Oh, we saw this one, but not in this timeline. We haven't seen this one in this timeline. The Queen's Head Inn. No luck here tonight. We've barely got room for our current lodgers. Oh, I hated this event. Inside, the innkeeper shakes his head dismissively. Especially not ragtag types like you. I can try and force him? Possibly kill him. 85% diplomacy challenge. I don't want to pay you 15 gold, but comfortable trappings is pretty good. Surely we can come to an arrangement. You know what? I'll give you 15 gold for 10 years of a small health boost. Your bartering proved successful. Danger. This is fine. Oh no, traveling through the sometimes harsh environment has invigorating effects on at least my state of mind. As I glance over at Hold, however, she does not appear to be doing quite as good. Her movement is labored, her breathing heavy, and spontaneous bursts of coughing ripple through her body. She is not well. Yeah, she's ill with a severe health penalty. We should let her rest and recover. Delay the journey. Hold stops being ill. I think I know a cure. 77% she recovers and becomes your best friend, or 22% chance she gets pneumonia.
Suibasech, can you treat her? It's just a little cough. To be honest, it would be nice to be a best friend, but we have a physician for a reason. Suibasech, can you treat her? Okay, she's fine. But yeah, the inn event is basically so you can buy a, you can purchase a buff, effectively. Oh, we're going in here while this place is getting raided, which is less than ideal. Also, when can I? No, not even close to this scheme. Yeah, they're being besieged, and there's no missions around here anyways, so let's just go to Patras. Chat, here's the thought. What if we just bought? We don't have to pay money to anybody. What if we just went as far as our caravan could on as much food as we have and just fast forwarded this journey? Is that not in the spirit of the game? My plan was to have adventures all along the way, but I don't want to if the adventures are border disputes, tier 1 book translations for the entire thing. Just speed run to China. I love making circuitous routes that hit nearly every POI on the way. We could try that, to be honest. Let's see how long our food will last. Because I was going slow and methodical because I was assuming like points of interest and unique events would happen along the way, but now I've learned that pretty much the only unique things that happen are while you're actually traveling. And not when you get to your destination, not so much. So if our goal is where are we going? Just up here? Like the Kingdom of Guyi? I don't know how to pronounce that, I'm sorry. Just caravan across, because I wanted to stop places and recruit different people, but maybe we'll encounter them on the road. 6,601 food is how much that will cost. And we have 2,200. Okay, so let's math that out. We're going here. I mean, you gotta stop by the seat of power of the Abbasids along the way, right? That's only 1,534 food. Chance of danger from dry lands, and there's unrest. There's a couple that are high danger. Okay, now let's change the route instead of going by boat. Wait a second, we could just go by boat. Dude, we could go to like Egypt and then just go down and around and end up here and then go north. That's not as fun though. That's not as fun. That might take longer? Maybe. Okay, so you go to Patras.
Then you go here. We already have Thessalonica. Go here. Go here. Provisions run low past this point. Oh. Okay, so we're going a little too far then. Why can't you change your destination, man, without canceling the entire trip? Let's just go a little at a time. Let's just say Constantinople. By way of this castle. And this church. And this church. And this little place. And that little place. Food runs low beyond this. No, we're good, man. We got 2,200 food, bro. We're good. Yeah, this is a good trip right here. Okay. Yep. This is the route. Danger. There's 3 medium danger spots. So how about stop scouting for talent? Where's the medium danger? Is it these, like, hills? Is this hills? It's a hill fort. Mountains. Alright, yeah, let's buy the Pathfinder gear. Hills and mountains danger down. Boom. Saved. And now that Huld is feeling better, we begin. We're going to Constantinople, boys. We're not gonna stop and look for quests anymore. We're just gonna go. He has had enough of Europe. I mean, we went all the way from Iceland down through the boot of Italy. And we saw the Pope from afar. So we're not skipping Constantinople. We just got 200 martial experience. How far do you have to travel to level up the traveler's trade? Like, going from Iceland to Constantinople is not enough for even 50% of the XP to level 1. Which, by the way, is just 1 diplomacy, 1 learning, a small health boost, and 5% travel speed. Contracts in England. Yeah, we should take some of those. Circumnavigate the Earth. I'm going, dude. Fixed layout is complete. Cool. We can upgrade the pavilion. My camp perimeter now also features a domicile travel speed bonus of 25%. I hope that that applies to our current journey. If so, we're gonna be Newman. 25% speed buff's huge. Should I upgrade the barber's tent? Or should I just upgrade the pavilion? Honestly, upgrading the pavilion doesn't do anything for me unless I'm gonna build in the 3rd slot. This is just way more travel speed. Insane travel speed. I like the extra income, but how long would it take to pay back 120 Gs? And this is 200 Gs. We're gonna have to spend money on food, is what I'm thinking, so why don't we just chill? We do have, well, we will have to buy food. Visited the Temple of Theotokos. You gain 200 learning lifestyle XP.
What drives us onward? Oh, it's not a travel event. It's just that one dude whose scheme we're still working on ostensibly. I've been wondering, my dear Eric, draws Prince Bishop Martino via telepathy from across the world. You spin these tales of your life and deeds, yet you live neath a muddy tent flap, barely sheltered from torrential rain and scorching sun alike. I nod, no use denying that. With so many of the basic comforts of life denied to you, what's the thing that motivates you to get up in the morning? Why keep marching on when the next day you just need to do it again? Does there need to be a single reason? The quest for knowledge has no ending, only understanding. Yeah, that's the I win button because of your scholar camp purpose. 95% you just gain prestige and opinion. Learning is its own reward. Indeed, it is. You gain 200 learning lifestyle experience from Meteora, which is a great name, and also a good album. I sit by the barber's tent. Wow, a barber's tent event? Interesting. Visited the Hagios Demetrios, more learning lifestyle XP. Hell yeah. I sit by the barber's tent, letting the sounds and smells of the camp wash over me. It's different from a life within the safe walls of a palace. So very different. Wait, yeah, but we've never been in the walls of a palace. The freedom is easy to enjoy. No obligations, no counselors, no dignitaries to entertain, none of the downsides of the trappings of power. Yet these freedoms are dearly purchased. The constant scraping for survival wears thin. Increasingly, every night I yearn for a proper bed. I must claim some land. Yearn for land, +1 martial faster siege time for 35 years, but you gained a bunch of stress. I quite enjoy this life. You gain 42 Wanderer XP, 150 prestige, and lose some stress. Best to keep my options open. You become a flexible leader. And gain 400 provisions, maybe. Oh, no. You gain the provisions, but maybe become a flexible leader. Lust for land is not the worst. But I quite enjoy this life. Alright, suddenly we're getting more prestige. And we're getting a bunch of stewardship XP. And we reduced our stress level quite a bit. Visited Mount Athos, 200 more learning lifestyle XP. And what that did, we have enough! Learning perk available. Scholarship achieved, +3 learning. Initial hostile and personal scheme success chance higher, development growth, cultural fascination, none of those matter. Just the +3 learning and being a known scholar. Proselytize locals would be fun. Well, we'll probably do whole of body next. Classic. Wait, is there 2 perks? Whoa, there's 2. Why do I have 2 perks? Where did the second one come from? Buy one, get one free. There was a fall sale. Physicians have better outcomes. I have no idea how we just got 2. Dude, we're kind of cruising, but then again, so is the date. We should try and get at least one companion from Constantinople. We should have got one from Rome. We technically did, actually. Visited the capital of the Byzantine Empire. 600 martial lifestyle, 8 experience. Your camp has moved. Cool. Very cool. We have 28 learning also. 200 XP from the Hagia Sophia Cathedral. How do you say that? I never have to say that. Visited the great city of Byzantium. We're finally getting oh, dude, we finally got Traveler XP. Is that where we got it from? No. But it did give me... We have a martial lifestyle perk? Diplomacy +1, learning +1, small health boost, travel speed up. Now suddenly, I just made fun of this, and now we're suddenly numing up to Wanderer. Yeah, it seems like it only really gets leveled up from going to specific places, instead of just traveling in general, which should probably be tweaked for this DLC. In my opinion. Suddenly, we get a martial perk. What do you think, chat? Finishing a siege awards 20 times the holding's loot value as provisions. Yeah, this is for, like, actual fighting. Siege. Travel speed plus 25%. Just stack travel speed until you're unstoppable. That could be an actual strat, though. Living off the land has value as well. Diplomacy +1, martial +3, martial stewardship, or we could do gallant. Gallant is good because it boosts our own prowess in case we're forced to fight someone. And then, of course, it leads to the all-important knight effectiveness. And then there's romance, marriage acceptance, which we might need. If we get that far. Let's go stalwart leader. I'm not even going to be able to progress the next two. Alright, let's go visit Constantinople. The big place, though my expectations are not high enough to expect a unique event for this. As we pass through the arches and colonnades, we enter the great city of Constantinople. It is no wonder this is the jewel in the crown of Basilius Basilios, and I look yonder through to the heart of the city. Oh, we have a Hagia Sophia and Hippodrome readily available on the horizon. I start to feel quite small in all of these monuments. One flavor text for Constantinople. Though it may have just been added because the government type was specifically for the Byzantines. We found one flavor text specific to a location in the whole DLC so far. Let's go, baby. Let's go. I'm writing my thumbs up review right now. Let's have a look at the castle. The Constantinople castle grounds are as expected, furnished for martial purposes with casks of arrows, stray pole weapons, a handsome table, and the like. The training ground is just outside the gates. Okay, so everything else is the same. Mingle with the locals in the tavern. Unemployed Greeks. Wait, we already have someone who's Greek. Ooh, that guy's pretty smart. But I don't know, I don't really need you for anything, so. How about a story? Ah, that story makes perfect sense. Thank you for exotic stewardship. Let's buy some food. Look, I give you 130 gold. You give me 2,600 provisions. We call it a day. All right, we have 3,100 provisions. That was really freaking expensive. But we're ready for the next leg. A table, dear God, this city's impressive. And that's Constantinople. That's it, baby. Yeah, it really doesn't make you feel like you're traveling the world like it should. Yeah. I suppose in their mind it was too difficult to, like, what if this area changes hands and the flavor text is specific to the Byzantines, so you're kind of like, your hands are tied. But I would say, like, you could bypass that a little bit by tying your flavor text to geographical flavor text, mostly. and historical flavor text. Like, things that have already happened by the time the game starts can never change. So if you go to Rome, but it doesn't belong to the Pope, you could still reference the history of Rome in the flavor text, right? Or it's hot and humid, right? Geographical locations, how is it affecting the weather? How is it affecting the land? Are there specific landmarks? You could still do it. You wouldn't be able to reference present tense. City of the World's Desire, just a rest stop for our caravan. Yeah, I don't think there's anything else. I guess we could have gathered provisions. We'll just do that next instead. You don't really get that many from gathered provisions, though. So where's the next best place to travel? If we follow this, we have a ton, but I don't know how far we can go. What's up, bro? Basilius, can I do anything with... I can learn language? Scheme odds difficult. Is he gonna teach me personally? I'm so far beneath him, he won't possibly offer me a contract, but he will tutor me on learning how to speak Greek. Presumably. His opinion of me -3. I don't think that this was changed or balanced for this game mode. It's assuming that you're like a ruler of some kind. Seduce the Basilius Basilios. Yeah, I don't think that's gonna work. But I can try. He's married to a zombie. Bro, chill. She died of typhus. Okay? Have some respect. Where's my other camp follower? Eliakim, we could learn how to speak High German. Or we could learn how to speak Italian Vulgar. Let's go Italian. Courtier Andrea, adopt as your successor and make him your heir. What? Can we even learn language? Nope. His capital's too far away. Oh, I see. Andrea can't teach me because he doesn't know his language when he's too far removed from his capital. Of course. Whereas Eliakim can because his source of power, his capital, is not too far away. All right, Eliakim, teach me how to speak High German. And now let us choose our path. Boom, boom. We're taking the tour, man. We are taking... Okay, that's kind of a bad route, though. That's kind of a bad route. No. Let's just cancel those. Let's go up here to this crown. Don't know if we can swing the church. It's probably better just to keep rolling. Yeah, no, that's gonna cost us 2,400 provisions. All right, so we're clearly not gonna make it that easy, chat. The food costs are prohibitively expensive. Your other courtier was in a different location? He didn't come with? One high danger location. Is it because there's combat there? Hills plus 45. All right, I've already got the hills thing. I think it's the combat. They'll be done by the time we get there. Hopefully. Yeah, he's my courtier, but he stayed behind. What was the point of that? If he didn't come with. There's no way to get him to come back? I think the game got confused. Yeah, he's not even like one of my supporters or complacents. Is he part of the scheme? He was part of the scheme, but we recruited him. And it was like, we recruited him to our camp. He's visiting Martino. That's the scheme we're currently on. Yeah, maybe he'll stop after the scheme's over. We can already execute the scheme. It's almost like max potential. Suibasech and Sinehild are feuding over their differences. They grew closer to forming a rivalry. Dude, getting all the way over there is going to be tough, actually, because of how much food this is taking. Who would have thought? Bodyguard position vacated. Okay, so I was wondering what was going to happen. Scanlan actually left. My tenure as champion is over, and he returned to his employer's court. Though he's still in my entourage. Good luck getting back there, sucker. Oh, are we gonna pass right through this place under siege? Hi, people arrive. Don't mind me. Stories and glories. Dinner at Prince Bishop Martino's court. I'm using astral projection to complete this. Is an ideal time to impress his courtiers with my dashing escapades. The happier they are, the fatter my purse is like to be. Of course, this calls less for subtle wit and more for stories of grand endeavors, replete with heroism and villainy, accurate or otherwise. Dude, imagine having to sit there, not moving, for this long on this one scheme quest for like 30 gold. Okay. I think I know a few such tales. Diplomacy challenge. This calls for less for subtle wit. Does my reputation not speak for itself? All stories grow in the telling. Eat the free food and leave. You know what? I think I know a few such tales. Your deeds are charming. Okay, we're at 70. I'll just wait one more phase. What's the point? Sinehild has stopped bathing, stopped even making an attempt to clean herself even, a fact I am brutally confronted with when several of my followers beg me to deal with her. I know what you're thinking, Master, but it's not laziness, it's a drive for efficiency. I can actually do more work if I spend less time wiping away the sweat of the road. This is what a relentless focus on value looks like. She's mad or a fool or both. Your laziness has gone too far. You gain hygiene disciplinarian for 10 years. She is stinky. You make a good point. You gain also stinky. Simply right ahead, far ahead. You gain prestige. Look, Sinehild. Now that they've nerfed swaying, this 20 opinion is going to be truly abysmal to try and fix. Now the DLC's cooking. I'm not convinced this is a DLC mission. Is it? Or is it? Maybe it is. You get 10 back. I do get 10 back. Okay. You are too stinky. You need to stop that immediately. Visited the Sumela Monastery. 200 learning XP. Cool. But maybe it is. We're cruising now. It's the 21st of March. My dude is 25 years old. He's getting older all the time. Are the horses still sick? Yes. Until 877. That's 4 more years. And it's slowing us down by 25%. I forgot about that. You gain 200 diplomacy lifestyle. That's a heavy cost, man. Time for a random diplomacy perk. Opinions from Send Gift. Knight effectiveness. Ruler opinion. Sway phase link 20 days faster per scheme phase. What is per scheme phase? There's only one phase. That means it's only 20 days faster when it's normally 300 and something for me. Opinion gain with officers recruited via scout for talent, which I have never seen. It's each day countdown? What do you mean? Contract prestige reward plus 20%. Dude, I needed that a long time ago. I'm taking the contract prestige one. The key one is for the contract IMC, not for the personal sway mission. You don't get the keys for the personal sway. It's just one set timeline. Scouting out ahead of the camp, I come across a ramshackle collection of traders. They are gathered around some large but old and ruined buildings. The remaining one, in good condition, has been occupied by the merchants. Their wares are standard, food mostly, being on a well-traveled road that would no doubt attract many purchasers. Some might even call it silken. Yet my eye is drawn inexorably toward the gray, pockmarked walls of the ruins. So magnificent they are. The merchants occupy merely the outskirts, but its dilapidated heart remains untouched. Let's try my luck. Chat, they live patched the game for a chance to find gear. 25% chance it goes well and I get a dusty weapon. 44% chance there's a small trinket. This is the first time in 12 hours we've had an opportunity to find one item besides the treasure hunting missions. Oh, I can get food though. I gotta go for the item. Your search goes well and you discover a small trinket. It's clergy opinion plus 2. Well, the monkey's paw curls. This is my rock. An ancient potsherd. Reportedly, it originates from the holy site of Patala. Yeah, so we should have picked the other one. But I found a beautiful artifact. The Iranian intermezzo. Why am I getting this? Bloody civil strife embroils the once unassailable Arabian Empire. You gained the trait Detractor of the Caliphate. What is going on? I'm just traveling through, bros. The ruling family murder and war with one another, competing to usurp the Caliphate. Iraq reels. While beyond the eastern mountains, Persian frontier lords take advantage of the situation to assert their independence, building empires of their own from Baghdad's rubble. With the masters of Islam locked in perpetual crisis, this is an opportunity like no other for the Fang House to become masters of our own fate and carve our name into the annals of history. You are one of the interloper participants. This region is a phase of unrest. Your actions and those of the others will determine. May Sangpo Bumtree be with me. Yeah, so here's the thing about that. I am not trying to foment revolt here or search for a new faith. You visited the Rainbow Mountains and lost some stress. Ah. I do feel better now. And we hit level 2. Which is... Am I blocking it? Yeah. 100 trade experience for 1 diplomacy, 1 learning, small health boost, and travel speed. Good buffs. More perks. More perks. Precious. A learning lifestyle? For me? What do I want? I wanted which one did I want? I'm just doing health ones, I guess. Reduced chance of getting ill. I mean, that one, and it protects my courtiers as well. Wash your hands. I did just, that's thematic, that's RP, because we did have a stinky companion who we told to bathe, and now we're making everybody wash their hands. So, probably fitting. You gain 200 martial XP. Flog talisman? Nope, let's not do that. Here's the problem. I'm running out of money, and we're only halfway there. One thing we can do is gather provisions. A camp marches on its stomach. Stepping outside my camp, I survey the surrounding drylands, seeking any sign of game or fodder. Zanjans should treat us well. The scrublands are full of life, and one need only take the proper time and care to find food here. I can find us something to eat. With my snares, I will feed us all. Yeah, that's not gonna work. 37% of finding nothing. 42 of doing pretty good. I can find us something to eat. You bring just a meager amount of food. Okay. What do, Trent? What do? Let's just do this quick one over here. Wrong button. Few places are as majestic as a castle, and Zanjan is no exception. Welcome to the tavern. Tell me a freaking story. Exotic learning for 3 months. Who's up for recruitment? A wise man? A wise man? And this gamer god. Trusting, forgiving, compassionate, super steward. But I'm broke. Get that dance in, bud. Let's go. Supplies are this way. $109 to refill the stock. Or we could do a learning challenge to try and take 500 food. And just keep doing that. But the provision cost is increased for 3 months if we fail. I believe those edibles are beginning to go bad. He agrees to part with 545. Maybe I can sell my artifact. Okay, now we're talking. Looking around for someone to take some items off my hands, the artifact peddler, Karmandar, emerges to look at my inventory. He gently taps at the surface of the pots herd. 15 gold. Or a stewardship challenge to increase the offer. Ain't gonna work, bro. Here you go. Thanks for the 15 G's. What item would you like to part with? Pots herd never did me any good, man. Let's head back. Back to camp it is. How are you not dead yet? Because we decided just to say screw it and speed run our way to East Asia. So that's what we're trying to do right now. We're just skipping all the damn contracts. Though I might go ahead and take this one just because I think it'll be fast. Let's see. I think it will. Travel to a Baron's Holding. Because I think this is a one-button click contract. The locals are angry. They're trying to redraw the borders. Allow me to inspect this map because I'm so freaking smart. I just get a guaranteed success, 26 gold, and 250 food, which is more than it cost to walk here. The map seems genuine enough if you're a fool, but I am a man of great learning. The evidence piles up and the conspirators crack under pressure. Bro is very, very happy with us. And you know what we can do? We can make use of a request interaction, pay a little prestige, and he'll give us some more food. So thank you for the 200 extra provisions. I'm gonna go ahead and cash that in, and we are making bank. All right, let's head over to Tahirid, which is gonna be what, 1,200 food? And this looks dangerous. This looks dangerous, dude. You could probably do the scheme. Yeah, I could probably do the scheme. Okay. What is the most dangerous thing? Desert. Desert. Arid Explorers Pack. You will purchase veils to keep sand out of your faces and sturdy camels to assist you in your journey. And if there's points of interest, we can customize the route. Like I can go here for XP. Go here for XP. Okay, that's a little loop-de-loop. Go here for XP. We hit that one automatically. Oh, we're gonna run out of food. Provisions will run out at this point. Bro, we almost made it! We're so close. If we skip the first castle, then we'll make it. Alright, I'll skip the first castle. We still have 30. Oh, will we still have 30 provisions? Oh yeah, we will still have 30 provisions. Is it gonna... Extreme privation events will occur. Let's just give it a try. Start schmoving. We're gonna go for broke. Let's get greedy and see where it goes. You gain 200 martial lifestyle XP. Bam. Here's my question. Is it possible to live forever? Visited Mount Damavand. Lose 23 stress. Time for half rations. I feel like we can just live forever without ever having to buy food again, but we'll see. Perhaps it was foolish of me to choose two people who seem to hate each other to act as my aid in this contract. Oh, the contract. No matter their loathing, they should be able to focus on the job at hand. Maximum success chance, -5. Scheme phase, try to keep them apart. All right, let's just turn this in, dude. It's maxed, 83%. I've never seen execute with confidence. You finalize your regale court against Prince Bishop. It gains +5 to its final success chance with 10 advantages. Easy. Pays you 23 gold. You gain 270 prestige. Now we're gaming. And we got 250 food teleported to us. Easy. Martino's courtiers have practically swooned over my party these past months from across the world in Italy. Day after day, night after night, we filled their heads with fantastic stories and our bellies with rich fare, leaving the good Prince Bishop more than satisfied with our performance. Still, all good things must come to an end. It's best to end on a high note. GG's. All right. Let's keep trucking, dude. Really impressed with this guy out in the middle of a run. Visited the Great Wall of Gorgon. Turning a bend on the path, we come across a group of people covered in dust emerging from what must once have been an impressive tomb. They hoist burlap sacks that jingle and jangle, weighed down by the trinkets they have dug out of the ancient building. Times are hard, dear master. Our families must be fed, and we're not doing harm to anyone among the living. Their leader looks up at us with trepidation. She clearly realizes this doesn't look good for them. There is no future from those who disregard the past. You gain punish the destitute. Wait, why am I punishing these people? I'm not a local lord, I'm just some guy, right? Pay them 50 gold? No. The master deserves his cut. Spend 100 piety. Hold helps you examine the loot. You gain 38 stress because you're just, but you could acquire an ancient treasure. There is no future for those who disregard the past. You imprison Salome. Dude, I'm just imprisoning this random person while on the road? I have no authority. I'm a guy with a straw hat and an eye patch. Hey, you're robbing that grave. You're freaking under arrest, man. You're coming with me all the way to China. Chat, my dude's eccentric. It's time to be eccentric. Hold, help me examine the loot. You have become the owner of the Archimenid drinking vessel. That's right, free prestige every month, minus stress gain 8%, and a small disease-resistant health boost. All of this can be yours for the low, low price of a little bit of stress. That's got to be worth at least 12 gold. Yep, sure does. Our little forest of tents putting itself up every few evenings is something we've gotten very, very good at of late. First one, then another, with people and tools spreading out down the lines to help their neighbors in a model of speed and efficiency. Even Eliakim and Kraka, neither of whom have historically seen eye to eye, are helping one another tonight, laughing like old friends as they go. A place for everything and everything in its place. Do you need another hand? They like you, you spin prestige. Don't like that. Move them apart. As it should be, because of your fixed layout domicile building, you get slick operation for 10 years. Yep, that one. Probably the one that has free stewardship. Gained 200 martial lifestyle XP for the Great Wall of Gorgon. Martial perk available for free? You shouldn't have. I mean, night effectiveness is all well and good, but romance and elope leading to marriage acceptance plus 50. My dude needs some help. He's not very pretty and also has lover's pox. And it's kind of like marrying anybody in this campaign is sort of like me being a criminal. It definitely exists in a morally dark area for me to try to marry my character off in this case. Friend, begins Eliakim. I couldn't help but notice that we are about halfway through our provisions. Shouldn't we start reducing our rations, or even better, plan for a stop? It's not an emergency yet, but those kind of situations don't need long to take a turn for the worse. A simple delay, and we could find ourselves forced to eat the soles of our boots. Just buy yourself something tasty at the next town, or stop fretting. It's gonna be fine. Listen, friend, it's gonna be fine, okay? I promise. We are almost there, bro. And there's a fight corruption contract here. You gain 200 stewardship lifestyle XP for visiting the Tahirid Grand Amorit. And we have only 280 food. Not very much. What is this contract? Tahirid suffers from rampant bandits, usurious officials, and panicky peasants. Keep them in line for a reward. Travel to contractors' counties with low control. Well, we need some food first, but... Vali Badaspan of Dehistan. Tahirid's marshal visits my encampment. As soon as we're left alone, he begins muttering, "It's embarrassing to admit, but I need your help dealing with the disobedient peasants of Merv." The marshal huffs and glowers. They flout their Amir Amiran's authority. I suspect a foreign influence, provoking the simple folk to despicable deeds, which they must cease at once. Let me deal with them, or I don't want this contract. Depends, where's Merv? It's here. Alright, we're here. Let's try it. When we arrive at Merv, I'm quick to round up the worst rabble-rousers, demand they explain themselves. Saman, a peasant, or Saman, speaks for the rest of them. Our minds are our own, as if we'd welcome the meddling of outsiders. Bah! We reject, too, the presence of Amir Amiran Muhammad's toadies and thugs. Can't we run our own local affairs? Silence or die. See, here I was thinking we were going to get a possible option to handle this in a few different ways. But alas, silence or die seems to be the top option here. 14% chance you help exert the marshal's presence. 85% chance you have to leave some men behind. And you leave Eliakim. I cannot stand for this manner of injustice. Every lowborn follower gains opinion of you for siding with the peasants. You fail the contract, spend 25 prestige. Increase unruly counties you support by 1 and lose stress because you are just. Okay, that one. Rip contract. So I can still buy food here, right? Actually, I had an idea for never having to buy food again. It's called, not go to the tavern. It's called go to the supplies and just keep convincing them that their food is bad. And then we get 711 provisions for free. And then we simply just go to the next town over and just keep convincing them that their food is bad in every single town. I'm trying to see like what the potential route is going to be. That's going to take, we just got 700 food. This is only going to take 288 to get here. We don't need the camel anymore. Word reaches me, my support of the common people's concerns has riled them to action. Uh-oh. The hardy folk gather in proud bands, cheering my name and rattling improvised weapons, ready for an uprising. Unfortunately, this news has come also to Vali Badispan of Dihistan. I thought we had an agreement, that you were rounding up those fools to give them a fright, not by Allah to weep at the plight of those knaves, and now, what, you'll join them in revolt? Rights for the peasants! You start a war against Amir Amiran Muhammad with the peasant uprising, you become a peasant leader. Peasants in every county will raise his levies and join your side. You spend 25 prestige. Listen guys, listen, I think we have a little misunderstanding here. I don't have an army, or indeed any men-at-arms. We've also found the one cool event so far in the contracts from the tier 1s. Maybe the tier 2s and 3s are cool. Okay, but as far as the tier 1s go, this is the cool one. Possible outcomes. 58% you successfully capture the marshal, you imprison him. 41% you fail. They are actually on their own. Every supported county gets peasant outcry, peasant outrage, or peasant riots. No, wait, I can explain everything. Diplomacy and intrigue. 35% chance I convince him. 29, nothing happens. 35, you lose opinion. Right? Rights for the peasants. I would say you may as well try and explain everything, right? Is there any downside to this? What's going on? Can I leave? Camp has moved to Merv. What happened? There was no feedback. Okay, boundary dispute is like easy. 10%, 12%, 23% chance of danger. Let's handle the dry lands. Arid Explorers Pack. I think it canceled the move because of the weird event. I don't know what happened. Well, kind of ended with a fizzle. It said it was rerouting your travel home. Yeah. But I don't know why or for what. Alright, this should be a one-click. I automatically win these because of my learning. And it's also the best solution. Thank you. Come again. Another one? Don't mind if I do, actually. Okay, this one I can't auto-resolve. Yes, I can, because I have a Scholar's Camp. We've read these before. I'm not skipping them as fresh content. We've read each of these multiple times, if you're curious why I'm not reading them. They pay me 32 gold, 500 food. Excellent. Diplomacy scheme, I'd rather not. Another boundary dispute? Don't mind if I do. The wise Tibetan scholar solving everybody's border problems. It's accurate. This one... Estates have been being taxed twice or more by different collectors. This sounds like an issue of communication. The people of Faraber clearly consider themselves sophisticated, but have not reckoned with the tongue of a Fang man. Skillfully I tie their petty objections in knots, sowing the seed of doubt in their midst, reminding them all the good work that Naib Al-Rang does, keeping them safe while subtly reminding them who has a local monopoly on force. Ultimately, I perhaps gilded the lily a touch, but when you're having fun, another happy patron and 250 more provisions, man. Oh wait, there's technically towns here. And if there's technically towns here, then they have supplies. And if there's supplies, okay, you can't do it again. They thought about that. 6th of May. We can do it every, like, month. We can't do it in every single town. Just most of them. What if you just went through this safer route? Okay, now it's the 5th of May. Hearsay. The door to my tent opens and Tyke stands right in front of me. With a subtle bow, he starts, I apologize for interrupting you, my lord, but I bring news that may be of interest. I was resting at the Red Hound, drinking with a group that revealed themselves as servants of Amir Amaran. They had no qualms talking about their liege. What of him? I asked, and managed to learn of his secret for your benefit. What were you doing in the tavern? You get a strong hook on Tyke.
Tell me at once. You learn of the Amir's secret. This is between them. I don't know. What are we doing here? I guess it'd be good to have a hook on an Amir if I was going to hang out here. Sangpo Bumtree is our god, basically. My mouse is stuck. Is it this dude or a different dude? You learned that he's an embezzler. Yeah, my mouse... I don't know. I think it's the game, dude. It's not my mouse. It's randomly, like, grabbing my mouse. What would I even do if I blackmailed him? Do I not have a strong hook on him already? Oh, I forgot that I could be requesting stuff from them. But it would cost me prestige. Chat, if you spend your prestige, does it lower your fame level, or do you just earn the fame level and it stays there and only goes up? I forget. So I'm okay to, like, just go ahead and spend this, right? Fame doesn't go down unless specified. Because I'm just going to ask for food. And then I'm going to go into town and try to convince them that their food sucks and they should give it to me. That's right. Give me the food. Think. Okay, let's go a little further. How much did that cost? 3,400 food? That's not bad, dude. This is doable, man. Let's go up to the con at 1,600 food. We can go beyond that. But let's just go here and then create some pit stops if necessary. There's not really any pit stops, to be honest. What's dangerous, man? There's 6 medium dangers. This is 2%. So I don't know who's telling the truth, but we probably need to do the Drylands Arid Explorers pack, and that reduces all the medium threats to low. For only 4 gold, it's a steal. And this only costs us like 780 provisions. Send it. Sogdian Caravaneers. As we wind along the outskirts of Samarkand, I see a trail of caravan camels in the distance, and we meet their strange leader. Good evening to you, worthy friend. Come in, come in. I promise you that what I have in my stall, like Transoxiana herself, are far more than they seem, she says, showcasing countless shining trinkets. I'll pay whatever you wish. Own a mysterious lamp. I'll simply steal it. Maybe we can make a deal. Stewardship challenge. I'm not interested in the trinket. Chat, I'm supposed to be using money to buy food. Are we there yet? We're getting there, actually. All right, fine. 50 gold for the lamp. I'd rather do that than a 54.46 that I end up paying 75. Right? Gamba. You have become the owner of Mysterious Lamp for only 15 gold.
After lots of hard work, unrelated, I've learned the High German language. Endless hours of practicing accentuation, sleepless nights mimicking inflection. I look to emulate my friend Eliakim's accent. I'm sure he'd be impressed. 74% chance he's impressed. I impress him, he thinks I'm freaking awesome. You have learned another language. That puts us at 4 of 10 on top of Chinese. All right, 1 second. Doggo is grump. Uh-oh, I was unpaused. Lay of the land. None in my camp are intimately familiar with the terrain in Fergana, and such lands are not to be trifled with. It is for this reason I find myself standing in front of a local guide, bartering for services to be rendered. Interesting looking local guide. That is a chin and a half. It's no joke out there, she offers, drawing air in through gritted teeth. A theatrically worried gesture. You'll need either these maps or my service, I can tell you that for free. She's right, but there's something in her demeanor that makes me hesitate. Tall, big. I could use a woman like you around camp. She replaces Hold as my caravan master. How much are those maps? Dude, it's 20% travel speed, safety, provisions capacity, travel companion opinion, loot. Here's the thing. Now we're actually finding some items and loot, but all it took was us traveling across the entire world to find 2 or 3 of them. These are great. I think this is awesome. Even if it's a fake, right? It's interesting. This is a good event. But all the good events are buried in actually waiting for your character to travel, when some of these could have been put in the towns and the locations that you're visiting. There's nothing to do in the towns. There's only things to do if you schedule very long trips and wait for the events to proc while you're en route. That's the problem. So there are interesting events, but they should be accessible while you're exploring places and not just when you're between places. Does that make sense? All this stuff is in traveling between places. Yeah, there's nothing anywhere that you go. Like, I'm finding interesting events by basically just unpausing traveling across the entire world. We need help getting through these areas. Pay 5 gold, and she's either well-guided, or she gives you well-guided, gives you vague. Or you could become wounded. She leads you into a trap. Or, if you say no need of your services, there's a chance you lose provisions. Like, this is a good event. I like this event. I would say this one and the Peasant Rebellion, that one was a contract. That one wasn't a location. Those are the 2 best events of my playthrough, I would say. Okay. I'm gonna say not have her replace, but I will buy the map. Hopefully it's not a trap. And then we got the drinking vessel and the masterwork trinket of detailed map. This bundle of maps shows the lay of the land in great detail across much of the known world. It's particularly useful when navigating tricky and treacherous terrain. And we bought a trinket. That was a normal event, I'm pretty sure. That was a not DLC event, I think. This one's clearly a DLC event. Okay, where am I? Oh, I'm here. Settle boundary dispute. We'll get to that. Let's go into the castle. See if we can convince him to part with some supplies. 50-50. I'm due for a failure. Yeah, that's what I thought. They're not fooled, and the provisions are gonna cost more. Do we have ourselves... Gather provisions is not available for 2 years? Ah! You only get like 400 food every 2 years! Like 3 years, man, for like 200 to 400 food is crazy. New lifestyle perk. Disease resistance. Chat, what is fertility disease resistance? When you get older. Ah. You know what? My boy is gonna embrace celibacy after his one sexual encounter got him the lover's pox. A life devoid of carnal pleasures will bring me peace and satisfaction. A new life begins today. All right, my favorite. I love boundary disputes. You know why? Because I just get to go boom. Let me inspect this map. Voila. Some arrests have been made. Tensions are diffused. There's some arguing, but we caught the conspirators. What's this? A border dispute? I'm on my way. I don't know why we're getting every stewardship one under the sun. When we're on learning focus. The streets are gripped by fear. Oh no, I'm pretty sure that, actually I can't solve this one. But you know what? I will try. Success. The proud familial skill of House Fang wins out. Despite their posturing, each of the magnates simply wants their slice of the pie. Within the afternoon, I can draw up a fair enough division, so they're only slightly disappointed. Naib Forud is more than pleased. Another happy patron. Thank you. Enjoy your fine horses for 25 years. You're freaking welcome. What's this? A boundary dispute? I am on my way immediately. I'm gonna make a billboard on the side of the highway. In need of a boundary dispute? Please call 555-FANG. That's 555-FANG, F-E-N-G. Favorable pasturage? Sure, I probably maybe can resolve this. Okay, I failed that one. We don't talk about that. We did our best. Should we just move on now? Probably. Okay, we can't do the rations. Let's just move on. Let's just leave. Let's get out of here. Where to go? Where to go? We can either go south or we can go north. Let's see, if we wanted to go to just over here, it would try and take me north. Here's an idea, chat. Let's just get on with it. Let's just get on with it. I am going to just buy the more expensive supplies. 75 gold, not too bad actually for 1650. And we're gonna stock up max supplies, and we're going for the gold. Going freaking home, dude. So chat, where is the province do you think we're from? Somewhere up here, right? Where would be like Han area? Like right up here, yes? Like Ganzhou? Like the Ganzhou Duchy? 3,000 food? It looks like the desert is the primary source of danger. A little bit of mountain danger, but we can grab arid explorers. Guazhou, I think, a little closer. Turn on culture map mode. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Okay, where am I? Hello? Can I not see myself on this map mode, bro? Okay, right there. Guazhou. The Duchy of Guangzhou. Let's go arid explorers, 2,000 food. We're going home! We may have done a little speed run to get there, but we're going home, boys. We may have skipped some chunks of land, but to be honest, it was just contracts anyways, right? The fun stuff happens on the road anyway. And we have enough money to get enough provisions to make it, so it's legal. We didn't do any cheese. We did the missions that were available to us. It's not my fault that they were border things. Arguing the toss. Have opinions, will argue. A simple truism for any gathering of more than two people of a scholarly bent. And there's decidedly more than two such people in the Arrow of Fang. This fine evening, there were two overlapping and rather loud discussions going on. One of rhetoric and fine politics with Eliakim, and one of history and philosophical wisdom with Sinehild. Diplomacy challenge against one, learning challenge against the other, or preside over the debates for 10 years of +2/+2 is pretty good, man. I mean, prestige is also good, but like 10 years of +4? It's not bad, right? Now, you could argue that if you can sway Sinehild, then she'll join your side in the camp, and that can make you steadfast. So let's try that. We get a +20 at minimum. Okay, she thought the ramblings were entertaining, which was a +20. But yeah, it's actually gotten a lot harder to get people to have a good opinion of you, because there's a new mechanic where getting followers to like you gives them, oh, we are steadfast. Hell yeah, Kraka thinks I'm awesome. We get temperament modifiers, +1 diplomacy, martial stewardship, intrigue, and learning. Contract schemes are growing faster, armies are tougher. So with our scholarship, wait, where's the thing that's affecting the steadfast? Is it this? No, it's isn't it a lifestyle perk? Chat, what lifestyle perk was affecting steadfast? Was it diplomacy? No. Was it martial? No. It had to be learning. Strength and diversity. You now gain +1 of all for every 3 unique faiths your followers have when camp temperament is steadfast. So we need more faith, and we get more stats. I could be hiring some more people to join us along this road, but that would cost money. That would be great, though. I have 30 learning. I have achieved enlightenment. And I am now a veteran traveler who is also seasoned with a +1 stewardship prowess. My travel companions think I'm cool. Safety goes up. Seasoned just gives you an extra 5% safety. It's not very important. We're almost there, dude. We're passing through Karashar right now. through what will be the Empire of Vijaya. Suai Besech the Strange and Kraka are bonding over common ground. My party likes each other now. The end is in sight. They were just telling us how to get home all along. Duchy. The edge of Han territory. The journey of my Norse, Gaelic, and Anglic, and one Italian guy. Where did that Italian guy go? Is he gone? He stayed in Italy. He was supposed to join my company, but I think the event bugged. And now he just lives there forever. And he didn't actually join my company. He was supposed to. I'm gonna say that that bugged, and if it didn't, then it's stupid. I don't know why that would be intentional for them to join your camp and then not go with you. We're home! Across the borders to Guangzhou, we made it! The campfire crackles, illuminating a figure entering our circle. He moves with vigor, despite the lateness of the hour, hand wrapped around a walking stick. Those standing guard are already intercepting, but I wave them away. Do you have a place for a man of Siddhartha? He smiles at me hopefully, dirty clothes rustling in the stiff breeze. A wandering Pawo. A Pawo maybe, but not a Pawo of the Kjarwi Bonpo faith, that much I can tell. A few of my fellow believers shuffle their feet uncomfortably as they make the same realization. They are Buddhist. We could do with a man of such worldliness. You gain 9 stress. Diplomacy challenge. He agrees to join and you get 5 years of friend to all holy. This character is well known as a friend to the devoted, though not always of the same faith. Same faith -10, different faith +15. Sit, stay a night, and tell us your stories. Get some XP for veteran traveler, or be gone. 10 years of inflexible worshiper. We could do with a man of such worldliness. He has plans far beyond your camp. I had a 92% chance for him to join my camp, and he said no. Anticlimactic. Why did you even come to visit then, man? Ambitious, compassionate, zealous, wise man. The first hand dude that I meet is like, kind of smells like Europe on you, bro. I don't think that I'm supposed to be here. You have a little Constantinople stinkiness on your clothes. I don't recognize you. You're speaking Norse. Your companions are all Norse. He asked to join. Yeah, he kind of asked to join, and then I couldn't convince him. Well, don't let that take the wind out of our sails. We officially made it to Han culture territory, okay? Was there a little fizzle on the way into the Duchy of Guangzhou? Yes. He just came to talk some shit when we got home. Giving us a warm welcome. We're almost to the next level, illustrious. Maybe they start offering different missions then. Like, what would be fun is to set up shop here and actually participate in the different actions of the different warlords. And, you know, play on this side of the world now that we've moved from Iceland all the way. And you said it wouldn't be done, but we did it. And that is where we're going to stop for now. Save my Iron Man mode. We made it to Tibet. We made it past Tibet to Han Chinese culture. Technically part of Tibet per the game. Chat, I will think long and hard about whether I want to play this a third day in a row. I'm leaning 50-50. On the one hand, it has some very clear problems. I just muscled through to say that we got over to the other side of the world. This was a self-decided RP goal, Simulacra, but it'd be nice if there were long-term missions for sure. I agree.
Now that we're actually there, we're quite close to Illustrious, so maybe I play again just to see what tier 2 missions look like and see if I can, like, what happens if you plant yourself somewhere and try to affect, like, you can still travel, but go talk to different people and kind of set up through that. So maybe because A, we're where we want it to be, and B, we're close to leveling up our fame level, and C, we know how to make money, we have good enough skills and talents to make consistent money. Yeah, all the mission tiers are locked behind level of fame. The higher ups won't even talk to you unless you're important, basically. Which makes sense. The problem is that the main way to get prestige is to either grind it out by super repetitious tier 1 contracts. I assume the tier 2s will get repetitious also after you see them all once. Or travel super long distances like I did. We picked up a bunch of prestige kind of just from being like a traveler and doing some things there. Or number 3, be a warrior. Combat is the answer to all things in Crusader Kings, unfortunately. It always comes back to combat, which I don't mind trying to set up my own mercenary troop now that we're actually somewhere important that I want to be. But either way, I'll think about it. I probably will just do it again tomorrow one more time and push through it. Yes, I will have some tenacity. But there's a chance that I just get annoyed because there are some things that just piss me off that are just like, again, it would be so easy just to add more events forehead to different towns, locations, the inns, the castles. We can do a mercenary squad now. Danian, what's up, dude? Did you just tune in or have you been watching? Because it's very mixed. It's like highly repetitive so far. There are moments of greatness though. There are moments of good. And there are moments of tear my hair out. How did you screw up? We just traveled across from Iceland to East Asia. We went through the Vatican, Rome, Constantinople, and across the entire world. We saw one single sentence of flavor text specific to Constantinople, and that's it. So everything everywhere just feels the same. And what makes it feel fun is while you're traveling long distance, sometimes interesting events happen while you're traveling, but there's nothing to do in any of the towns, and the contracts you can take on are very basic. They're games of chance. You have this % chance to succeed based on your stats. The end. It's pass or fail. Every single contract is a stat check. And no RP. Basically it's just odd to me that Crusader Kings refuses to tell you a story. Even when you go sit by the fire and listen to a storyteller, they go, and that's a story for another time. Like, Crusader Kings has this weird obsession with never ever telling you a story. You have to make up your own. Like, talking to a local lord, they won't tell you what's going on. All they'll tell you is they want to redraw borders. Why? Doesn't matter. The peasants want to revolt. Why? Maybe you get like a throwaway line about taxes or something, and that's pretty much it. But yeah, having some like stories that can manifest locally in different areas, even if they're simple stories that just give me a motivation for some character or other, would be amazing. But it's just not that. They're 99.5% stat stick checks, and you just pick. It's like, imagine if FTL events were, that's just what they are. Like, all the contracts are FTL events. Except FTL also has the very interesting crew management and combat to back it up, right? You don't play FTL for the events so that you can have blue checks. And by blue check, I mean, like, if you had the right skill, there would be a special option illuminated and you click that. So, It could be so much more. If you have no interest in playing the Byzantines government, then definitely not worth $40 for sure. The adventurer side of things is a fun gimmick that I would say would warrant like a $15 to $20 DLC. Somewhere in that neighborhood. Definitely not 40. Unless you want to play the Byzantines. But anyway, thanks for watching. Thanks for hanging. There are some fun parts, and I kind of want to see what happens if you just plant yourself and, you know, actually try to get involved in an area. So maybe we'll try that tomorrow, now that we're actually in East Asia, and see what happens, see if there's merit. May not be an 8-hour stream tomorrow if I get frustrated, but we might check it out and just, like, see what we can make happen, you know? Like, what I want to know what tier 2 missions look like. And we've got some pieces of equipment, and we've got ways to make money because we're actually skilled. We learned a lot on our travels and in our adventures in the universities. Maybe we see if we can put that into practice or if it leads to another wall. But we'll probably check it out. So there should be another one. We'll do part 3 tomorrow. I will convince myself to do it. I just need to sleep first. All right, I'm going to send you off to go see Avik. He's playing some Factorio, doing some train gaming. He's got the train networks getting set up. Maybe you can ask for a tour, and he'll take you around there. But good night for now, guys. Thanks for watching. Thanks for hanging out. Addy was not enough. Thank you for the 13 months. I appreciate the pump it sub for end of stream. Thanks, Addy. Good night, Mad Dog, IMC, Jaredine, Core Healer, Maxwell, Juan Yinners, Robot Mystic. Good night, Johnny Adanian. Thanks for popping in, dude. Sorry you got here at the end. And I'll catch you over there on Avik's channel. Check him out. Give him some love, all right? And give him a nice, strong raid. Do not let the defensive raiders overpower you. Assert yourselves. I'll be there too. All right, get out of here.